here right now. Brother, I'm gonna fucking tase you, man. I'm gonna fucking tase you.
And that's what they always do, bro. Every time, they always go into that mummy pose. Oh, man. Put him in a coffin, right? God damn.
HQ Juliet 144, one tase
Yep.
at the corner of Willow Branch and College.
God, I love watching him get zapped, bro. Like, I love watching him get zapped. It's so fucking funny. Let's see. Is there another one? I'm gonna watch. I want to watch another one. I love watching this happen. Here we go.
34, police radio.
Same, bro? Yeah.
Hold on for me, boss man. Hold on. 32 stop ad.
Church's chicken. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay.
538 Lee Street.
Right.
Black Nissan Altima Vertitax Sam Mary item 6332.
You don't roll down?
You got your license on you? Yeah.
Yeah.
You the register owner of the vehicle? Yes, sir. Okay.
You said it do roll down? Okay.
That was my first car. Hey, shut up.
Just roll the window down. He's doing a traffic stop. I appreciate it.
You gonna try and drive away?
You know your license suspended?
Did you know your license is suspended? Uh-oh.
Hey, get your hand on. Hey, get your hand.
Hold on. Nope. Don't do that. No, okay. Don't start.
Don't stop. Please stop.
On the fucking ground.
Oh, man. What?
On the fucking ground! On the ground! Turn over! Turn over! Turn over! Turn over! Now! Turn over! Stay the fuck down! Stay on the fucking ground! Give me your goddamn hands now!
You see, bro, they come into the pose again every single time immediately. Oh!
Give me the other hand. Other hand.
Yeah. What a fucking idiot.
Yep.
Yep.
Another one.
Another one. Yep.
Oh my good day.
Start putting this in
This car.
we right here.
Oh, man.
Another one.
Airplane mode.
Another one again?
No?
Jesus.
Another one.
Jesus. Somebody's taking a long vacation, huh?
And I said I wasn't going to get into shit today.
Man. Just a bunch of backpacks full of shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Raise my pockets.
Yep.
See if they got anybody working still.
I got mine right here.
Man, that is fucking funny. I love watching. Went from a ticket to a felony in 5 minutes because they're stupid. That's the reason why. They're just fucking stupid. How not to ask when an officer asks for your ID. Oh man, maybe I might have to watch another one of these. I might have to watch another one of these. Like, ask for your ID, and it's another dude. I might. Oh man, like it's been a few days, hasn't it? It really has been a few days. We haven't done one of these for a while. I think you guys deserve it.
On October 15, 2024, officers pulled over a vehicle for failing to completely stop at a stop sign. On October 15, 2024, officers pulled over a vehicle for failing to completely stop at a stop sign.
A Dodge. All
How
right.
you doing, man? Officer Rodriguez with the Orlando Police Department.
Yeah.
Your vehicle?
You got my license registration.
Oh, I remember this guy. Okay. You got to stop at stop sign. So
I remember this guy. You know what's crazy is that every restaurant has an 80-20 rule where you get 80% of your traffic from 20% of your customers. It's crazy the police probably have the same thing.
okay.
What's stop sign?
Okay, I'll just write you citation.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna take it to court.
That's fine. That's your right to do so. Okay.
But it seems like, ma'am, you got a license on you? Ma'am,
No, ma'am. No, sir. I'm a minor. I don't.
how old are you?
I'm just saying, y'all.
19?
I'm 18.
So you're not
I'm
a
a
minor.
minor.
You're an adult.
No, but I don't want to talk to nobody.
Okay, we're not wearing a seatbelt, so I need your ID. Okay, it's still illegal.
The
so you
seatbelt's
could have sat in the back. I need your ID. I need your ID.
I don't-
It's plain and simple. You have to be wearing a seatbelt in the front seat.
You can
How
write
are
me
they
that
so
citation.
stupid?
Well, she would be getting a citation.
Nah, you
wrong with
can write
them?
me that
No,
citation.
that goes to the passenger.
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
So,
Ma'am, the
it's
simple-
a safety issue. You could have sat in the back if the seatbelt's
But I
broken.
didn't even know.
Even now, they're just saying, okay, let me just get your ID and sit in the back seat. They're giving her an off-ramp even now. Even now.
Okay, I don't. Well, okay, unfortunately, you could have switched to the back, so I need your ID.
38
I need,
that's
I need
pretty
your
low.
ID. Are we going to keep going back and forth, or I'll have to take you to jail for resisting? It's that simple. I'm giving you a lawful command for you to give me your ID.
I'm not a part of it. It's not even my vehicle.
It doesn't matter. You're not wearing a seatbelt in the front seat.
Write me the citation.
Ma'am,
Right, me, the
That's
side.
my
Okay.
shirt.
it goes to her. You're making this a lot harder.
She's not driving. You pull me over.
Uh-huh.
I have nothing to do with this. Y'all make me very.
I'm okay with that.
Ma'am, I need you to identify yourself, okay?
What is
Sir,
your
okay, I'll explain it to both of you guys at the same
What
time,
crime
okay?
did she commit?
Uh-huh.
She's not wearing a
Who
seat.
did she injure?
Are you going to let me explain, or you keep talking over?
She's not driving.
It's so annoying, bro. They're so annoying. Jesus.
You're going to step out of the car.
Write me that citation. I don't have to get out the car.
Yep, you're being difficult, both
No,
of
I'm
you.
not. I gave you my license registration.
So I'm educating you, okay?
Okay.
The least you can do is give me your ID because it's required.
Where is the case law? Who did I injure?
Pennsylvania versus Mims is the case law.
I love how, like, this.
Who did I injure?
Pennsylvania versus Mims is the case law.
I love how, like, this guy thinks that he's gonna ask some kind of fucking, oh, I'm gonna trick the police up. I'm gonna ask them what the case law is on this, and then they won't be able to arrest me. And then the guy just comes back like, oh, it's Pennsylvania versus this guy. And he's like, it's like it's like you plan one step ahead.
It's very cut and clear. If you're in the front seat, you're not wearing a seatbelt, you can go. You get a ticket. You're required to identify yourself.
I'm going to get a ticket for it. Even if I identify myself, I'm
not-
going to get a ticket.
No, it's a ticketable offense, but we use our discretion to give you a ticket or not.
That's right.
But you have to identify yourself. Okay? Because if we're gonna write a ticket for somebody,
But are you
right, we have to know who they are.
But
What's that?
writing this?
But are you writing me a ticket? This girl is stupid. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, this conversation, like, this is a profoundly stupid individual. This is a bottom 10%er.
As of with how things
Don't
are
hit
going,
my shit.
you're probably gonna get a ticket.
They're trying to
I
block
need
her
your-
in.
Both hands on the steering wheel. I'm gonna have you step out. Both of you are stepping out of this car. You first. You hear me?
It's adult daycare.
You're not doing whatever you want.
Man, I'm a free man.
I'm
I'm a free man. I don't recognize your authority.
I don't recognize your authority. Oh.
God, can you call my mom, please?
No, I'm not calling you right now.
I don't know what's going on. I'm in fear for my life right now.
Put your hands.
Isn't it crazy how stupid these people are that all they had to do was just cooperate and be normal, and they create friction at every single point of failure. Every single way that something can be misunderstood, misconstrued, done wrong, intentional, not complied with, they fuck up everything. Jesus.
I'm in fear for my life.
Put your hands on the dashboard. Ma'am, put your hands on the dashboard.
That's what I was
Keep
thinking.
your clothes on, ma'am. Stop doing that.
Stop. Ma'am, what are you doing? Put your clothes on. Put your clothes on.
Ma'am, you're gonna get pulled out and we're gonna put your clothes on.
Damn, bitch, what the fuck?
Ma'am, what are you doing?
That's what I was
Keep
thinking.
your clothes on.
They fuck up everything. Jesus.
I'm in fear for my life.
Put your hands on the dashboard. Ma'am, put your hands on the dashboard.
That's what I was
Keep your
thinking.
clothes on, ma'am. Stop doing that.
Stop. Ma'am, what are you doing? Put your clothes on. Put your clothes on.
Ma'am, you're gonna get pulled out and we're gonna put your clothes on.
Damn, bitch, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is she fucking retarded? See, she tried to do it off camera. I see. Damn, what a stupid. It's a defense mechanism. No, she's trying to do that to make herself look like a victim.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Put your clothes on. Ma'am, put your clothes on.
Oh, look at her. This is all over a dry. Like, what are you doing? Just put on. What is wrong with you?
What are you doing right now? What are you doing? Come on, put your clothes on.
Oh my God.
Cover up.
She is a child. I'm not lying. Yeah, mentally.
My mama. Y'all stop him. Y'all put him under the coat. Y'all arrested him for nothing.
Oh my
We
God.
didn't do nothing.
Put your bra on. Put your arm on. Come on. Come on.
Why did she take her clothes off over nothing? The fuck's wrong with her? Thank God for body cams. And this is the exact kind of story that you would see like 10 years ago. CNN would run something like this and say, you know, black teen strip searched by white officers in Florida, possibly motivated by race. And you'd have, you know, like coverage of this and everything. Oh my, hey, twist the story. Yeah, body cams have been so fucking damaging to all of these anti-police narratives. It's crazy.
We didn't do nothing. We didn't do nothing.
She didn't do anything, guys.
We didn't do nothing.
She didn't do anything.
Okay, let's do this.
Because
Let's put your jacket on.
We didn't even do nothing.
Put your zipper on.
No, it's hot.
We're gonna cover you up because you felt the need to take off your clothes for no reason.
It's hot. And y'all trying to pull us out of the car.
So let me get this straight. You pulled your titties out because it was hot, just randomly in front of like 3 random dudes? Like, really? Because I was hot?
Take off my shirt and y'all put us in the
Now
car.
you're gonna be covered up.
Nothing.
You're gonna be covered up. And you're gonna be detained.
For what though?
Because you're failing to identify
For
yourself.
what?
I gave him my ID. He has my ID.
Does he have it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Then
what
we
I'm
will.
saying. Why am I getting pulled out of the car? He has my stuff.
You're just detained.
We can
It's a
still
traffic
legally
stop.
take
Jesus.
Why though?
Stand there.
Jesus. Oh
In
my
Florida,
God.
we could ask any occupant of the vehicle to step on out.
Don't she's right. She didn't do anything what the police said. Yeah, she didn't do a damn thing.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Yeah.
It's so pathetic, bro.
It's so hot. I hate being outside like this.
You're doing the most right now.
You're doing the most right now.
I hate being outside like like this. I don't like being stopped for no reason. I don't like being bothered.
I don't consider any searches a seizure.
I don't like being exactly so wrong.
You failed to identify.
Jesus Christ, man. How are they so stupid? I don't know. Mental hospital? I don't. Give me a sec. I use the bathroom again. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. All right. I love watching these. I'm going to be real. I do. I will never get tired of this. I'll never get tired of people like this getting packed up. It's so funny. Could it be they're so brainwashed by everybody telling them the police is out to hurt them that they're literally scared shitless at the sight of them? Yeah, I do think the media playing up the fact that the police, you know, like, oh, well, if the police pull you over, you're dead. They're going to shoot you. They're going to kill you. That's what's going to happen. And yeah, I do think it makes it a lot worse.
Yourself. You failed to identify yourself. I was
Uh-huh.
standing at the window. You failed to
I said
identify.
I don't want to talk.
Oh,
No, y'all
you need
stopped him
to
for his
identify
car.
yourself because you're not wearing a seatbelt. You're not wearing
I
a
never
seatbelt.
heard that though. I never heard that I had identified myself.
Then we are the law enforcement.
I never heard that I didn't have my seatbelt on. Well, did you have it on or not?
We
But-
educate people
what?
on that. We don't give tickets and arrest people for no
I don't
reason.
like talking to the police, though. I don't like talking to.
Then all you
I
gotta
don't
do is
like this.
listen.
It's not me. I'm not the person.
All
y'all
you gotta
saw.
do is
I
listen.
have anxiety,
That's
though.
it.
Like, I
I have
don't like
anxiety.
being
Nothing to do
outside
with it.
in front of everybody.
That has
And
nothing to do
everybody,
with it.
This is
That
ridiculous.
has nothing to do with it. You're throwing out excuses for no reason. That has
No,
nothing to do
I'm
with it.
They don't give a fuck.
You just could have gave us your name at the beginning. We would have left you in the car. You would have stayed in the car. You probably would have got a ticket or a verbal warning, and that's it.
And then after I already gave him my ID, we always finna take him out of the car. Then y'all said take me out of the car because he wasn't cooperating. I cooperated
Nah, I stood at the door.
Nah.
because he wasn't cooperating. I cooperated.
Nah, I stood at the door with my partner
When he
for
was
at least 3 or 4 minutes.
I love it.
And I gave you
You got mad
multiple.
when he wasn't cooperating. You already
Nah.
take me out of the car, and I was cooperating with you at
No,
that
you were
point
not.
when I gave you my ID because you
It's
had
too late.
before. Exactly, too late because you already
You're
he was
too late.
already
You
not cooperating.
did this to yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We always do it to ourselves. We know. If y'all kill me, I did it to myself too, right?
Oh, right. It's because you got pulled out of the car because you're black. This is what happened. It's by the way, the guy this guy's not a white guy. He's probably Cuban or something like that. He's Hispanic in one way or another. He's not a white guy. At least he doesn't look like it. So like this whole thing, right? Yeah, no, that's the reason why.
If I pass out because I'm hot out here, I have asthma and I have bad anxiety. If I pass out, it's my fault too, right?
I have asthma as well.
Right? What the? Leave me alone. Y'all stay messing with everybody's life. Can I call my mama, please?
Not at this moment.
But can you call my mom?
Not at this moment.
Can I call my mom? No. Okay, but can I call my mom?
This is ridiculous. I don't like being stopped for no reason. Y'all stopped this car 50 times in 1 month. Why?
50 times? Wait, what?
Y'all stopped this car 50 times in 1 month.
That's how they knew it was him. She's probably exaggerating, but it's probably happened a lot more. Probably 5 times. But still, I mean, how many times a month do you get stopped?
Why?
For me, it's 0.
Y'all want it? Y'all want to conversate? Write something.
Yeah, you can't see now. I'm familiar with the Plainview doctor.
And I'm glad I never been in it. This my, I swear to God, I've been in twice. But bro, this is ridiculous. Y'all is sad as damn, I got
listen
really
to this
bad
shit.
money and y'all got me out here in the
Oh
hot
my,
sun.
shut
I'm
the
burning
fuck up.
For nothing.
I'm telling you, I don't consent to any searches or seizures.
Huh?
I'm just letting you know.
Huh?
I'm
She's complaining about the
burning,
heaters.
I'm
I'm
just
the
burning up.
Is she going or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm burned up.
Judge one more. I
Stand
know.
up.
This is kind of the base.
Stand up. We're gonna get you out of the heat.
It does count as total base.
Uh-huh.
Judge one total base.
Where am I going?
We're gonna walk to this car.
Uh-oh. A new car.
Where am I going?
I'll explain it to you when we sit inside the car. Because they're hot, right? We want to get you AC.
Yes.
It's where there's AC. There's AC in the jail.
So you're like a friend or a relative?
There's AC in jail?
Friend. Relative.
He won't talk to
Has
him?
my ticket been ruled yet?
No. Because we're still dealing with her.
So here's the deal, okay?
What's the deal?
You're gonna get arrested for resisting without violence, okay? I gave you multiple commands for you to give me your ID, and you didn't give me your
I gave you my ID, sir. I have.
I sat there.
No, you didn't.
I sat there multiple.
She got a nose ring, too. She got... How is it that everybody that has a nose ring is fucked up? Everybody that has a nose ring is just fucked up in one way or another. Not in the same way all the time, but like, damn. Like, what is it, like 99 out of 100 times they're fucked up?
Times give you commands.
And what else? And what else? What am I getting arrested for?
Resisting without violence. I just told you. Yes,
Really,
that's it.
sir?
That's
Yes,
it?
Please,
Yeah,
I
that's
can't.
right.
Please.
I can't.
I did not pull away from you, though. I didn't do anything.
It doesn't need to be that. It isn't
I
need
just
to.
what I gave you my stuff.
It took way too long.
But I gave it to you within what, 5 minutes?
And the thing is that you realize that the reason why he told her that you have to sit down first before I tell you what you're sitting down for is because he knew that she would start wilding out, trying to get out of it, wouldn't get in the car. So, like, he planned this out ahead of time. He says, well, you're going to do what you're sitting down for is because he knew that she would start wilding out. Realized that the reason why he told her that you have to sit down first before I tell you what you're sitting down for is because he knew that she would start wilding out, trying to get out of it, wouldn't get in the car. So, like, he planned this out ahead of time. He says, well, you're going to sit in the car first, and then I'm going to tell you, so that way you can't fight me to try to get in the car. Like, this is a professional here. You see this? Yeah, it's mental chess, right? And it's like when you're playing chess with a pigeon, you know, like, you win.
Oh, got y'all self into it. Yeah, we're on right before we leave.
Oh my God, is he going to jail?
I don't know.
Like, because he did it, that's what I'm saying. He did the same thing like us, and y'all stopped him.
Yeah.
Oh, she was undressing.
Undressing?
She was topless, bro. We have to put the jacket on her.
My supervisor's here. She's gonna search real quick, okay?
Uh-oh.
Face the car.
Yes, ma'am. He arrested me for not giving him my ID, but it didn't take longer than 5 minutes. They stopped him for not stopping at the stop sign. I'm confused. I'm really confused about it. The police been in my life all my life.
What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck? What?
I'm really having anxiety right now. He been asking me for my ID. I'm like, well, why you asking me for my ID and y'all stopped him? You know what I'm saying? Trying to get an answer. He was not giving it to me. So eventually, when they started being aggressive on him, pulling him out of the car, about to pull him out of the car, I gave it to him because I was scared. He said he arrested me for resisting arrest with violence or without?
Without violence.
Without violence, but how?
Okay. I'll explain to you in a second. Do you have anything on you?
No.
No? Okay.
Roger,
You see, they just say, okay.
you please call my mama because I don't understand this.
We'll explain it to you, okay?
Adult daycare, bro.
Have you ever been arrested?
Plenty of times for nothing, but seriously things, and this is nothing.
Man.
I'll talk to you in a second, okay?
I don't want to go to jail.
Okay.
I didn't do anything. Please tell me before they take me. I don't want to go to jail.
She didn't want to go to jail, guys.
Tango for this. Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
I wonder why.
I gave him my ID. He has it right now.
I think she's 22.
Can you give me a second? And then I'll talk to you again, okay? Just watch your feet, okay? A car full of sick hair.
Good? Turn around for me, sir. You just stay facing that way until I get both the handcuffs off, all right? Appreciate you.
Yeah, where's your phone at?
Okay.
So let me get this straight. All she really had to do was be normal. The guy that actually was driving and fucked up is going to be able to drive away. He's going to be fine. And so she really brought this entire fucking thing on herself. Like, she didn't even do anything wrong. And he's, oh my God. Really? That's insane. She had warrants? Wait, what?
She leaves her purse and her phone.
Okay. Her phone is right here.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Got her
Sir,
phone.
she needs her purse and her phone. I'm grabbing it. And she cannot have this. So I'm leaving the pepper spray in your car, sir.
Uh-huh.
She has weed in her purse.
She said she wanted her purse. They have weed. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
95 in the car.
You got your business card?
I got you. So you got the ticket. These are 2 business cards.
You're not free to leave it.
Oh, you said I'm not free to leave.
You are not free to leave.
So I'm still detained.
Yeah. She had weed in her purse. So we'll come. ID number is me.
I love how he's trying to talk about it like, you know, this is some kind of unreasonable thing that's going on. And they're like, yeah, man, you're actually detained. By the way, remember what I said about Home Depot? If this guy was at the Home Depot, I have a feeling that things would not have escalated. I do. I've got a feeling. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But I'm just thinking about it.
She had weed on her purse. Your search only limits to the purse. It doesn't limit to the car.
That is untrue.
That is.
What is your first name, sir? Okay. Anybody knows her? Wrote the ticket.
What's his Leo? What's his first name?
I'm trying to give you back your stuff.
It's always really funny to me when like sub 80 IQ people think that they're going to use the law and like have a legal debate with a police officer. Because like they're so stupid that they don't even understand that they're stupid. They have no idea that they're stupid. So they'll just say whatever the fuck they want.
Do you want your visa?
Or give them to me.
See, I'm trying to help you out, bro.
The rabbi video?
I'm not helping you
This
out.
is not a 106 IQ.
We can't. It don't even matter.
I don't think it is.
Because right now you search my car and I say I don't consider you to search. Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Definitely do.
No, you don't.
But it's all fine though.
You're all
I'm
wrong.
gonna get all your names and badges.
That's fine. Everything you said so far is wrong, and I continue to correct you.
She wanted her purse
You
back?
can limit your search to the purse only.
Do you not understand me?
I said you can limit your search to the purse
That's
only. That's
not-
not my purse.
We understand.
I don't smoke or drink. You smell no weed coming from the car.
We understand that it's
So
not the purse.
so
We
you
understand
also
that it's
you
her
also
purse.
agree. When you grab the purse and you open the purse. So
Saying you can't search it while they're searching it.
you can limit your search to the purse.
I'll take that.
You're wrong.
Yes, I am right.
Okay.
I know I'm
We're not
right.
gonna waste our job.
I don't have to go to law school to know.
We're not gonna risk our job.
I don't have to go to law school to know. Fucking based.
Not for a bad deal, I promise you, bro.
But it's fine. I'm gonna get all your names.
Yeah, that's fine. I gave you mine, and I gave you hers. I think everybody else gave you yours.
That's fine.
Oh, put this in
But
her-
that doesn't limit the
I already stated I don't consent.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Purse in the car, was it not? Was the purse in or out of that car?
Did you smell weed coming from the car, right?
Say less.
Plainview doctor, right? You looked in the car. Did you see weed? No.
We found weed.
Did
I
you
don't even
smell
look.
weed? No.
We found weed. I don't even look.
Plainview doctrine. You found the weed inside the purse, right?
Inside the car.
Inside the purse, right?
Inside the car.
Inside the purse.
Inside.
Inside of the purse that's inside of the car, man. Like, what are you doing? What do you think that the purse is like a safe zone? That it's not in the car? Like, really? Like, god damn. Bro thinks he's cooking. He does. He thinks he got him.
Inside the purse.
You can keep doing all this shit you want. We can still search the
Keep
car.
doing whatever you want.
So you can keep doing all that
And
talking.
that's fine. Like
Go
I
to
said.
the, go to the
Did I get your business
go to,
card?
yes, absolutely. I got my name, my badge, everything on it.
Oh, well.
Go to the police department. Go to the Tallahassee court, federal court, wherever you need to go. Just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, it's no point of holding court on the side of the road, right? It's no point.
You're right.
Let's go to court. Yeah, for sure. You're definitely going to get a court over this.
That is actually a great statement.
He thinks he's winning, yeah.
So I see the body cam still rolling. Is yours rolling?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You see it? Get it.
You have no authority over
I
me.
do.
You're
I'm
telling
sorry.
me to stay here.
You're
I'm a free
17.
man.
You see that? Red light on?
Okay. All right.
You
So
see the
you search my car, right? Search my trunk. It's a locked compartment. You search my. It's locked too, because you need my key to unlock it. You need a search warrant though to search compartment that's locked, right? Can you show me that search warrant? So you guys can't show me.
Right?
So you can't show me the search.
Us not answering you is not saying you're right. It's just like we're not gonna.
I know.
That's all it is.
We don't even want to deal with you anymore, bro. Like, yeah, whatever, man.
That's all it is.
It's just me putting you guys on notice. So,
I'm putting you on notice.
I promise you guys.
We'll just know that if there is a violation, yes, we
Yeah.
absolutely do have to give it just for future reference, okay? This is probably a really stupid arrest, but I'm going to check your cuffs, make sure that they're not tight, and then we'll go from there, okay? Okay.
Yeah, we can get him out.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Are you good with the Mike, are you good with him? Yes. His keys are in the center. All right, you're free to go. You have any questions for me?
I mean, as long as I get y'all.
Everything.
I can't
My
focus
information.
on it.
My information's in the ticket. You have everything on me. Your keys are in the center console, so you're free to go.
Okay. Keys?
She was charged with resisting without violence and possession of cannabis. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my fucking God. Like, honestly, it's crazy for me to see. He was right. What is this here? He was right. They can't search it, but they can tow the vehicle. And if the glove box is locked, they can't search it, but they can tow the vehicle. Yeah, but like, do you really want your vehicle towed? Probably not. And so, call at the beginning, they were high as fuck. Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, some of these people, it's insane how stupid some of these people are. Really, it is. Like, it's shocking for me to see this. One more. All right, we'll watch Drug Dealer's Worst Nightmare Came True. Not today, but tomorrow. I will promise you guys, and I don't do this. I do not do this, but I will promise you guys I'll watch that one, okay? That's got a lot of views. It's probably going to be a good one, okay? There's always they probably come up with a reason for why I do not do this, but I will promise you guys I'll Worst Nightmare Came True. Not today, but tomorrow. I will promise you guys, and I don't do this. I do not do this, but I will promise you guys I'll watch that one, okay? That's got a lot of views. It's probably going to be a good one, okay? There's always they probably come up with a reason for why it's this is what. Oh my God. Oh my, really? Enough? Why do they keep getting dragged out of their cars? Really? Like, what is this? Like, Jesus, I don't understand what this is. Racist woman assaults a group of little kids? Wait, what the fuck? Like, God damn, what the fuck is going on with these people? Jesus, man, people are out of their fucking mind. A man went through his girlfriend of 5 years' phone and found that she was texting 22 different guys every day while living with him.
Yeah, you are. What's your password?
What's your password?
Mine?
Yeah.
Mine's my mom's birthday. What's yours?
I'll open it.
Oh my God. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm holding these.
Please.
Straight up, thumb.
Please.
Stand the f away.
Please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Stop fucking touching me. Stand right there. 6 feet. Stay the f away.
Jesus. What does it say? It's been a minute. Let's see each other. Let me come pick you up. I'll act right for you. I promise. I miss your mouth? Bro.
Oh my God.
This girl is getting used like a fleshlight.
Oh my God.
Wow.
And guess what? Everyone's gonna can see this shit. You're probably gonna get fired.
She hooking up with her boss?
that's
Jeez, look at all these messages.
my God.
10 hours ago. Look at all these Holy shit.
1, 2, 3. Oh my dog. Hey, homie, let go of me.
What is she doing?
Please. Let go of me.
What is she doing?
Don't touch me.
German, please.
Don't touch me.
German, please.
Don't touch me.
Damn.
Oh my.
2 new messages. 2 new messages. Dude.
My God, and it goes on.
And it goes on.
Stop holding me. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fucking whore. That's bitch.
Oh, she's got.
Smack my.
She brought in a tank to hold aggro on him. That's smart.
Again. I'll sue your ass.
Bro, post this shit.
Huh? I gave you the opportunity to talk to me verbally, and you didn't. You didn't. You decided not to.
Okay.
You wanted me to find out this way. It
Okay.
sucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am hurt. I know I am.
Okay, cool.
Like I said, no one's talking to you, fat ass bitch.
I don't give a fuck.
You're obese. No one likes you. You're obese. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
That's right. Do not even. There's no reason to even go and talk to him. She's not even going to these guys for like support. She's just straight up like the town bicycle. Everybody gets a chance to ride. But the thing is, like, I mean, she's cheating on him, right? I mean, that's what's going on. Give me an eye use bathroom. The public toilet? Yeah, kind of close, right? All right. Oh, excuse me. Bro, somebody goes in chat. They say Asma went to go DM her. Did she just go message? No, I didn't go message her. Shut up.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to today's episode of How You Getting Fucked. I'm your host, Louis Rossman, and today I wanted to talk about an article that I was reading.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag has been gonna try it out. Oh. Wait a sec. So then I. Well, okay. So, but wait. There's 3. Okay. Okay, and then I do Bible. Oh wait. Okay, so this is a buff. All right. So. So mouse PI for hire got a review from IGN, and it was not well received. Let's find out why. Let's find out.
I love noir. I'll take all kinds. The hard-boiled detective, the seedy crime story, neo-noir, classic pulp, you name it, I'm buying.
Okay.
So when Mouse PI for Hire sauntered onto my screen the way Ilsa walks into Rick's in Casablanca, I was pretty...
See, I can already tell this is a theater kid. Like, using these illusions and allegories, only a kid that was in AP English in 12th grade would do that. I mean, not an incredible author and writer would never do this, but somebody who was in AP English, they definitely would. I can immediately tell.
excited about it. But noir isn't just an...
The Stop Nick Shirley Act. So this is what's happened, is that they are now putting out an entire act to stop certain types of investigative journalism. This is ridiculous. I can't even believe this is happening. Well, I actually can, but it's still ridiculous.
What do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
I think you're a psycho scam artist.
They don't want to end their fraud racket. A lot of the politicians, they benefit from the political organizations, and so they want this racket to continue. They don't want the truth to get out.
Stop fraud investigations, but you're the one who signed off and you're a co-author of it. Yep. Here in California, they are trying to pass the Stop Nick Shirley Act, the official title.
Dude, imagine you have the biggest state in the entire country. You're a 23-year-old YouTuber, and they have to make an entire act to try to stop you? I mean, why? Because you're saying that certain people are scamming? Really?
Of this bill's
He's got motion. Yeah, you've got to have motion if that's what you're doing.
26, 24.
Oh my God.
And today we're going to be confronting the legislators that are trying to pass this bill. And if this bill were to get passed, instead of going after the fraudsters, they're trying to make it criminal to go after the people that are committing this fraud.
Of course.
For instance, it would become criminal to film and reveal info on taxpayer-funded immigration services like healthcare, which would include...
So now, how are we going to deal with the fraud problem? Make it illegal for people to talk about it. Oh, okay.
Daycare, hospices. Yep. It also covers counseling services.
And the reason why is that it fucks with their bottom line. Like, they will push and they will fight for this illegal alien parasite immigration, like, until their dying breath. Because unless they have this, unless they do demographic and population replacement, which is what they are doing and what they are trying to do, they won't be able to achieve their goals. They want to create, again, I've said this many times, I will say it again, they are trying to create a non-white, non-Western, non-Christian, racial, coalition that they can vote against those interests as a bloc. That's what they are trying to do. That's the reason why they're fighting so hard for it. And that's why I keep saying it. I will continue saying it because it continues to be true.
Translation services and immigration legal services. So, for instance, if the Quality Learning Center was inside of California, it would be illegal to expose them. It would make it illegal to film government-funded NGOs. And this bill essentially wants to shield the info of immigrant support services from the public. So
and keep this in mind whenever people say, oh, well, we shouldn't do this because what if they do that? These people now are trying to literally make a law, pass a law that you can't expose them for fraud. You don't have to wait for these people to do anything. Like, you don't have to do something in order for them to respond. They will just do it on their own.
Tax dollars, you'd have no idea where it's going because it would then become confidential. And you would not be able to see how much money that NGO is getting if it's going towards immigrant services. And what makes this bill
That's
super
right.
interesting is the lady who created this bill, her name is Mia Bonta. Her husband is the Attorney General of California named Rob Bonta. You cannot make this up. So you have the Attorney General who's supposed to prosecute and go after the fraudsters.
That's right.
And then you have his wife who's trying to pass bills to go after the people exposing the fraud. Like, seriously, this is absolutely crazy.
Because
and the
that's their
AG,
goal.
Rob Bonta, just a few days ago said they were cracking down on the fraud way before certain people came into
Behind
the
your face, it's what you'd expect.
state.
We've been doing it successfully
There he is.
before certain people in this country decided to think about it for the first time.
However, it was only after I exposed over $100 million in fraud they actually made any arrest here inside of California.
They don't want their fraud to
Let's say
stop?
this bill
Yeah.
gets passed. What could happen to you if you expose fraud or go and look into immigration services? Well, you could receive a $4,000 fine
$4,000
underneath
fine.
a civil fine, a $10,000 fine if it's criminal, and a $50,000 fine if it becomes a felony. You may also face potential
50,000?
imprisonment and your content be forced to be taken down. This is a
my
complete
God.
violation of the First Amendment, as they are trying to take down and suppress your own speech, make it so you can't film in public, which is taking away your freedom of press.
Wow.
There's a whole lot of issues with this bill, and today we're going to be confronting those that co-authored, signed, and passed
And
this.
keep in mind this, whenever these are the people that are talking about, oh, but the Constitution says that we have birthright citizenship. You are literally making laws that shut down the first fucking amendment. Never listen to these people try to quote the Constitution to you. They don't care about it. And they
bill.
never
And so
did.
truly, every single day here in America, you are learning more and more about the fraud that is taking place. And if you want to become a member of the Anti-Fraud Club and help me as I go all about the country to expose this fraud, go join at antifraudclub.com. It is completely free, and hoodies are also available on the site. And really quick, let's go speak with an assemblyman who knows more about this bill before we go and confront
All
them.
right, let's get
Now
it.
let's get into the video. What's the truth about the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
So you've heard a lot of people trying to call you a liar. Why don't we
Right.
just read the bill? I think that's what everybody just needs to know.
Yeah.
So in this section of AB 2624, which we call the Stop Nick Shirley Act, it says a person, business, or association shall not publicly post or publicly display, disclose, or distribute on the internet or social media the internet, the personal information or image of a designated immigration support service provider, employee, or volunteer if that individual or individual entity or organization authorized on the act of their behalf. And that's just some of the language.
And what does that mean? Immigration support services provider.
You're exact. See, and that
because
is
they don't want they know that if this gets out and more people see this, they'll realize how bad it is. That's why they have to do everything that they can to suppress any conversation about it.
where the devil is in the details. Designated Immigration Support Services Facility means...
Does this law protect ICE too? No, because every law is only as strong as its enforcement mechanism. We have dozens of laws against what's happening against ICE. It's just that they're not being enforced. So this idea that like, oh, but this could work against them, this is the naive notion that you're operating under as if they care about the law in the first place. They don't care about the law. They're just simply using this, and they will selectively enforce it on people that they disagree with politically. That's what's going to happen.
A facility where immigration support services are provided, including, but not limited to, nonprofit organization offices, Department of Justice recognized entities, community legal clinics, law offices, accredited representative sites that provide immigration legal services, and healthcare facilities. They threw that into designated immigration support service facilities.
One of those is definitely not like the others. Like, healthcare is not unique to immigrants, whereas all the other things are unique and intrinsic to being an immigrant.
Care facilities.
And healthcare is at the very bottom of this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where a lot of the fraud's taking place.
That's why
inside
it's
of
there.
Medi-Cal. For instance, the hospices, the daycares are with CalWorks, but they're with anything to have to do with immigrants, essentially could not and is actually punishable.
You're 100% right.
Yes.
And that's where, again, the devil is in the details. their definition of harassment is repeated, unreasonable, and unwelcome conduct.
Unwelcome is like, I mean, this is the most broad term that you can possibly use.
What is unwelcome conduct? Simply you asking questions today, can that be considered unwelcome?
Yeah,
what do
could
they
be.
mean by things that you could generally fear? So if they say the words, I was harassed by
And
Nick Shirley.
they use ambiguity here so they can selectively enforce it on people that they disagree with politically. That's the reason why.
If you were out videotaping a hospice, you would fall under this.
Yes.
Because healthcare facilities is a designated immigration support service facility. That is part of the definition. It is written here that if you post this online and they give you a demand made under that paragraph.
Everybody who's bringing up, by the way, everybody who's bringing up the First Amendment is retarded. These people don't care about the Constitution. They will just, like, everybody knows this is going to get overruled. The people writing this bill know it's going to get overruled. They know that it's not going to happen. What they're doing is they're writing it to scare people. That's what the goal is. Like, if you think that, like, oh, but wait, the Constitution says they can't do that. Who cares? Unless it's being enforced, it's not real. People need to be a lot more realistic about things, I think.
Shall be effective for 4
chilling
years,
effect, exactly.
where you
Yes.
could be punished. So what people really need to know is that the state of California is deciding to punish the journalists out there
That's right.
that are doing the work and exposing the fraud instead of punishing the fraudsters. And a government that diminishes transparency has something to hide.
And what are some more crazy things about this bill?
There's a section in this bill that says any records or documents pertaining to a program participant shall be held confidential.
Man.
So there are workarounds in this bill that will hide information that if you wanted to find online the Quality Learning Center, all of these areas can be now moved around and shifted. They are making it harder to find the people's money when we should be making it easier. When we have already proven that in 3 cases alone in the state of California, $500 million in fraud.
That's
Thank
a
you
lot of
for that.
fraud.
And so essentially, an NGO or a daycare, anything that falls underneath immigration support providers, their information.
What the fuck does a daycare have to do with immigration? If somebody gets their leg cut off, I don't give a fuck if they're from New Guinea or not. Oh, wait a minute. This guy's from Morocco. Get the Morocco leg doctor over here. What are we doing?
They become confidential.
Exactly. Well, that's exactly right, is that they can hide it because
retarded.
they have changed the definitions. Designated Immigration Support Services Facility also includes healthcare facilities, also includes nonprofit organizations, and not only that, areas that the Department of Justice actually recognizes those entities. It's such a broad thing, so you can cover everything. And then, when you look at those definitions,
For
when
the
I
children
read
again,
you
of
the bill,
course.
I am reading the physical bill. So when they call you a liar, how? How are you lying? How, when you have all of the information in front of you, and it's a front. When you sit down and you actually talk about it, you know it's a coordinated effort to steal from the people of California.
In that same day, an
right.
assemblyman, Carl DeMaio,
Fucking based. I am so glad to see young men in government that are finally recognizing and waking up to this bullshit and that are being represented and coming up in the ranks. This is great. I'm so happy about this.
brought forth a motion to push for more transparency on this bill. However, it was then shut down by the Democrats inside of the assembly to not give any more transparency. And as I was explaining this, one of the co-authors passed by, and it was now my time to
there she
confront
is.
these legislators who are pushing forth this bill.
Here's one of the authors of the bill. How are you guys doing? We just want to ask you about the bill and why you guys would pass this bill that really is an attack on free speech.
I am not even sure what you're talking about.
Really?
You said an author. I don't think.
Yes.
I'm an
Did you
author.
pass on? Did you sign to pass this bill? The AB 26?
No, I don't
24?
know what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
You do not.
No,
Are
you
you
guys
serious?
are just talking about something.
We're talking about something random. Okay. Sasha, how are you doing?
Right.
We just want to ask you about the bill AB 2624. Why would you sign off on that? It's a direct violation of the First Amendment, and it makes it harder for people to expose fraud here.
We have ledge counsel. They check the constitutionality of all our bills as we're writing them. I work on fraud issues. You'd know that if you look at some of the work I did on the budget subcommittee.
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is that you work on fraud issues. Thank you for inviting this reality. Yes, we know. That's the issue.
Mia Bonta, her husband's the Attorney General of the Attorney General of California, and it was only until I exposed fraud that they actually cracked down on the fraud and made some arrests here, especially with the hospices. And do you know that if this bill were to pass, it'd make it illegal for someone to go after fraud, especially if it's based off of immigrants, for instance, Armenians in California?
No, I think that that's a misinterpretation of the bill.
No.
But I'm happy to talk with you more about it. And fraud and investigations into fraud are something that's been happening for a very long time. The Attorney General handles those cases. This is an ongoing
weird
issue.
That the wife of the Attorney General, Mia Bonta, is now pushing this bill that literally goes against the First Amendment.
No, I actually don't. I don't think that this bill violates the First Amendment. I mean,
Really?
that's the whole purpose. We
Well, why
have
not?
ledge counsel and ledge attorneys that talk with us about this. Constitutionality is really important to the work.
So your bill criminalizes publication of images recorded in public. Do you believe the government has the right to punish journalists for filming in public space?
No, I think that is a complete misinterpretation of actually.
He reads it. He reads it directly to her. He says, "Do you think they can do that?" No, you don't understand it. You don't. No. See, you don't understand it.
No, because
piece of legislation.
That is not. That's literally what happened. Speaker Rivas, how are you doing? What do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act, AB 2624?
I don't know anything about it.
And do you think there's any conflict of interest there with Mia Bonta and her husband being the AG? That just shows you everything you need to know. These people won't even answer the questions. So you signed off, you're a co-author of the AB 2624 bill. What made you want to sign off on this bill that would literally make it so NGOs don't have to disclose their money?
Yeah, we'd have to go back and look at the materials from that committee hearing.
Okay, and what, for instance, just answer the question. Why does your bill apply to organizations receiving taxpayer money? Shouldn't publicly funded entities have more transparency, not less?
Restate the question?
Yes, so entities that receive money from the government, shouldn't there be more transparency and not less?
I think we want to make sure that we are being accountable to public funds.
Yes, and so you signed off on a bill that would make that harder to have transparency.
Well, I don't think I see it that way. I think that we're making sure that, all of our systems are able to get the money out to community and that there's transparency and accountability incorporated.
But
listen, just phone it into Chat GPT next time, okay? It'll do a better job. Just phone it in. It's embarrassing.
You're literally signed off on a bill that would make it for less transparency, sir.
That's debatable, and I don't
It's
agree.
not debatable.
It's debatable.
They're going for immigration-based services. They're trying to make it harder for money to be disclosed.
Thanks.
Look, they just run off.
Yeah.
Oh,
How are you doing?
I just want to say hi. So, great work. Very
Thank you.
proud of what you're doing.
And how come you think that they're just signed off on a bill that would make it harder for organizations that receive taxpayer dollars to be?
I don't agree with it. I think you're on the right track. This is an attack.
Fucking
it should not,
Bates.
It's not right.
There you go.
You're doing well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're a co-author of the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Oh, you know who I am. My name is Nick Shirley, ma'am. You signed off on the AB 2624 Act. Can you tell us about what you did on that?
I don't even know who you are.
Well, my name's Nick Shirley. But either way, can you tell me about this assembly bill you're trying to pass?
Shirley?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
But could you please just answer it?
You know this bitch was so fucking obnoxious in high school. Can you imagine this? Oh my God. Jesus.
Any question about the AB 2624 bill?
Yeah,
a lot of people are worried
Oh
about
my God.
that it's going to stop fraud investigations. But you're the one who signed off and you're a co-author of it.
Yeah.
These people.
This is the reason why we've invented the word FOID. That's the reason.
Crazy. They can't even answer questions about the bills that they're co-authoring. Hello, Mr. Lowenthal. How are you doing?
Okay, how are
Doing
you?
great. How do you feel about proposing a bill that would put $10,000 fines and potential jail time for publishing a video from a parking lot?
Wait, can you say that to me again? Let me
Yeah, so
understand that
AB
a little bit
2624,
Okay.
if a journalist were to go and investigate fraud in an immigrant service company, essentially, from the government that receives taxpayer dollars, they could potentially risk receiving a $10,000 fine with this bill you guys are trying to pass.
Well, I need to read the bill.
But you signed off on the bill. You passed the bill.
Yeah, I know. I know, I still have to read it. Yeah, I'd have to read it.
What do you mean I passed the bill? I don't know.
It's gone through two. It's gone through two.
What he's doing is that he knows that Nick Shirley isn't like super verbal, and so he's asking him to restate his question so it can draw out more time. And then he's taking the one word that he's saying that was incorrect because it's not passing the bill, and then he's reframing it around that word in order to not address the substance of what's being asked. That's what he's doing. It's pretty obvious.
Times, and it's been passed.
What 2 times? Where are you referring to? Are you referring to committees?
Yes.
Which committees?
I can tell you right here if you give me a second. But
speaking of,
let me guess. Now I'm out of time.
Committee, I'm in the privacy committee right now, but I don't think that bill has passed before my committee.
He's a co-author.
There we go, right? Just literally running out the clock.
Author of it.
Uh-huh.
He's a co-author of that bill. What's your thoughts on this AB 2624 bill? Any response? Like, what would make you guys want to pass this?
Thank you.
Do you think it makes it harder for fraud to get discovered here in the United States? Why can't you guys just answer our questions? You guys are the ones who are signing off on these bills. So what do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act, AB 2624?
I don't
you don't know
about
much
it.
about it? Or?
I don't know if I know that.
Oh, well, can I tell you a little bit about it?
She's a co-author of the bill. Oh, fuck, bro. What is this?
So, you should know about it, because it's kind of your
Shut
job.
up, you little broccoli haircut little bitch.
Stop Nick Shirley Act, what it does is it shields immigrant... Oh. All right, we
She's
can keep
running
on.
away!
The Stop Nick Shirley Act shields immigration nonprofit workers from public record disclosure. It criminalizes publishing images and videos of covered workers, even taken in public. Grants covered
By
or...
the way, look at this security guard, bro. The entire time, he's just there. He's fucking there and waiting.
Power to demand video takedowns, imposes a $4,000 civil, $10,000 criminal, $50,000 felony fines per violation, applies to taxpayer-funded organizations. Would you support a bill that allows all that to take place? It is your job. Would you support a bill? Yes or no, ma'am?
Can you take
Thank
that
you,
out of
baby.
our
It was
face?
so good to meet you. I hope you have a great day.
Ma'am, you're literally working for us, but you won't even answer our own questions. Like, these people
That's dude.
get paid by
They're
our tax
so
dollars.
awful.
Yet
They are
can't even
so
answer
awful.
anything. This is super important. People have a lot of questions about the AB 2624 Act, aka the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Tell us about it.
Well, there is no Stop Nick Shirley Act, but the author's not here today, but I hope you can find her.
But you're the co-author of this.
I'm a co-author of many, many bills that protect vulnerable communities in California.
Good, so you should know a lot about this bill. For instance, it
Hold on.
shields immigration...
Hold on one... Hey.
I hate to disrupt the phone call, but this is important. Wait, come on! Look at that. These guys really just don't want to answer.
You got to admit, though, like, at least that guy, like, I mean, Jesus, bro, like, what a pussy. I know, but at least he had a better answer rather than I'm just not going to talk to you.
Any of the questions. These people won't even answer questions about the bills they're co-authoring.
At least he roached out like a professional. Like, the other ones roached out like high school girls. It's embarrassing.
Welcome to Sacramento. You know, I appreciate you exposing waste, fraud, and abuse. It is rampant in California, just like in Minnesota. Yeah. And if it wasn't for independent journalists like you, that would not be happening in our state. And I
based boomer.
applaud you for doing it. And welcome to Sacramento.
Well, these people are literally signing off on these bills, and they're acting like they don't have any idea what it is, when it really is a direct violation of the First Amendment.
What's that?
Most of them don't read the bills, but they know what it is.
Yeah.
The people that you talk to that co-authored the bill, they know what it is.
It's criminal. And then to think that they're getting paid from the taxpayers of California, yet they can't even answer any questions about these bills that they are co-authors of.
A lot of times when the media will approach them, they deflect often, and that's just the job that they do, and they'll continue to vote. And it's ironic, like I'm the author of SB 14. It's made it a strikeable offense to make sex trafficking of a minor a strike offense in the state of California. And Mia Bonta, we had to get the governor engaged to reverse her decision on the committee to not criminalize sex traffickers, but she wants to.
What? What? Wait, what? 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 Huh?
Criminalize you. That's an ironic situation, huh?
That is very ironic.
It's a weird
so
situation.
the AG's wife, the Attorney General's wife, Mia Bonta, she wanted to protect sex traffickers.
She voted, she wouldn't vote, and she did not pass a bill in committee a couple of years ago to make sex trafficking a minor child a serious strikeable offense. So if you get a strike and 3 strikes, your life in prison. She wouldn't vote for it. The governor engaged in that process the next week.
If sex trafficking a minor isn't a strikeable offense, then why don't we just get rid of strikeable offenses? Like, I mean, obviously nothing is at that point. I mean, that's a pretty bad one, right? Jesus.
They passed it out of committee, but she wouldn't criminalize sex trafficking.
No. See, you can sex traffic 2 minors. It's the 3rd one they have a problem with.
But she'll criminalize people like you.
That is insane. Mia Bonta, she sounds like quite the lady.
You should meet her one day.
She didn't show up to her own job today, Mia Bonta, didn't it?
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, is this Scott Wiener right here?
Yep, yes he is.
Yes.
Scott Wiener, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. Can you give us your opinion?
Capitol.
Thank you very much. Can you give us your opinion really quick on AB 2624?
I think you're a psycho scam artist. So
you think please disclose how you think that. Look how they just run away. These guys are fools. It would suck to have last name Wiener.
Man. Yeah.
Anyways, so right there you have literal co-authors who will not give answers to the bill that they are a part of. Some even said they aren't even co-authors of the bill. Yeah. And now let's see what the public has to say, and later we'll be speaking with the man. Authors of the bill. Yeah. And now let's see what the public has to say, and later we'll be speaking with the man, Carl DeMaio, who is in support of getting rid of the Stop Nick Shirley Act. And he'll explain just how dangerous this bill actually is. Do you think they should pass the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
Absolutely not. We need to stop letting politicians get away with fraud and do better for the people of California here in this state.
Fucking base. There it is. As a California, shit pisses me the fuck off. I mean, the problem is that there's not enough people in I think that the real issue is that there are so many people out there that still think that this is okay. And I think really, I mean, just putting out more content about it, spreading the message is the best way to solve it.
What's your message to Mia Bonta?
She needs to stay in her lane, stop writing BS bills, and let journalists do their job and find out the truth and give the money back to Californians.
And do you think there's a conflict of interest when the Attorney General, his wife, is creating laws to make it harder for people to expose fraud?
Yeah, that is a conflict of interest. I mean, come on, dude.
And right now,
come on, dude. Like, yeah, true.
There's a 46% chance that the Stop Nick Shirley Act becomes law by June 30th.
It might happen here because you got some weird fools over here.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
That's the truth of it, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Nick Fury?
46% chance that the Stop Nick Shirley Act becomes law, according to Polymarket right now. Insane.
Yeah.
I see what they've been doing towards you, and it's completely strange. You're just a local news person, and you're an amazing journalist, and then somehow they're just like throwing these bites out and like saying that you're this and that. So that's a very weird situation. We're Jesus believers, and we've been praying for the state, and we've been praying for you.
Good luck.
Actually, when we were praying, he has sensed that, this state has been drained in terms of wealth and in terms of abundance because of these people with the policies and the bills that they've been passing. And we believe this is a very important year for California to be saved, literally need to be saved and rescued from everything that had gone on for the last 4 to 5 years. Ever since with all these agendas going in and everything. But we need people to pray, and we need people to speak out, and we need reformers.
We do have an actual conflict of interest when the Attorney General is married to someone who's trying to author a bill to essentially attack our freedom of speech. I would consider this to be...
Dude, some of these people are so bait. This is crazy.
Textbook conflict of interest, and I would consider it to be extremely unethical. Every journalist across the country should be pissed right now because an attack on Nick Shirley is essentially an attack on everybody. We need our freedom of speech. If we don't have our freedom of speech, what do we have? Next step, Second Amendment.
You're one of the few people...
Jesus, bro. My God damn, bro. He had that locked in.
Who have opposed the Stop Nick Shirley Act. What made you oppose this bill?
Because I read the bill. I mean, it's as simple as that. You read the bill and you realize that it's against the First Amendment. It criminalizes citizen investigative journalists who take video and expose fraud. Yes. And that's what the bill's designed to do. It's designed to keep secrets, to keep the public from knowing what's going on. They don't want to end their fraud racket. A lot of the politicians, they benefit from the political organizations and various contractors and grantees that are getting money and getting it fraudulently.
Well, they can leverage contracts as collateral. Yeah.
And so they want this racket to continue. They don't want the truth to get out. That's why they got the Stop Nick Shirley Act. I mean, when I looked at it, I said, clearly, if Nick Shirley had been in California and visited one of our Somali leering centers with no daycares and no kids or a fake hospital.
I love how now it's just acknowledged that this is a huge problem. Like, isn't it crazy that this was just going on and nobody even gave a shit enough about it to solve it?
And
like, whenever they do try to do something, they'll like solve half of 1% of the problem and be like, "See, guys, we really care."
If this bill were enacted, he would be literally hauled into court, injunctive relief, restraining orders, and a lot of money would be penalized to any investigative journalist that are trying to bully up front. And if anyone has the audacity to videotape and post fraud, to bankrupt them. This is all about bullying and bankrupting citizen journalists. Can you?
The process is the punishment.
Imagine how outrageous it is to have an organization committing fraud, Somali leering centers with no kids or fake hospices. You show up and you capture the evidence of their misdoings. Yeah. The operator, the fraudster, hands you a business card that just simply says, "I hereby insist that you not post the video." That's all they have to do under the law.
Yes, that's correct.
You then do the right thing. You post the video so the public knows what's going on with their money, and they haul you into court and fine you and penalize you for breaking the law. That's the way they're going to weaponize this bill against citizen journalists, and we can't allow it to happen. It's against the First Amendment. It will ultimately, if passed, get overturned in the Supreme Court, but in the meantime, it's a chilling of free speech.
That's exactly why they do it. I'm glad that he understands this. And this guy's obviously competent. It's they know this is a losing proposition. They're only doing it to scare people. That's the reason why.
It keeps secrets on all the fraud that's going on.
It's very concerning to know that right now you have politicians who are passing these bills knowing that it is violating the First Amendment.
Yeah. They don't care. And so I've been working the floor, handing them actual text. I said, "Did you just read the text?" Because the author of the bill is lying. She says, "Oh, no, it has nothing to do with..."
Look at the ratio. 24 likes, 513 comments. So this is that retarded bitch that, she came up with this. This is it.
to Nick Shirley's. It has nothing to do with citizen journalists. But when you read the text, it's plain English. It would make it a crime to post a video of evidence of fraud, and it would, result in very costly fines. So we want this language to be removed from the bill. Actually, I want the bill to be killed entirely, but at the very least, they need to take this provision out. The Stop Nick Shirley Act needs to be removed from the bill.
In this bill, it talks about immigrant services. It's very vague. That means healthcare, translation services, attorney services,
daycares.
Daycares. It's very vague on what they're trying to say this. Bill is. And it's being backed by Churla.
The Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights LA, which is a taxpayer-funded organization that isn't really providing services. They're really organizing violent protests in LA.
Well, why? See, this is what they do. This is the reason why they care about the funding, is that all this stuff, like a lot of these people and the organizers, I don't think that everybody's being paid in the crowds, but I think there are agitators that are being paid. And I think that there is an entire ecosystem and like a massive like protest apparatus mechanism that exists, because it's about every left-wing edge issue, whether it's Maduro, abortion, ICE, like Iran, what Cuba. It's so fast and so agile that something has to be happening behind the scenes. There has to be funded organizational structure that's causing this to happen. Palestine, yep, there's another one, right? It's not natural. I don't think so.
They're agitators, and they don't want people capturing their bad behavior on video. This is designed to protect them.
That's exactly right.
in the activities that they're doing.
And if this bill were to be passed, organizations like Churla, they would not even have to disclose the amount of money they're getting from taxpayers.
Correct. These organizations are if they have nothing to hide, why have this bill? And the way they define immigrant services is so broad that a fake hospice could say, well, one of our fake patients, one of our non-existent patients could have been an immigrant, so therefore we get protection under the bill as well.
That's right.
It is absolutely a bill designed to hide the fraud that's going on in the state of California, and the politicians clearly know that the investigative journalists are on the case, and they got to stop the investigative journalists before it's too late, before the public learns the truth.
And do you think
I think that the real problem, this is the issue that I have, is that the federal government and a lot of these state governments are not draconian enough. Like, I think that there's a lot of ways that you can solve these problems, but even the Republicans that are in charge, on a scale of like 1 to 10, I think that right now they're in between a 2 and a 3, and I think they should be at a 10, at least a 9, at least. And like, that's the problem, is that like I have like this might sound weird, right? And like, I understand a lot of people might disagree with this take, but I actually have more animosity and anger towards Republicans for this than Democrats. Because the Democrats are simply acting in their best interest. They're awful people, but they are acting in their best interest. The Republicans are acting against their best interest, and they're doing it on a misguided notion of principle and some sort of politics, but they're actually hurting everybody else. And that's what makes me really angry, is that I get upset that a lot of these people that are Republicans are not willing to take drastic and extreme measures to solve this problem. Every once in a while, Trump talks about doing it, and then it never really happens. And so it's the same thing as kind of the Epstein files, where the public, the issue is that there's no real, like, effective tool of protest that a lot of these people do. Ron DeSantis is taking it seriously. He is. And I think Florida is probably one of the only states that's doing it properly. And I if it was up to me, like, I'd probably do it even more, right? But, like, for example, like, doing things like this act and, like, this bill and, like, the amount of just kind of extremism that they engage in, I think that, you know, it's, again, like I said, you know, if people take the low road, you meet them there, right? Like, I meet them there with a shovel because you're going to go even lower. Like, the fact that we're not going after this, like, way more is crazy to me. It's insane that we're not doing this. Remember the lock her up? Yeah. Like, that was my idea. Like, my goal was, like, okay, arrest Hillary Clinton. You think Hillary Clinton did something bad? Put her in fucking jail. Put her in fucking jail. Actually do something about it. And that's the thing that really frustrates me. And I think that, like, if you contrast that with, like, for example, this is the last point I want to make. I'll let the video play. If you contrast that with, like, whenever Trump got Maduro, Trump didn't ask permission for that. He didn't talk about it. Or he did. But, like, he didn't really, like, say he's going to do this. He just went and got him. He just did it. You're not going to undo that. Like, it just happened. Like, it killed dozens, if not hundreds of people in the process. And it already happened. That was it. It's done. That's the kind of action that I want to see. I want to see divisive, severe, and precise action. And I don't see any of these. It's extremely frustrating. Republicans are naive. They are. Our problems require painful solutions. People vote for it, but they always chicken out whenever the check comes. Exactly. And that's the problem, is that the moment that people start crying, literally, and somebody gets killed or something like that, everybody's supposed to just say, oh, you know what? Let's let all the immigrants stay. Like whenever the protests happened in Michigan with ICE. Like, if somebody gets killed, that's what happens, right? I mean, like, that's life. If you didn't want this to happen, you shouldn't have brought all these people in there. But the problem is that people are so... They're basically completely cucked out by their own empathy. And they're having their empathy weaponized against them to subvert their own values. And I find it to be disgusting. And what's embarrassing, and this is really what I think is going to happen, I don't think this is ever going to stop. I don't. I don't think that you're ever going to change the public's perception on this, because the public is stupid. They're goyim, right? They're stupid. Like, you're never going to get them to understand it. You're never going to get them to see nuance. Most people can't read above a 6th grade level. They're like bought cattle, right? Like, that's it. But the problem is that we have politicians that aren't willing to do that, because I can counter it and say this. A politician that actually did what I think they should do, I bet their poll numbers would skyrocket. I bet people would say, holy fuck, it's actually happening. And it would finally revitalize people that are just totally like that UK guy, that are just so disenfranchised and demoralized out of the process. Just do it.
There's a conflict of interest with Mia Bonta, husband being the AG.
That's what I think.
The Attorney General of the
That's
state.
my opinion.
Meanwhile, he's trying to take credit for exposing the fraud. Meanwhile, she's trying to silence those that actually have exposed the fraud.
Look, when you showed up and visited the fake hospices in LA and Southern California, you showed he wasn't doing his job. This isn't hard to find. He literally was ignoring it. And so you embarrassed him. You embarrassed him by showing that he's not doing his job to protect taxpayer funds. He then calls a press conference.
He is doing his job, but his job isn't to protect taxpayer funds.
Last week and says, oh, look, I took out 21 fraudsters. I'm thinking that's just the tip of the iceberg. And now we've dismantled the fraud rings in California. No, they're not dismantled. You have 21. When you indict 2,100 people, then maybe we're starting to turn the corner.
You refer to me as certain people.
Certain people. You did his job. You did his job, the job that he should have been doing all along. You did his job, you embarrassed him, and now Mia Bonta, she doesn't want it to happen again, so she's trying to stop citizen journalists.
That's right. That's right, exactly. And they're trying to shut it down, because if nobody can talk about it, then they can commit the fraud a lot more. And how can we make an abbreviation for everyone that's goyim, like trans do? Well, I goy. I mean, like, I think that's a pretty good version, right? Well, I'm gonna link you guys the video. Make sure to give it a like. I'm a huge supporter of Nick Shirley. I think Nick Shirley is great. And I'm very glad to see this happen. I am. And hopefully, over time, more people will come to my side of the table, right? I think that for a lot of people, I am still probably too extreme. But over time, I think that people will realize that, you know, even if what they think that I'm saying is evil, it is a necessary evil. It is. It is a necessary evil, and it must happen.
Hey there. Just wanted to share the latest in the David murder case. This has been something I've been actively following. I know I've already made 2 videos about the case since his arrest, and, well, time to make it a trilogy because I think it's important to cover this. There were a lot of people, and still, even in the face of everything I'm about to tell you that was brought up today from the prosecution, there are still a lot of people that are fighting tooth and nail, raising their shield to defend David, still believing with their whole heart and 2 neurons that he was framed and is actually a victim in all of this as well because he had nothing to do with the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child whom David was dating, by the way. And the Dummies for David movement always likes to, you know, bury that one as quickly as possible. He's homeschooled, so he didn't know. And he's just a little zany. He's a little quirky. He had no idea. That's bad. It's fucking lunacy to be acting like he's some blameless angel in all of this, in spite of all of the evidence that the public has access to. If you bother to do any amount of research on this case with just the information that is readily available to you right at your fingertips right now, all of it points to only one person who is most likely responsible for her murder, and that person is David. And now, as of today, we're getting even more new information, and it is fucking disgusting. They already mentioned a couple days ago that the prosecution has 40 terabytes here in this case against David. 40 fucking terabytes is an unfathomable amount of anything. And just a moment ago, they dropped like their first teaser as to what some of this new information looks like. The prosecution alleges that they found a significant amount of child porn on David's phone.
Story number 2. A hearing just wrapped up for singer David in his first-degree murder case.
The prosecution revealed details about disturbing digital evidence. Let's get to CBS LA's Rick Montanez with what we learned in court today. Rick, what are you hearing?
Amy, Chris, the hearing just wrapped up within the half hour here, and cameras were not allowed in court, but I can tell you that the defendant, David Burke, was in court today in shackles and wearing that orange jumpsuit. The biggest new piece of evidence revealed, prosecutors say a significant amount of child porn found on Burke's cell phone.
Now, I imagine that isn't just some baseless claim from the prosecution. They probably have all of that evidence as part of their 40 terabytes here that they will be providing to the court. There's still a lot of processing that they are going through right now because there is so much that they have gathered in this case over the last 7 months. But now they are stating they have evidence that there was a significant amount of child porn on David's device.
We also want to point out that this all happens one day after the medical examiner's report became public. That is the report on the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The report says, or I should say the family of Rivas Hernandez is absolutely devastated to learn the gruesome details contained in that write-up. That's according to a family statement. So this report says the 14-year-old girl died of sharp force trauma, but the autopsy was difficult because of the severe decomposition of her dismembered body when it was found in the singer's abandoned Tesla last September.
The autopsy revealed the grisly nature of her killing, it being sharp objects, and then it was mentioned why it was so difficult for them to figure out what actually killed her. It's because her body was chopped up and decomposing in the fucking trunk of this monster's car. So it made it difficult for the autopsy to definitively say what the cause of death was. And since the autopsy brought this information to light, people have been going through David's music and music videos and noticing some really fucking haunting shit in there. Most notably with the anime video he made for his song Rehab, where there is a character in there that bears a lot of similarity to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now, the music video came out in 2023, but David met Celeste as early as 2022. And in this music video, David cuts off that character's arm and then throws a sword which stabs her in the stomach, killing her. In real life, Celeste had her body chopped into pieces and stuffed into bags, thrown in a trunk, and the autopsy revealed that her cause of death was sharp objects through the torso, notably her upper abdomen and hitting her liver. Now, of course, I have no doubt that none of that is going to be used in court in any way, shape, or form by the prosecution. I imagine they have far more solid evidence to be bringing to court in that 40 terabytes. I don't think they'll be using like similarities from the music video versus what actually happened, or, you know, video clips that exist where he's saying some crazy shit. I imagine they're going to be going for like completely irrefutable things that you can't just write off as a coinky-dink or something like that. But I wanted to mention it because it really does feel like David was just leaving breadcrumbs in his music to the sick and twisted person that he is, and that he had this like murderous intent. It's fucking sickening stuff.
On Monday, he pled not guilty to the capital murder charges. We spoke with a former federal prosecutor just a short time ago here on CBS LA Mornings about this new evidence revealed in today's hearing and the fact that David's phone, according to prosecutors, contains child porn.
And obviously, we don't know if it's Celeste Rivas's images and videos or something else, but that is a significant offense. Obviously, it helps prosecutors prove the sex crimes, the lewd and lascivious, Penal Code Section 288, but it's also a separate crime in and of itself. And it's certainly the possibility that the feds even step into this case, because they typically will prosecute these types of child pornography cases.
It is extremely serious, and this is new information that's been brought forth from the prosecution here. And the fact that they are bringing this as evidence in this case must mean that they have irrefutable proof that on David's device, he had that material. I have no idea how the David defenders will even begin to wrestle with that in mental gymnastics, some kind of excuse there, like, he was just holding it for somebody else. He's been framed again. They put it there. They framed him for the murder, now they're framing him with child porn. I have no idea how they could even begin to tackle that one. Because even though it hasn't been proven yet, the fact that the prosecution is even putting this forward means they must be able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that, yeah, his phone had child porn on it. So that's the newest piece of information that's been brought up. Now, as mentioned, they are still going through a lot of processing for a lot of digital evidence that they have compiled. So in a week, I believe about a week, it's going to go back with both sides, and they're going to discuss if they need even more time about, going to a capital murder trial. So as of right now, we don't have everything being brought forth yet, but it is beginning and it's moving fast. The process is underway and it is moving very quickly. So I guess we'll know more in a week, but I just wanted to give you this update here because that new allegation coming to light here is once again another disgusting development here in the David case. Anyway, praying for justice for Celeste here. I truly don't see a world where David is innocent at all. And anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
coffee.
And she just responds back to the DM and goes, sorry, I just don't think you can afford it.
So is it bad that anytime I hear somebody say, oh, this is a black-owned business, I just know they're about to charge me out the ass?
So in my opinion, something over the last few years has shifted regarding small businesses. Supporting small business has always felt like the right thing to do. I've even talked numerous times on this channel about how we should always shop small as opposed to these big corporations that always have their hands in our pockets. But I'm noticing that the conversation is now starting to shift. A lot of people aren't wanting to support small business anymore, and I think that a lot of people's feelings are valid. Because you go into a small business with good intentions, right? And you walk out thinking, wait a minute, I paid how much for this? People are taking to the internet to start to complain about small businesses being way overpriced, declining quality for those expensive items, really weird policies, and businesses that are acting like you owe them something. So what I am personally starting to see right now with all of this being out and open on the internet, everyone voicing their concerns, what I see is a growing pattern of a lot of small businesses that are actually pushing their customers away, all the while blaming the customers for not supporting them. And that right there is where things get really messy. So today we're gonna take a look at real people voicing their pain points about small business right now. I'm gonna give you guys my thoughts, and I wanna hear yours too down in the comments. Are customers just simply being too harsh on these businesses, or are some small businesses just genuinely ruining their own reputation?
Can't stand when small businesses come on here talking about some, y'all don't support my small business. Bitch, you're selling a t-shirt for $50, a pants for $150. No, I'm not buying that. Like, y'all prices are ridiculous. It don't make no sense.
Yep, so we're already starting in with the things are way too expensive approach. I actually know exactly what she's talking about. Some of the t-shirts that you will see me wear on occasion, I've actually purchased from other women-owned small business, but they're not $50 for a t-shirt, they're like $25, and even that is pretty steep in my opinion. But a lot of these small businesses that are charging astronomical amounts for clothing pieces are using like the cheapest polyester that you get from China, and they're marking it up because they're trying to say that they're a bougie brand of some kind. And I think a lot of these businesses that do that just are trying to rely on the fact that the general public isn't smart enough to know that. With the age of Temu, oh honey, we know how cheap that fabric is and how much you probably paid for it.
I'll never understand supporting local small businesses because why would I pay double the price for something and have to leave my house when I can order it on Amazon for half the price and it gets delivered to me?
That's another problem that people are having, right? A lot of people are trying to stretch their dollars as far as they can go, and buying products from small businesses is not as economical as going to a corporation like Amazon and buying items that are basically the same thing, sometimes the same thing, for half the price, and just have it, you know, delivered directly to their door for free. And let's just be real here. There's a lot of small businesses that just order shit off of Amazon and they mark the price up and sell it as their own. And I can't knock at you guys because that's exactly what private label is. You buy something cheap, you put your brand on it, you market it, and you sell it for more. That is exactly what a lot of people are doing. But a lot of the general public now is starting to really pay attention to their bank accounts. And why would they buy a thingamajig for $50 when they can get a similar knickknack on Amazon for half the price? I mean, I see the logic. So the very first comment that comes up on this video is buying local keeps money circulating in the local economy. Corporate profits do not. This is taught in high school economics courses. This guy, Carlos, is 100% correct, but the thing that he is failing to acknowledge is the fact that not everybody has the money to shop small all the time. They have to go to these big corporations that have cheaper products because they're buying in higher quantities. So this person right here says, everyone here is mad and I understand the economic factor, but when I'm living paycheck to paycheck and supporting 2 kids, I'm not paying $46 for something I can spend $20 on Amazon. And that is the sad, sad part that a lot of small businesses are starting to realize. I stopped supporting local when I realized they buy the cheapest crap from Temu and charge premium prices. The days of quality products are largely gone. I simply cannot afford to buy local.
I hate it when people say, oh, go and support small businesses. And then when I go and try and support them, I see their prices are like double or triple the amount of a regular store. Look, I love to support a small business, and I understand that sometimes prices will be higher because you don't have as much inventory or staff or it's handmade. But for you to have these outrageous ass prices that are so heavily marked up and then expect people to shop at it, and you get mad when like people don't and they go and shop at these big chains, that is on you. I just saw a video of this business and they were selling custom made shirts and they would put memes on the shirt. They were selling one single t-shirt for $29. They were trying to guilt trip people into saying like, oh, why are you not supporting a small business? You just want to support the big corporations. You know what? I will support the big corporation actually when I can buy a $12 t-shirt versus a $29 one that looks like a 5-year-old made it. Or another example, which is my favorite, going to small coffee shops, I love it. But some of those shops have like $11 small coffees. $11 for a small coffee? No, I'm not supporting
video games, like the Pragmata stuff, oh my god, like I don't know what's happened nowadays. I really don't. It has gotten so fucking bad. It is so fucking bad now, guys. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
So I recently put one of those screen time locks on all my social media accounts because, as I had mentioned before, once or twice, I do suffer from being chronically online. And for some reason,
I benefit from it.
I decided that now was the perfect time to get a handle on that. So my gaming and entertainment news for the past week or two have...
I will actually be even more honest in saying, like, the moment that I'm off stream, I'm off social media. There's no, I don't need a lock on my phone. I have a lock on my life. It's called video games. You think I'm going to refresh Twitter and hear what some fucking idiot's saying? Like, no, I'm trying to play a game. Like, I spent fucking 5 hours looking at what idiots say on Twitter. I'm tired of seeing it. Like, I don't even know what happens.
Come in these weird little bursts. I would check my phone and learn Xbox admitted the Game Pass price hike was a mistake. Pull it out later to see that the entire Avatar: The Last Airbender animated movie leaked across the internet. And finally watch as Capcom continues to put out banger after banger. A lot has happened, so let's dive in. Well, Windrose is officially out and has sold over 1 million copies while sitting at very positive reviews on Steam. And I have actually seen not one, but 2 articles from Western journalists praising this game, while also throwing shots at Ubisoft. Honestly,
they fucked up big time. They did. And like, if I look at how is it doing now, let me see. This is Korean Detention Center. That's not what I'm looking for. SteamDB Windrose right now is at 110,000 players. This is a phenomenal, insane fucking success. Incredible fucking success. Amazing level of success. Wuthering Waves in the background? Yeah, I've been playing it. It's amazing level of success. Wuthering Waves in the background? Yeah, I've been playing it.
A little bit suspicious. But Windrose has been added to the backlog for now, though, as I am still busy searching for that Crimson Desert, which just hit 5 million copies sold, by the way.
Wow.
Trailervis devs are on a generational run, it appears.
I actually think Crimson Desert is, in a lot of ways, I got more out of it than Resident Evil. I think Resident Evil is going to win Game of the Year, but Crimson Desert is probably my Game of the Year. Just based off of, like, it being exactly what I want in a game. And like a lot of y'all, like I'm telling you, after the updates, they really made it a lot better.
And have continued to just put out patch after patch. They even added an option to further speed up NPC dialogue and cutscenes. Not a full skip, but you know, I will take it. PlayStation reported its best console sales month this year. Coincidentally, right before the price hike went into effect.
How convenient.
Sadly, though, it looks like Lana Del Rey was not so lucky, as she was spotted buying one just recently, probably because she found out her James Bond song is for a video game and not a movie. Speaking of Sony, though, we also learned recently...
It's crazy, dude. That guy won the fucking lottery. Imagine just being like an alligator tour guide and you get to marry this hot pop star and she buys you PlayStations.
That the rumored next God of War spinoff is going to be led by none other than Kratos' wife. Shocking. I know it is extremely out of character for Sony, who would never take a beloved male-led franchise and hand the sequel or spin-off to a female lead. Xbox's new
anytime they gender swap the lead of a franchise, I just assume it's going to be garbage. Like, nobody wants that.
CEO just came out and admitted the Game Pass price hike from 6 months ago was a mistake.
Yep.
Just a little mistake, guys.
Oops.
Okay, so I don't know. Are we walking this back? Are we feeling friendly? Apparently, the whole company is feeling friendly right now. So much so that Blizzard is reportedly teaming up with Playground to work on the new Fable game, which to me...
That looks really bad.
It feels like Microsoft just forcing 2 of their children to play together, even though they have absolutely nothing in common. Lastly, though...
I think the real problem is because the people that are making the new Fable have never made a combat game, and the combat inside of Fable looks worse than an Unreal 5 tech demo. I think that's the real problem. Like, every single slop Souls-like that comes out nowadays had better combat than Fable did. That's the issue. And I think Blizzard, I mean, for all their faults, Diablo Force combat is good. It flows well. Overwatch flows and plays extremely well. World of Warcraft flows and plays extremely well. They need the help.
Mouse PI for Hire is finally out. Now, I won't lie to you, boomer shooters are not really my thing, but I do have a lot of respect for the... I won't lie to you, boomer shooters are not really my thing, but I do have a lot of respect for the indie devs who created a very unique game with a creative and fun concept, overwhelmingly positive on Steam, so of course, IGN gave them a 6. Coincidentally, the same score as Crimson Desert, so congratulations to Mouse, you guys are in great company. All right, now that that is all out of the way, there are a couple of things that I did want to dig into, starting with the leaks. Within the span of about 72 hours last week, 2 things leaked. The upcoming James Bond game, 007 First Light, had major story spoilers drop due to a security flaw in the Indonesian game rating system, and the really entire Avatar The Last Airbender movie, which was supposed to be releasing this fall, leaked online. Which is crazy timing because I just mentioned in my last video that Atla is one of my all-time favorite series. Now, the 007 leak has actually been handled pretty well from what I can tell, though I will be honest, I actually don't care enough about this game to be bothered by spoilers, so I could be a little bit biased. The Avatar situation, though, is a whole other animal. Paramount has been doing everything they can to fumble this movie for a while now. We have been waiting years for this, and at the end of last year, Paramount announced they were pulling the theatrical release and putting it exclusively on their streaming platform. And if that wasn't enough, my original beef with this movie started when the casting director proudly announced the DEI decision to fire the entire original voice cast and recast every major role in the name of authenticity. In an animated movie with characters established 2 decades...
What? Understood. There's been more emphasis on voiceover to match actors' ethnic and racial background to the characters they're portraying. Atla is a fictional world, but there are cultural influences. Yeah, nobody wants that. Like, Diana in fucking Pragmata was voiced by a black chick. Nobody cares. Like, this is a problem that nobody has. The only people that are advocating for this are racists and voice actors of those ethnicities that think that if they create a cost or like some sort of like social thing, that they'll get more work. That's literally it. Nobody else cares.
Ago, in a fictional world with made-up nations,
what a stupid
they even
thing to
hired
say.
a blind Asian voice actress to play Toph. But that was all before the leak. And while this is just speculation, it has been reported that the leak could have cost Paramount up to $80 million. Yikes.
Wow.
With the really embarrassing part, the leaker who actually posted the entire film on X said he was just doing it to troll. This guy was not even an Avatar.
I decided to troll a little bit. I'm just gonna troll a little bit.
Not even angry. He just woke up one day and decided the world needed to see it right now. Now, Paramount, if you are listening to this somehow, I can neither confirm nor deny that I have seen the full movie floating in the highest quality around the internet, which means I also can neither confirm nor deny that the animation was absolutely peak. The story was so-so, and the voice acting, as expected, was disappointing.
I didn't even
allegedly.
know.
But what is even more wild about all of this is that Paramount's official response has been basically nothing. They have declined to comment. They have been putting
Smart. Honestly, they shouldn't say anything about it because the more you talk about it, the more attention you draw to it.
out copyright takedowns, but that's really it. In fact, most of the PR I have seen has come from artists who have worked on the movie and the original voice of Toph. You know, the actress that Paramount fired. She is on TikTok right now urging fans not to watch the leaks, to respect the cast and creators, and wait until October to pay for the Paramount Plus subscription. All the while using her character's iconic voice to defend the company that replaced her. The facts are the facts, though. this movie is out, and while I can understand the frustration and disappointment from all of the creators and artists who worked on it, and I do feel bad for them, getting angry with fans or lecturing them to wait until October to...
It's never a good idea for people that are in the privileged roles of entertainment to try to talk down to their audience and tell them, don't pirate, don't steal things. Like, it's just, people don't want to hear it. And they especially don't want to hear it from actresses and other people of places of perceived privilege. They don't want to see that. They don't want to hear it.
Pay for a subscription to watch this movie is crazy. I don't know. Call me crazy, but I don't think the purity testing is going to work for this one, guys. I just don't. And Paramount really can't be mad at anyone but themselves. On top of having terrible security protocols, they are no stranger to leaks. For example, the Sonic Racing leak, and every single decision that led to this moment was theirs. They have been radio silent about the marketing and progress for this project. They pulled the theatrical release. They paywalled it behind a subscription. They fired the original cast. Despite significant pushback and concerns from fans, they really have shown little to no respect for the fans of this series throughout this entire process, so it's really not hard to imagine why many fans are not returning the favor. To be honest, I don't really know what Paramount is supposed to do from here. Do they pivot to theaters? Do they fast track the release on their platform? The movie is just out there in like mint condition, but if they did backtrack and release it in theaters as people had asked for originally, I would definitely watch it again. Allegedly. So
I think that's probably true. That's what I would do if I were them.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
If you are looking for a studio that has it together right now, Paramount is unfortunately not it, but you know who does.
Somebody says, holy crap, they really did replace her with a blind chick? The fuck? I thought it was a prank. Yeah, no, it wasn't a joke. Well, it was, but it was true.
Even though we may not always have seen eye to eye, I have always had a soft spot in my heart for Capcom, so seeing them absolutely cook right now makes me very happy. A couple of videos ago, I was gushing about Resident Evil Requiem, and unless I am truly shocked by something, that game will probably be my game of the year.
Yeah, I'm not
surprised. And after just launching that in February, not even 2 months later, Capcom casually drops their brand new IP, Pragmata. And I think that's when it really started to solidify for me that Capcom is not playing around this year, because it is April and they have already put out 3 bangers. RE9.
Keep in mind, they also did Monster Hunter Wilds last year. Like, Capcom is on a generational run. They are. Like, and then before that, they have Street Fighter too. So they have like a They are. Like, and then before that, they have Street Fighter too. So they have like a massive live service game that's like in my opinion, the best fighting game to watch.
Monster Hunter Stories 3 and Pragmata.
Well, it sucks,
a game
though.
so wholesome. They even got Kotaku, of all publications, writing glowing coverage and praising fatherhood. The parent propaganda between Requiem and Pragmata is working overtime, and I am all for it. But they are not done with 2026. They even said so themselves just the other day. We have still got Onimusha, Way of the Sword, another massive Monster Hunter Wilds expansion and Mega Man, which is teed up right
Wait,
after.
the expansion is coming out this year? There's no way. I mean, it hasn't even been announced. And it's almost May. There's no fucking way they're
Now that is the confidence of a studio that just got Kotaku to praise fatherhood. Which brings me to Pragmata. I actually got to start playing this past weekend, and I'll be honest with you, typically I'm not a huge space games type of girl, with the exception of forcing my husband to play Alien Isolation or Dead Space, so I could watch, but normally it's just not really my thing. But I figured, okay, the game looks cute. It is Capcom, so the level design is probably going to be great, and the action adventure, if it's anything like Resident Evil, will be a lot of fun. And so far, I am really enjoying it. Diana's hacking mechanic is a really unique feature, and I am loving the story so far. Hugh and Diana's dynamic is incredibly sweet, and as an aunt myself, she reminds me of my nieces. The game really makes you want to just do everything you can to protect her and keep her safe, which apparently is a controversial position to have, because there has been this whole discourse online of people saying that it's inherently creepy for men to even want to play this game.
Oh, boy. Now we get to hear the Foyd rage. Oh my God. So many of these women on the internet got so mad about this game. It was so fucking embarrassing. It's crazy. Why?
That regular kids don't look
rage,
like that or act like that.
Pragmatic game, what are you talking about?
They do. That men being excited to care for their robot daughter makes them predators somehow, especially if they do not have a child yet of their own. Now, I don't know about you, but the majority of responses I have seen to this game have been men everywhere posting that it is making them want to be a dad.
Dude, like, am I the only person that's normal that just played the game? I said, oh, this is a pretty fun game. Yeah, I like this game. It's good. It's well designed. It plays well. I enjoy. Like, am I the only person that just had fun playing the game? Like, what the fuck happened? Right, that was a good game.
And playfully joking about how they would die for their robot daughter. Men talking about how emotional they are playing as a protective, caring father figure. This game making them want to be a good father. That is a beautiful thing. That is something that we should be celebrating. There are very few things on this earth more important than men being loving, protective fathers. And people are out here calling that desire inherently weird.
It's because there are women that hate men. Like, it's really not that complicated. Like, there's a lot of women that are on the... Why do you think... I'm going to say something people might not like. Anytime you see a hot girl that's on the internet, you got to ask yourself, why isn't there a guy that's spending time with her? Like, I had this realization when I was in my WoW guild, is that we had a female officer post a photo of herself. And she was a very pretty girl. And we were talking about this, right? Like, not in a weird way. We were just discussing it. And my other officer, I'm not going to say who it was, said that it was a bad thing. He says, it's bad that she's hot. I said, why is it bad? What do you mean? He says, why is she on the internet all day then? Why is there no guy trying to spend time with her and go out and do stuff with her? It was Jeff. It was not Jeff. And honestly, it was not Cody either. It was not. It's a guy in my guild. It was a guy in my guild. And the thing is that this was the same girl that stole money out of the guild bank to test to see if I would notice, to see if I still cared about the guild. This stupid little girl would run in. She was a paladin healer on Gahoon and fucking Uldir in Battle for Azeroth, and she would always try to melee Gahoon to get more healing. Every fucking time she would do it wrong. Every fucking time she'd get hit by those balls. Shit made me so mad.
Now, of course, I am not denying that evil, bad people exist. Of course they do. But accusing the majority of men playing this game of all being predators
like, what?
Because they are resonating with a story about a dad taking care of his kid, I don't know, that feels like a self-report. I think you have to bring a very specific lens to this thing to see something innately wrong and predatory in it. Let's cough up those hard drives. And actually, while we are on the subject of people bringing weird rules to good art, Shout out to Capcom for nailing the voice acting too.
I think, by the way, the real reason why, like I said this the other day, I think a lot of these girls like grow up and they get groomed on the internet by adult men, and it fucks up their head, and it like really like that's the reason why they hate men. Is like they were like 14 on Instagram and they had like all these like weird fucking grown ass men DMing them, and so like that shaded the entire view that they look at when there's like a young girl like interacting with an older man, right? I think, yeah, or like groomed or something like that, right? Like, and I know it's probably like kind of like a heavy thing to say, but I think that's actually what happened, and like honestly, like it's not like that. By the way, and honestly, like it's not their fault. Like, I feel bad for them that happened. Like, I think that, like, you know, you have a bad experience with a group of people, with a person from a group of people, like, you know, a demographic, and then you use that to, like, treat everybody in that demographic as bad. Like, yeah, you're being a piece of shit by doing that. But at the same time, you have to understand what, like, you know, where something comes from. Where are the parents? And that's another problem. And so that there's their fault. There's too stupid to reflect and fix on it. I'm just explaining why I think it happened. I'm not excusing it. I'm just explaining it.
I really have been enjoying Diana and Hugh's performances, and I was very surprised to learn that Diana is voiced by a grown black woman. She sounds great, honestly, and her voice is a totally natural fit for the character. Okay. Because that's just what voice acting is supposed to be. I mean,
Kratos is another great example. Like Christopher Judge is Kratos. Like that's just the way it is.
The person who can do the role the best. You see, Paramount, it's actually not that hard.
Just it.
This industry-wide rule that came about several years ago where a voice actor has to match the exact identity of the character they are playing makes zero sense.
Remember that?
It is voice acting. The entire point of the medium is to play characters that you are not. Whoever is the best voice for the role, that is always who should get it. Back to Capcom, though. We always knew that Requiem was bound to do well, but we just learned that Pragmata sold 1 million copies in 2 days, a brand new experimental IP
Insanely
in the
good.
middle of an industry that is actively falling apart. No battle pass or live service plan, no roadmap for monetizing the first 24 months. Just here is a well-crafted single-player experience. We hope you like it. And they are being greatly rewarded for it. But it's not like it's just Capcom. There has been a ton of great games lately. Crimson Desert, Wind Rose, Slay the Spire 2, Mugenics, Mouse PI for Hire, and
I played every single one of those. Shit.
It is not a coincidence that every one of those games is either coming from Eastern devs or indie devs, the people actually making what they want to make, treating their fans like people that they want to support and impress. Not a problem that they have to manage. And of course, even with all of this praise for them, it's not like Capcom is perfect, okay? They have their own modern audience moments, their own marketing-driven design choices that don't make sense.
I think it's definitely weird to have somebody that was in porn be in a game like event that the main character is like a little girl. Like I think that's just gonna rub a lot of people the wrong way. Like I don't think it's like a big fucking deal, but like you shouldn't be surprised if people are uncomfortable with that. Like, you really shouldn't. Like, I mean, people are going to be uncomfortable with that and find it weird.
Own stuff that you can nitpick, but they are putting in the work. They are actually trying to make games that are fun, well-crafted, and worth your time and money. And when you do that, when you actually show up for your fan base with quality, people are willing to overlook a lot. Because at the end of the day, it is really not that complicated. Make something good for the audience that wants it. And trust that that's enough. If you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for being here. I don't know, guys, are you feeling the vibe shift too? It is only April and we have already gotten so many great games this year. Kind of feels like there's something in the air. For now, though, I am going to go finish up Pragmata before jumping back to Crimson Desert and continue to pretend my screen time limits are actually working. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
I think that was a good video. Honestly, like, I'm glad to see people I'm glad to see a game like Pragmata succeed too, especially after the seemingly completely unnecessary and weird connection that people are trying to draw with it. I was very happy to see it. It's a good video. I want to link you guys the video. It's a background NPC video. You guys know I've watched a lot of hers before already. So yeah, no, I definitely think so. It's an awesome video. Yeah, it's a new IP and everything. Like, I'm very happy to see that. And it's great. Hysterical Twitter moment. Yeah, I mean, like, Twitter, people on Twitter, as I said, I just think that a lot of those people have like a mental illness. Like, there's something wrong with their brain. They're like fucked up in the head in one way or another. And that's the reason why they're like that. Like, they're not like that, you know, any other reason. But there's something wrong with them. There's something wrong, something straight up wrong with them. And like, we got to listen to them. And the problem too is that you put a situation out there and it's like, okay, well, you know, like, if you think about everything in this lens, like, maybe you should ask yourself, why is that, right? What is Twitter's the asylum? It is. It's definitely the asylum. Pragmata proves that people on Twitter have absolutely zero power, especially if you just ignore them. Well, they did the same thing about Black Myth Wukong and Crimson Desert. Like, every fat, mentally ill retard on Twitter doesn't even fucking matter. Like, nobody cares about them. Nobody likes them. That's why they're on the internet in the first place. And so what you do and how you handle that is you just fucking ignore them. You just fucking ignore them and it's gone. They don't matter. So that's what I think. And, you know, like, you saw that happen with that Anno fucking 1348 game, is you had everybody wish list this performatively to say that they cared about video games, and then none of them fucking played it. Because those people, and this is also another reality, is that a lot of these weirdos, like, they viewbot, or not viewbot, they like bot, and they bot their posts to where, like, it has a bunch of extra likes and shit. So you have these people, like, that are thinking that, like, this is the majority opinion. No, it's not. This person just paid to have it get boosted. Like, what do you mean? So it's totally AstroTurf. The amount of people that are actually like that and think like that, it's like nobody, man. They don't consume. They just like the idea of something existing. Exactly. And like, whereas actual people that play games care about that a lot.
clearly haven't seen the 30 clearest teleportations caught on camera. We already have the tech. Technology. Actually, I haven't. How clear were these teleporting incidents? 30 clearest human teleportations ever caught on camera. Oh, this is new too. This is probably like reliable. He didn't even teleport. Well, he didn't go anywhere. How's that a teleportation? These are a lot less clear than the title led me to believe. Oh, I saw that time. Oh, here comes Alex Mercer.
But when he was noticed, he bolted forward and in an instant vanished completely, leaving behind stunned witnesses and footage that looked like real teleportation.
You call this clear? Does this look clear to you, brother? But this is undoubtedly a teleportation incident. I'll give you that much. But it's not clear. I almost saw something there. That was a close call.
Leaked footage.
I did see that. He's gone.
Leaked footage.
I did see that. He's gone.
Operation shows a tense chase in a crowded bookstore.
Where is he?
Just as agents closed in, the target suddenly teleported right out of sight, disappearing into thin air and leaving everyone stunned.
What the fuck? Damn! Wow, I don't think he got teleported. Based on that sound effect, I think he got zapped. There's probably a pile of ashes with smoke coming off it on the floor there. Holy, alright, now this is pretty clear. This one's only like negative 160p, so I can see things here.
A man suddenly appeared on the street out of nowhere, then calmly continued his walk as if it were the most ordinary thing. But how does someone just materialize in plain sight without warning?
That's a good question. How did he do that? That was pretty clear.
Without warning.
Fuck! He needs to teach us this power. Without warning, too. Good point. Nobody on the sidewalk knew that this was happening. He didn't warn a single soul.
During a live interview near an airport baggage carousel, everything seemed normal until something in the background caught viewers off guard. A woman standing behind the interviewee suddenly disappears the moment someone walks past her.
Alright, this
This
one's not even really trying.
Trick of light, or something much stranger.
She just didn't disappear, she's just walking with her. I don't mean to debunk clear evidence here, but that one she's just walking with her. You just can't see her anymore because of the angle. You can even see her start to walk. Where is it?
A person suddenly appears on the road, colliding slightly with an oncoming car, shocking both the driver and anyone watching the footage.
I can't fucking see anything because not only is the footage terrible quality, but there's raindrops on it. But I see. He's not very good at teleporting. He came in stumbling and hit a car. The car teleported to intercept him. Oh, now that's an interesting theory. You might be onto something. Let's see. No, the car comes from over here.
As a man on a bike rides into the frame, he moves forward and then suddenly disappears from view, leaving those filming stunned and questioning what they just witnessed.
He traveled back in time. Came to the wrong year, he had to go back.
CCTV footage shows something that immediately makes you question reality, as if the laws of
What?
had taken a brief vacation.
Yeah, well, that's not teleportation. He's a speedster, so he vibrated through that, and this guy doesn't even know the rules. That's not teleportation, but that is no doubt a superhuman amongst us. And that's clear as day. Imagine we see the guy from FEMA who teleported to Waffle House. If only I could get my hands on that footage. That must be something special. Oh, he comes back too!
A person in a black hoodie casually walks straight through a closed door, leaving anyone watching utterly baffled by the impossible sight.
You're not supposed to normally be able to do that! He's no-clipping!
On a busy road, leaving...
Oh, this is like actually clear footage. For the first time. This one might even be 720p. This is pretty good.
Seeing is real.
Man, people keep teleporting in front of cars.
A man suddenly appears.
Their coordinates are way
road,
off.
Narrowly avoiding a moving car.
Wow! Right now he's on the horn with his boss. Wait, even this guy teleported! Everyone's teleporting!
Travelers move along as usual, but in an instant, some vanish into thin air, leaving empty spaces where they had just been, baffling anyone witnessing the scene.
Oh my god! What is this? Is this Rapture? What's going on? What? Ah! What the fuck?
Was this man expect?
Look!
Is this an SOS signal he's sending?
Look closely right here. Watch what happened. Here it is. Watch. Look.
Oh!
The routine street.
Can't argue with that one. That gives me a lot to think about. Man, that guy fucking pieced out like that meme where they have that guy go like this and And he fades out. Wow. To think that it's real. I mean, you can't argue with that. He was sent to the back rooms, maybe. This is scary stuff, man. This is scary stuff. Only 58 likes is crazy. Well, it's because the government suppressed it. They're trying to hide the teleportations.
Through everything today, right? But I do want to say that I think that this is this is basically the way I see it, okay? Okay, so this is like the ocean, right? And this is the iceberg, all right? Let's go ahead and we're gonna just get this spiky thing, okay? And this right here, you can see, like right here, SPLC. So this is... I think this is the reality, right? Is that this problem is way worse than you can imagine. This is just the tip, just the tiny little bit. Like, it's so much more, right? Physical impossibility? Yeah, I think it's going to get so much worse. The illegal that killed the Air Force student while driving a jet ski on a Lake Grapevine is getting deported back to Venezuela. Well, fuck him. Yeah, I mean, shouldn't have done that, right? And so, yeah, I'm always lying when I'm saying that. Yeah, and so just to see it feels right. And so this is the problem, is that what people are realizing now is that a lot of this type of like this dissonance and this divide and everything, like, it is a manufactured divide. And I think this manufactured divide, I think that it started in about 2010. I think 2010, 2011, like actually 2011, 2012, right? Like, this is basically, this is like the timeline, this is the, let me just make this really big so everybody can, I'm going to actually save this one because I'm going to use it regularly. Asmongold, American history, paranoia, let's just conspiracy timeline. Okay, so this is the way it happened, all right? And I guess I got to make it a little bit smaller. Is that, okay, so basically, all right, we're going to have 3 squares. And, all right, actually 4. Okay, so basically this is 2005. This is 2000 and, oops, this is 2011. This is 2014. Wow, I am just a retarded today, huh? And this is now. Wow, I am just, this is 2014. Wow, I am just a retarded today, huh? And this is now. Okay, and so I messed it up again, and there we go. All right, so basically, this is what's kind of happened. This is my conspiracy timeline that explains every problem that the country has, okay? All right, racism, basically, defeated. Everyone is getting along, generally, right? Okay, so this is a big problem. And then lives improve, but what about all these corpos? This is Occupy Wall Street, okay? I guess Occupy Wall Street. Okay, and so this is basically the next thing that happens, right? And so people are like, okay, well, what about this? Well, then look at that black person. They took your future, okay? So this is what happened. So we had this, and then now we have, oh my God, the Jews. So this has been and I know this might not make sense, but I'm gonna make sense out of this, okay? So basically in 2005, everything was great. Everything was good. And yeah, there were problems and nothing was perfect, but it was pretty damn fucking close, right? I mean, you had, again, Rush Hour 3 comes out. The co-stars is a black man and a Chinese dude. And every single person in America is like so excited to see this movie. I watched it in movie theaters with my dad. I bet a lot of you guys did too. And so anyway, racism is basically defeated. People are becoming more progressive every year. There's an understanding being created between, straight people and gay people. Gay marriage is being seen as more of a reality. And it's still kind of a taboo subject, but we're moving in that direction, and the world knows it. And the world, I think, is becoming a better place. And then just a couple years later, obviously, you've got we literally elect a black president. We elect Barack Obama. And again, like Barack Obama in 2008 ran a crazy good campaign. I mean, he was that guy. He was. And if you don't think he was that guy, go back and watch the debates. He was that guy. Now, you might disagree with him bombing, every single country in the Middle East or like he did X, Y, or Z thing. But back then, he really was that guy. And so anyway, he was a good talk. He was a great talk. He was one of the best. He's one of the best. Not as good as Bill Clinton, not Bill Clinton, right? But he was close to Bill Clinton. And that is crazy. And so anyway, then 2011, 2012 comes around. Occupy Wall Street happens. People think to themselves, well, wait a minute. It wasn't the black people that were causing me all these problems. It's not the gay boys either. Well, maybe it's the people that are making all the money. Maybe it's the people that own all of the capital and the people that own these companies, and they aren't paying us a lot of money. You've got to remember, this is the recovery of the 2008 recession. And they're like, well, wait a minute. Well, maybe it's not women that are the problem. Maybe it's the guy in charge that's taking all the women and then, creating some weird system around it. And so people are like, well, what about all these rich people and all of this, this leadership class? Well, now that terrified the shit out of them. And so what happened after Occupy Wall Street? Well, then now it's, it's the, basically the rich guy takes 9 pieces of a 10-piece, pie, and then he cuts one piece in half, and he says, hey, the black guy got your half. And I think that this is accurate. It is. But, I mean, obviously, there are identity politics things that I agree with, right? I agree with these identity politics, but I do think that identity politics is, in a general sense, it's used as a wedge issue to keep people fighting about silly stuff, right? Trans people going in bathrooms and stuff. And I'm not even saying, I care a lot about that. I think that, that shouldn't happen. But at the same time, I do also recognize that this is a misdirection. And the misdirection, I think, was intentional. And if you saw the cultural shift that happened from in 2011, people were just saying the N-word. Everybody was just saying it. They were just with the hard R. It was in world I would get suspended. I actually, I stopped getting suspended. I said it so many times that I just stopped getting suspended for it. Everybody did that. And so anyway, it was hilarious. And it was the best time ever, by the way. You could say anything you wanted. You could do anything you wanted. Nobody took anything too seriously. And everybody generally found a way to get along, right? And, again, and I think that there was a lot of not everybody. I'm sure people had bad experiences, etc. But in a very general sense, there was a level of edginess to it, but there was also everybody knew it wasn't real, right? It doesn't really matter. It's just bullshit, right? And so anyway, then then identity politics took over, and now we've moved from, because obviously identity politics has kind of run its course, and so now we're back to old reliable, the one, the OG, the Jews. That's right, it's the Jews. And that's it. The original, yes, the original one, right? Like right back down to the classic, the original sin. Yeah, they killed Jesus, right? And so literally, and so that's really it. And I think this is kind of what's happened. And so the Southern poverty, and why am I talking about this? The reason why is because I think this entire thing is manufactured. I think that now, like, people have become so mentally ill, they've gone into such a psychosis. I think that there is like a large disconnect between like the average person and like, one of these like protester people, right? There is like, it's a very big problem. But for a very long time, I don't think it was that bad. And most people were able to get along. Even in 2016, people could get along. I think that what really, and this was the kill shot, what ended Western civilization being able to be normal? What was it? It was COVID. COVID took every it took every idiot and it put them all on the internet. No, it wasn't women. Now, I can see why you say that, and that's a good point, but I think it was COVID. I do. COVID one-shot the entire culture. It did. Harambe got more people on the internet, but it was really COVID that made things the worse. And where do I get this job? Yes. And so basically they're creating racism everywhere. And Elon Musk, this is what I think is funny, is that everybody was calling out the SPLC and these other, and by the way, a lot of these other like NGOs and these organizations, they're all the same. I want people to understand this. They're all the same. It's not like some of these are good and some of them are bad. They're all getting kickback money. They're all in on this. They're all creating this grift. This is it. And so game recognized game. Well, yeah, because like the thing is that the reason why a lot of people like Charlie Kirk identified this, even Scott Adams, I think his name is, the guy that did Dilbert, identified this. Like many people identified this. This means all the stats about right-wing extremism are fake. I told you. I tried to fucking tell you. I tried to say it. I tried to explain it. But people, man, it was so obvious. We all knew that, though. It was so fucking obvious. It was so obvious that it was happening. Like, I don't know what's the whole narrative was built on a house of cards. I know everything about this was bullshit. And so you were explaining to the 5% who don't understand. I think that, and this, by the way, I want to go all the way back to 1776. This is why they didn't let everybody vote, okay? This is the reason why we're not a democracy, we're a republic. And they understood, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, they understood this. Benjamin Franklin was like, yeah, I can see what could happen. They all understood this, but for some reason, somewhere along the line, people forgot, okay? And so the Greeks knew citizenship was too valuable. I know. For the people, by the people, but the people are retarded. For all the people, by some of the people, okay? That's the way it is. To be fair, though, the politicians aren't geniuses either. I think that Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin and George Washington, I think these guys were geniuses. I do. I think that they built a political system that stood a massive test of time. I think that it has made itself open to analysis. They were able to repel the greatest force at the time modern world. You know, like they built the biggest nation and the most powerful nation in the history of humankind. I mean, like, I think that's pretty, I'd say that's pretty good. Like, I mean, you know, even if you think these guys are morons, they sure got lucky, didn't they? And so anyway, it was a failed experiment, if anything. I can see that, right? A great system and decision making. And so anyway, you see climate activists storming outside of Trump Tower. I didn't see that. Thank you for not including Alexander Hamilton. Well, I honestly just didn't even think of him. But like, yeah, maybe there's that too. But this means all the right-wing stats about right-wing extremism are fake. Of course, because right-wing extremism is intentionally mislabeled. And I'll give you an example of it being intentionally mislabeled. Like the Aryan Brotherhood inside of inside of prisons, right? The prison Aryan Brotherhood, like this is counted as right-wing extremism. Okay, well, if you want to count the Aryan Brotherhood as right-wing extremism, can we count gang violence as left-wing extremism? No, obviously not, because that's retarded. Same as counting the Aryan Brotherhood in prison. So that's it. And this is what happened. There is only a prison thing. It's not only a prison thing, but it's more powerful in prison, obviously. So this is the issue, right? Is that, you know, whenever you control the way things are measured, you can just choose to selectively measure things in a way that's beneficial to you. So I think that's what happened. And it's mainly a prison thing. You have to join one of them. Oh, no, I know all about it. I've had friends in prison, etc. U.S. isn't the greatest country in the world because of the system. It is because it's got a large population and was formed on Western values. I think that there are a lot of reasons why the United States is very successful, and I think that having the Constitution in the way that we do and our government is a big reason for it. I do think so, because we've got the same people. I mean, there's the same people in America that were in France and Europe, right? I mean, like in Britain, it's the same guys, right? In Scotland. So and again, I'm not saying that Britain's bad or Europe is bad, but I do think that America is locked in a unique way. And if you're a French guy and you say no, France is the best country, you're totally wrong. I respect that, okay? All right, that's fine. Yeah, you know, fellow patriot from across the pond. That's okay. But, you know, as an American, I think that we have the best system. I think that we do it the best. And so anyway, you know, I can go back and forth about it. Yeah, based frogs. Yes, there you go. And definitely, Britain's cooked at the moment. Many places are cooked. Napoleon complex? Well, hey, it used to not be a complex. It used to be the fact they ran the fucking world. So, long time ago, though. Anyway, so, yeah, it was all fake. It was all bullshit. It was all a lie. Iran, oh, no, let me go back and I'll find the rest of these here, too, because it's just really fucking funny for me to see all of this. And there's also another gerrymandering thing. If the SPLC helped fund and organize Charlottesville, then they are responsible for the death of Heather. Oh yeah, there's a woman that got run over. I forgot about that. Damn, bro, that's a challenger? Shit. Like, I didn't know they came apart like that. Damn, like, really? Like, it was? Yeah, no, I didn't know they came apart like this. Like, Jesus. Fucking Hellcat totaled? I don't think that's a Hellcat, man. Like, Hellcats have that body kit on the bottom. I'm pretty sure it's not a Hellcat. I think that's just a Challenger, man. Like, that's a 2000 and, I don't know, like 13, 14, 15 Challenger. And I know that because my dad had one. And he still does have one. And as I said, bro, like, that old man was crashing out and like he knew it. And so like we went through the whole house. And he labeled, he says, you're getting this, he's getting this, you know, Gary's getting this, like Max is getting that, Sean's getting this. And I'm like, oh, Pa. He's like, yeah, the car? He's like, yeah, what about it? I said, who gets the car? He says, you do. I said, so I get the car? He says, yeah. I'm like, all right, so I get the car. And so that's my motherfucking car, bro. Like, that is, dude. I love that car, man. I do. Absolutely. And your dad was driving a Challenger at 70 years old? No, you don't understand. My dad was driving a V8 performance package like fucking turbo shifter Hemi engine Challenger while he was on like 7 different drugs at the same time, like fucking like Immortan Joe from like fucking Mad Max barreling down I-35. I tell him, and I'm like telling my dad a story about Miz being like a crazy driver driving 140 miles an hour, and then my dad somehow is like, what? Like, he took this as like, I'm trying to like one up him, like I'm trying to like fucking put him down. And he's like, well, I was driving down to Sean's, I was going 160. And I'm like, what do you mean you're going 160 miles an hour? Like, how do you just, he was 77, 78 years old. Just driving down there. And and like he, like, by the way, growing up, like my dad, I would sit in the passenger seat, and it was his dad taught him watch for cops. My dad taught me watch for cops, look around, tell me if you see one, right? And as places to be, he would make it down to San Marcos from Austin like 10 minutes. He'd be like, I mean, you'd look at Google Maps and it would say 28-minute drive. I'll be there in like maybe like 5 or 10 minutes. Don't worry about it. And so anyway, cars can't go 160. Yeah, Hemi definitely can. Yeah, definitely can. And so anyway, how do you feel about speed limits? I think speed limits are great, okay? Like, I don't drive that fast at all. And I never do. Was it manual or auto shifter? You could do both, right? And what color? It's a blue one. I'll have to take a picture and show you guys. And so yes, anyway, yeah, it's a Challenger. I can tell that. That's the reason how I know. Anyway, point being, if the SPLC helped fund it, so basically they were indirectly, because somebody got killed at the Charlottesville rally. Some retard drove around in a car and ran somebody over, basically, if I remember correctly. And so while raising hundreds of millions of dollars from neurotic left-wingers via direct mail by stoking fear of surging hate groups, the SPLC literally paid someone more than $270,000 to, among other things, plan and organize the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, VA. The SPLC also paid 6-figure amounts to people at the same time that they were listed as extremists the group was dedicated to fighting against. So basically, they pulled the old, like, I mean, isn't this what we did with, like, the Taliban? Where it's like we kept paying the Taliban and ISIS. We kept giving them money indirectly so we could keep bombing them. And so it's like, basically, you're just paying this problem to continue so you have a reason to keep solving it. And so that's what it is. And classic move, yes, you basically, you have a solution that's looking for a problem. Well, there aren't any problems. Oh, I know what to do. Make one up. And so anyway, if accurate, the SPLC was literally funding and coordinating the hate surge that it used to solicit funds for its operations. Anybody who's surprised by this should not be allowed to be in a leadership position for anything. Like, for anybody, and by the way, for anybody that's a real one, like, all the real ones knew this. We all knew this. Like, everybody knew this. Like, for example, like, I guarantee you fucking Donald Trump knew this. Elon Musk knew this. Charlie Kirk said this. Fucking Scott Adams, the Dilbert guy, knew this. Like, and you don't have to be a billionaire to know this, but, like, you've got to be a real one. I knew it was bullshit. Yeah, it was obvious. And so anyway, the entire worry about this was bullshit. And so let's see here, and I'll read. This is from the documentation, and I'm going to go through the actual main, the main course of this, but I just haven't really gotten to it yet. So just be patient. And yeah, Scott Adams, Hall be his name. Yeah, why do all these window repair companies keep paying kids to throw bricks through windows? That is actually really true. It's actually really funny you say that. So today, I was driving home, right? And there was like somebody in front of my house, and I was like, is that And I go by, and it's one of my friends that I had grown up with, right? And it was like he's doing actually window and like, you know, housing repair. And, you know, like he and I talked, like I talked to him for like maybe like 30 minutes today. And so I was like, and now he's doing window repair, and I'm going to have him do my windows. So like, because I haven't seen him now for like a little while, right? Like, I mean, because the thing is, it's crazy. Like, he has more gray hair than I do, and he's younger than me. I'm like, that's right, bro. Like, I got it locked in, you know? Like, I'm not having it happen. But, like, honestly, this dude is fucking, he works out like crazy. He's fucking built. And so, like, I'm proud of him. I really am. I'm very proud of him. And so I've got to tell, you know, Cody and Jeff, because, like, you know, and, like, some other, you know, like, some of the other, but, I mean, you understand, like, this guy and I, like, we go back, like, 25 years, like, really, really long time. And so, like, yeah, we had a lot to talk about. And so anyway, yeah, you can have gray hair if you don't have hair. Yeah, you're right. And so anyway, so yeah, that it's funny you say that, the window repair thing, because yeah, he literally was doing that, and they're going to do that for me today. I just got done doing that like 2 hours ago. But anyway, point being, besides that, yes, people are paying other people money to start problems for them so they can look for a solution, right? That's it. And so F37 was a member of the online leadership group chat that planned the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, and attended the event at the direction of the SPLC. F37 made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC. So it's like they were sitting, like the supervisor, wait, you really want me to call him that? But he's black. With the... Sir, are you sure? Okay. You fucking... you know, like, goddamn. Really? Like, and this is like, all right, well, now we're fighting against racism. Yeah, is that the Spencer dude? I can't fucking believe this. It's insane, man. And stop stalling, the all hit the hard R. Exactly. And this is a reach and a half. Is it really a reach and a half, though? I mean, like, you look at this, and let me go back. I'm going to pull you up. Do you really think this isn't happening? I mean, really? Think about it. No gray hair, no balding. Yeah. All right, Alex the kid. You're 53 fucking years old. You're probably the youngest person in chat. Okay, do you really think it's a reach that this is what's happening? This is obviously what's happening, man. I mean, this is the literal FBI. This is their communications. They're saying it. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. It's not really... There's so many paid protesters that it's proven. It is. Like, this is the validate. I mean, the funny part. Okay, all right, bro. That's fine. And don't worry about it. And so... They funded extremist voices and targeted moderate ones. That's right. Between 2015 and 2023, the SPLC secretly paid F-37 more than 22. What is this F-37 here? And yeah, paid someone. Who is someone? Like, do we know who someone is? Like, what is this here? F-42 was the former chairman of the National Alliance. The SPLC website contained an extremist file webpage about F-42 from which the SPLC solicited donations. And from 2016 to 2023, they paid this person $140,000. This overlapped with the time period that F-42 was featured on the SPLC's extremist file webpage. And so what's happening now is that, like, yes, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Charlie Kirk spent years calling for groups like the SPLC to face investigations into their activities. There you go. And people think it was Nick. Everybody's saying it was actually Nick Fuentes, who was the one that was the inside guy.
The reason for going down to Charlottesville over the weekend was to demonstrate. It was to show solidarity for a cause which has not been talked about in the mainstream media, which the American people never got a vote on, and that is the fundamental transformation of the reason for going down.
So we'll see. Fuentes blew up after that rally. Well, it was the first big thing that he did. You're right about that. There were signs all along. Remember the tiki torches? Oh my God. And so the whole FBI paranoia about right-wing groups was an extension of this. Yes. And it's all connected. All of this is connected. It was all done intentionally, and it was completely manufactured. This entire panic and everything about it was totally manufactured. And this is what I think is also very funny about this, is that after this information now has been revealed and people are starting to see it, do you know what's going to change? Nothing. These people are so deep into the psychosis, they're so deep into drinking the Kool-Aid that they're not going to back down off of this. They're not going to stop this. They're not going to like say, oh, I guess we were wrong. Let's go ahead and, you know, like dial things down. No, they're just going to move on to the next thing, and they're going to act like it never happened. They need to take down. So these are the organizations that I think are problematic, right? Let me go. Those are all a bunch of other random ones. This is like a million of these. Holy fucking shit. And anyway, where is it here? If I can find it. Oh my God, there's so many of these. And okay, yeah, that was annoying. All right, anyway, so I'll do one more. Okay, so this is the, okay, SPLC. I think ACLU, Act Blue. Let me see here. There's one more I'm thinking of. Oh, ADL. I think all of these organizations need to be investigated. I think you need to investigate all of the finances coming in and out of them. Well, BLM, why is BLM even on there? Everybody knows that's a scam. I mean, like, we all, like, that one's like, yeah, duh. Like, oh, well, they stole all the money. And so it's not that big of a deal. That would be antiseptic. Oh, it would be antiseptic. It sure would be. And so anyway, that one's bullshit. Yeah, we all know this. And so all of these organizations, I think, are on this spectrum. Now, I'm not saying they're all the exact same, but I'm saying that I think that if you really go in and you do an investigative report with actual discovery and you're looking into people's messages and communications, I think that you will find a tremendous amount of bad faith behavior and other forms of fraud, deception, misleading, lies, other forms of manipulation. I think every NAACP, I don't really know about that one. I mean, I think that's just basically a black, basically, supremacy group, right? Where it's like, well, we're just going to advocate for, black interests. I don't really know if they're an actual fucking, I don't think that they do enough for that to really happen, but maybe I'm wrong. So APAC, well, APAC is, I would say that's like a different spectrum than this is. I mean, like, APAC's also bad, but it's on a different spectrum of bad than this. So anyway, huge laundering up. Yes. And I think this is happening fucking everywhere. And I think also even really big ones that should be investigated. Also, these are the big ones. The UN. The World Health Organization. I think these right here are also really, really bad. I do. And NFL, yeah, the UN, the Fed. Well, I mean, the WEF, World Economic Forum, yeah, probably. And let's see here besides that. And all of these organizations, I want to make one thing very clear. All of these organizations are at a fundamental adversarial position to Western civilization. All of these organizations work towards and in the best interest of undermining, delegitimizing, and damaging and weakening Western civilization. This is the primary function that they serve because they've been infected with people that think that it would be better for us to be something different, right? Stop the far right in the UK. I'm not a UK guy, right? I mean, I pay attention to some stuff, but I don't know the intricacies. So what would your mom say about this revelation? What would my mom say? See, I told you. See, you should have. Why don't you just listen? What? Yeah, I told you. I've been trying to tell you for what? Jeez. See, look now. Now you're gonna watch this video with me. What's it about? It's about giants that lived in Arizona, and there's an Indian tribesman who's talking about the, oral tale of the giants and the Nephilim, and it's, oh, okay, right. And the thing is that this is the problem, is that Hillary Clinton was asking about, what was that tomb? Cyprus's tomb or something like that in fucking Iran or Iraq? No, Gilgamesh's tomb. And I think about this, and it's like, she died 10 years too early. Because if she had been alive for all of this, I'm not even kidding, 80 to 90% of all of her conspiracy theories would have come true. She would have. They would have come true. And it's actually insane. No Gilgamesh Resurrection Chamber? Oh, yes, the Gilgamesh Resurrection Chamber. Excuse me, okay? I don't want to get this wrong. She'd be so smug. No, I don't think you could be any more smug than she just naturally was. But yes, definitely, they're all connected, bro. And so Democratic Socialists of America, maybe you're right. And so what I'm saying is that all of these organizations are fraudulent organizations. They're all scams and Russia collusion. And this is the problem that I have, right? They have the goods on Act Blue, yet nothing. This is pennies compared to the fraud and foreign interference this organization illegally launders into our elections. And so you have all of these people and all of these things that have happened, and nobody's getting arrested. Nobody's going to jail. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I will watch, before I go into any of this, Trump administration handing out indictments for SPLC, funding the KKK. Wow. And so SPLC, all right, let me pull it up. And let me see if I can find, okay, this is the United States Department of Justice. Justice Department announces an indictment against the SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center. It alleges that they secretly funneled $3 million, over $3 million in donated funds to white supremacist and extremist groups. And so we have National Alliance affiliate, Aryan Nations affiliate, Unite the Right, that's the Charlottesville rally, National Alliance chairman, and then, oh, here's the good one, former KKK members. American Front president and felon, $19,000. So they paid all these guys out in order to keep doing this. The Democrats are going back to their roots. Yep. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. And Charlie Kirk was right. The SPLC is a hate group. He actually spoke out about this. He was part of the intelligence projects, was there, but it was suddenly destroyed. I wonder if the project is what described in the DOJ indictment, describing how SPLC paid millions to neo-Nazis so they could use them as talking points for fundraising. Did they dismantle the project to hide the evidence? I bet they did. I think that's very accurate. That's probably exactly what happened. Couldn't that just be welfare checks? I don't think so. They're not the government. How are they going to make Trump look like a racist now that he's going against this group? Well, the problem is that, see, you are operating inside of the frame of the optics. These people always control the optics because they're the ones, optics are generally controlled by the people that are the most reactionary, the most emotionally driven, and the most impulsive. So if you want to figure out how the public will react to something, think about the dumbest, the most self-centered, the most short-sighted, the most emotionally charged, and the most brain-dead thing that you could possibly imagine. That will be the optics for it. So I think that really what a lot of those left-wing people are going to say about this, I can already guarantee you this is what they're going to say, is that they're going to say that this is all fake and they made all of this up and they're just doing it in order to make Trump look good. They're just going to say it's totally fake. They'll just deny the entire thing. They'll deny it in its entirety. And they'll act like it didn't happen. And so that's the reason why it goes so deep, the corruption. They are already. Of course they will. Because, again, those people can't be reasoned with. You can't try to win the battle of optics with them because they're not... optics require visuals, right? What is an optic? This is like your eyes. They have their eyes closed. They're not waiting. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to see the truth. Since the KKK are shills, do we have to take their racist card away? way. I think that what happened is that they paid the KKK anonymously. I don't think the KKK or the Charlottesville rally even really knew about this a lot. I think that what happened is that they basically took a very small subset of people who were angry, and they funded them, and they gave them a microphone, and they extrapolated it and exacerbated it to where it's such a big problem that now everybody's talking about it. I think that's really what happened, is that they paid the money anonymously. Maybe there's one person there that knew about it, and they said, okay, well, this is, you know, like maybe a greater evil or a greater good that we're doing this for. But I think that's really what it was. I can go ahead and we'll watch a little bit about this, right? And so this is part of it, though.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that these Southern Poverty Law Center, I want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations? Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that. And so what?
There you go. It's a grand jury. Oh my God. Wow. Can you not read, retard? It's about informants and not actually funding? All right, I'm gonna pull you up. Give me a minute. You're gonna get pulled up. What is this here? Do you really believe that? Well, and I want you to think for yourself. I don't want you to tell me what something said. I want you to think for yourself. You're going to do this. You're going to do this for me. Think for yourself. I mean, like, you're not going to... I mean, because you're talking about this a lot. And I'm just kind of curious, like, what's going on here, right? Why is this even happening? Why would you say this? It's interesting to see. And it's an indictment, talks about fraud and ghost companies. It's not just informants. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not just informants. I mean, like, but I'm not going to talk about the reality of it. I want you to think for yourself. And this is the challenge that a lot of people have, is that many people are not able to do that. You actually confused about that? Yeah, of course, right? You don't launder money to informants. You just hire them normally. It looks like this person that doesn't have a single response. So this is really not a big surprise. I mean, you're going to have people that say this constantly, but you know, again, like, people like this, they love to say this stuff. Couldn't that be easily tracked and confirmed? They could easily confirm that we paid this person and he's clearly an informant. Of course they could. And again, the grand jury would have looked through all of this. Like, a grand jury does this with, can you not read? LOL. Uh-huh. Because you know, and the thing is that you know that if you explain it, you're going to be an idiot. You're going to look like a dumbass. And so you don't want to explain it or explain what you're thinking, because you didn't think at all. You didn't think at all. All you did is you took what somebody else told you and you repeated. Oh, what did it say? What about grand jury indictments against Trump? Well, what about it? I mean, it was obvious that, well, no, Trump obviously broke the law with the campaign finance. It was very clear that he did. Well, wait a minute. No, now you're on ban. Well, no, I don't think anybody's debating whether that happened. Everybody's saying that. And also, by the way, what the hell does this have to do with Trump? Like, you're talking about Trump. You're going to get no. January 6th in documents case. What does that have to do with this? You're talking about Donald Trump. What are you doing talking about Donald Trump for? This is about the SPLC and about them making a bunch of fucking bullshit. Like, do you really think, and this is the problem, do you really think that they wouldn't pay people in order to cause problems so they could necessitate themselves being a solution to those problems? Do you honestly think that that's outside of the scope of conceptualizing? Do you think that's it? Like, I mean, that's just this. Like, and again, I don't care about, like, whatever your opinion is on Trump or whatever. Why don't you read the indictment? Well, which one? Like, you're talking about the January 6th one? Who the fuck cares? It happened 5 years ago. What are we talking about that for? Like, I'm looking at this. That's obviously it. And so it happens often? Yeah. Like, it's crazy. No, SPLC? Well, I don't know. Show me the part of it that you want me to look at. And also, like, I'm telling you, do you think that happened? I'm asking you to think for yourself. Do you think that they would pay right-wing people in order to cause problems so they could push donations for themselves? Do you think that would happen? Not like reading this thing or whatever. I want you to use your critical thinking. I thought he called you. Yeah, I thought he called me this slur too. I did. But no, that wasn't it. It's not answering. Yeah. You can't think, man. Yeah, I'm not interested in what you think you read or whatever. Like that, I don't care about that. Like, do you think that happened or not? More money, more problems. I know. The brain rot goes deeper in people.
Right, it looks like we should be live. We shall see. It's safe to say things just keep getting worse for Vitaly because now his victim, the guy who he slandered and called a predator for tens of thousands of people on the internet, and now, I mean, obviously there's like infinite clip channels that took those clips and just distributed them across the internet. But that guy, he recently...
Oh, gosh. Oh, what is this? What is that? Whoa, 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 what? Oh, are you done? Yeah, go for it. All right, that's disgusting.
No, oh, what is this? Oh my God. Oh, wait. Oh my God. Oh, it feels so nasty, bro.
Keep
okay.
pouring.
All right, here we go. Oh. It's so gloopy.
Oh, gosh. Oh, what is this? What is that? Whoa, whoa.
Went on to the Iced Coffee Hour, which is the podcast ran by Graham Stephan and Jack Selby. And he told his side of the story. So I asked Graham for permission if I could sit and react to it on the live, because I just want to spread his side of the story as far and wide as possible, because the fact that he had to go through this is just so unacceptable. I still can't believe this even happened. But yeah, we also fixed the camera. So we're good to go for the streaming front. But let's see what this is all about, because I mean, this is just, it's so crazy. I still can't believe this. And remember, all of this is kind of like off of the back of Vitaly getting what, his 12th chance at this point. Like, the first time I like really covered Vitaly, I think, was when he like beat a woman to essentially nothing. Like, it was like an unprompted attack in the middle of the street in Miami Beach. That happened. He went ghost for a minute. Then he came back, started doing these like predator catching streams, which seemed to do pretty well for him. Now, there's a lot of criticism there now, clearly. Now we see how he kind of does all of them. But Gideon made some like really, really interesting points about how Vitaly does his, I guess, his catch and release programs. Because they are essentially catch and release, because apparently he stopped over 100 people, or this is what I've heard. He stopped over 100 people and only 3 arrests have been made. So something's wrong there. If he has enough information to blast all their information out on the internet and no arrest happens, sounds off. But as we're going to learn in today's interview, something was definitely off. So yeah, this is just unbelievable. And I wanted to take a look at this. I also wanted to see, let's see, what else? There was something else I wanted to, let's see. So yeah, before we started, I just wanted to kind of go through some of the bullet points I made here. The guy who's talking now, the victim in all this, his name is Akash. Vitaly wrongfully accused him of being a predator. Vitaly, I guess, thought that this guy showed up to meet a minor. Unfortunately, they never told him that they were meeting a minor. That was apparently an important step in the process. One would think, at least, right? Like, you would think if you're going to expose a predator, you better make sure that this guy is actually a predator, right? Or at least is trying to be a predator. Like, come on. Okay, so there was a mix-up because I guess the woman on Vitaly's team, her name is Jocelyn. She was juggling multiple fake profiles and chats, and she accidentally sent a meetup invite to the wrong person, who is the victim here, Akash. And Akash thought he was meeting up with an 18-year-old. I am assuming the way this happens is they probably started by saying, oh, I'm 18. They reel him along. And then before they meet up, oh, by the way, I'm 16. Now, that's an assumption. I don't know I don't know how they're doing this, but that seems to be plausible with how reckless they are. But I guess, you know, considering how reckless they are, they forgot that last message of, oh, by the way, I'm 16. And then obviously there's like some main things that happened. There was like some just outright racism here. Like they were essentially, they used, because they thought he was a predator, they just used that to make a whole bunch of Indian stereotypes against him. And another big thing, which I think saved Akash here, was the fact that Akash immediately called the police. That was so good on his part, because if that didn't happen, the slander would have lasted way longer, and they would have continued to go on. And you've seen some of the Vitaly streams, they get pretty crazy, and it's just overall insane as well when you think about when you think about there could be slip-ups like this. But regardless, I wanted to take a look at Graham Stephan and Jack Selby's interview here. Let's see. Trying to set up all the stream stuff. Okay, we're going. So let's see what this interview is like. Oh, clicked outside. There we
I
go.
want to apologize for a mistake we made in one of our last streams.
I was falsely accused by Vitaly live in front of millions of people.
I swear to God, she never told me she
Wait,
was
really?
16. I swear.
Oh, shit. My bad, bro.
The racism.
Imagine. Oh, I just wrongfully accused you in front of tens of thousands of people of being a predator. My bad, bro. Sorry. Dab me up real quick. Like, it's so crazy. This is just
The bullying, the threatening of physical harm all the time while I'm completely and fully innocent.
Don't look at me in my eye, bitch. I'll fuck you up, bro.
They didn't care about the truth. I'm the one who called the cops. I'm the one who gave them my phone. And within a few hours, the police proved that I was completely innocent.
We were completely wrong, and we made a terrible mistake.
By then, it was too late.
How did that ruin your life?
One of the reasons why I wasn't leaving the house was because...
Sorry to your family, friends, your coworkers, and I feel really terrible.
Are you
like all around, this is just so half-assed on Vitaly's part.
Akash, thank you so much for coming on the podcast.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. It's such an honor to be here. I'm filled with so much gratitude that we were able to have this conversation. A lot of people have reached out to me, and podcast reporters, mainstream media, institutional media, and I specifically chose to talk to you guys because I've been fans for over 6+ years now. I love your content. I really relate to it, and through watching
I'm really
you guys
happy he's
for
just
so
getting his
long,
story out there now.
You've earned my intellectual and ethical trust, and I feel very comfortable sharing my story with you.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for coming to the podcast. Honestly, it's such an honor because I imagine how crazy your life has been over the past 72 hours, over the past week. Like, I imagine everything's moving a mile a minute.
Yeah.
But for you to take the time to come on the show, that means a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, life has been a nightmare recently. Things have been so crazy. And
It is hard to imagine how horrific being accused of that could be. Like, I'm still just shocked that all this happened and it went down like that. Yeah, like Devin said here, Vitaly calling it a mistake is disingenuous. I fully agree. Like, he is so downplaying how awful of a mistake this is, because this is like, dude, you're gonna get sued so bad. Or like, actually, we don't know if he's actually suing or not. He has retained legal counsel. That's what we know. He might reveal it in this interview, but he definitely has a crazy case against Vitaly, to put it lightly, because there's just so much evidence of just willful disregard going on here. But hey,
so hectic, and the support has been amazing from the online community and support from my family and friends. And how do you even explain this, guys? You know,
Well, I mean, we'll start with the beginning. Vitaly accused you of being a predator in front of millions of people. How did that
live as well, right?
How did that ruin your life?
It's like you can't even pick one thing to focus on, because like, not only was there the false accusation, not only was there the harassment, the bullying, calling out my business before, during, and after meeting me, the fans reaching out to my family during the live stream, calling them saying, your son is in trouble, he's gonna go to jail, gonna go to prison. And this was all during the live stream when my family couldn't contact me at all.
How many people were watching the live stream? Do you know?
To my knowledge, it was around 35,000 people live.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then watching some of the clips from that live stream, like all of his information was just blasted out there.
Yeah. And then immediately it was getting clipped by everyone, getting clipped by people in India, spread across India within the same night.
So this was like instantaneous. Like as soon as you're on camera, people are already like clipping and sharing.
Yeah, exactly. Like my friends found out, my family found out, cousins in India found out, business partners were being reached out to immediately.
Well, these clipping networks are just insane as well, because I mean, obviously Vitaly is streaming on Kick, and Kick heavily incentivized clippers. So anytime a big streamer streams on Kick and something interesting happens, there are going to be dozens of clippers spreading those clips as far and wide as possible. It's like the damages here are insane. It's not just the 35,000 people live. It's the tens of millions, or most likely tens of millions of views all of these clips got across the entire internet. Like it's so insane.
Immediately, and underneath there, like social media pages, there were comments saying, like falsely accusing me, and people repeating the same messaging that Vitaly was like falsely promoting online and just harassing me, like DMs, all within the same night.
Did you know who Vitaly was?
Any kid who grew up my age, Vitaly was one of the most popular YouTubers at that time. So, like, of course I knew him, and I've watched his content, and I knew who he was. And in the beginning, obviously, like the first 30 seconds, I was just really confused, and I was like looking like this, pointing, because I was just, what is going on? I was like shocked, confused, curious, and there were so many things happening at the same time. Not only were they like being really racist, not only were they like falsely accusing me of some of the most horrible things you could ever like accuse someone of, they were also like threatening me with physical violence.
Don't look at me in my eye, bitch. I'll fucking fuck you up, bro.
Harassing me completely.
It's so crazy as well, because it just seems like Vitaly just loves harassing people for content. That's what it seems like. And then he found this like niche where, oh, if I find predators and out predators, then I'm excused to harass people. The only fault in that plan is, what if they're not predators and you're not 100% sure, and because you're a complete goofball, you goof it all up, and now an innocent person, number one, is harassed by you, and number one is falsely outed for being a predator, and number two is also harassed by you, and all of your unfunny jokes. It's just like, and it's not even jokes, he's just being racist because he thinks it's funny, and it's just like, come on, dude. So it's like rubbing salt in the wound. Not only are you outing a guy falsely outing a guy, like for being a predator, but also all of that on top of it, everything is just so bad.
And then right after that,
can't believe this.
I need to call the cops.
How did all of this start?
He literally had one job. That's his job.
How did you even come in contact with this person to begin with?
Yeah, great question. So, like millions of people every single day, I was talking to a woman online millions of people every single day. I was talking to a woman online on a dating app, legally and consensually, of course. And we talked for a couple of hours, and we made plans to meet, and I had no reason whatsoever to assume anything was like wrong.
So nothing stood out. There were no red flags.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Just seemed like a normal conversation. And this happened in a few hours. So like you woke up that morning, started talking to someone, met up, and like this, it was like pretty quick.
Yes.
So it was the same day.
Wow.
Yes. And after I agreed to meet up with her, within 30 seconds of me exiting my car, there's just like 9 people with like 5 cameras shoved in my face, saying
What
the
a nightmare.
craziest stuff. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, in my head, I was
Talk about the worst first date ever. Like, I obviously I'm not laughing at the situation. It's just like, dude, what a ultimate nightmare. First date, immediately 9 dudes basically jump you and accuse you of being a predator, and you're like, wait, what? I met up with an 18-year-old. Come on.
is this a fucking prank? Like, what is going on in my head?
It makes
and I
sense that he
think I
thinks
even said
that.
this in the video. Like, is this a prank? Because I knew I was completely innocent, and I knew that like I had done nothing wrong. And so in my head, I was like, maybe they're just doing this like for views or whatever, because I knew I did nothing wrong. And then I tried to talk to them. I tried to tell them, look, like, this wasn't me. I didn't do anything wrong. I wanted to show them all the texts and everything. I wanted to get to the bottom of this. And the woman started talking about a second Snapchat. And I was like, I only have one Snapchat. I don't have 2 Snapchats. And that's not me. You're talking to someone else. That's a completely different person. I didn't know if it was a completely different person. I don't know if she made up the Snapchat, if like this was something done by them on purpose. I had no idea. And I asked to look at the Snapchat, and like this is all on the video that's released online, even the 6-minute video. I asked to look at the Snapchat, and they wouldn't show me. And then right after that, I'm pretty sure, is when I was like, okay, I need to call the cops immediately because I want all the evidence to be
Good.
documented.
That saved him. That saved him here so much. Also, he must have been feeling like an insane person at this time. Because like, imagine you're showing up to a first date, 9 people suddenly start pointing at you and accusing you and being racist towards you, saying that you're there to meet a 16-year-old when you're under like everything that you know, you're meeting an 18-year-old, and suddenly 9 people are jumping you about like, what? It's so crazy. Again, thank goodness he called the police, and it's going to be interesting to see the body cam footage of all
and
this.
Most importantly,
because
all
that'll
the
be coming
evidence
out soon as well.
exonerating me and clear my name fully because I'm fully innocent needs to be documented immediately.
Good.
And the only solution towards documenting that evidence properly, in my opinion, was the cops. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna call the cops immediately. Then they came, and I was like, take my phone, look through everything, go through everything. I waived my, like, any normal person, if you've watched any type of lawyer TV show or anything.
Yeah, they all say, don't say anything.
Exactly. Don't say anything without the presence of counsel. Like, you should know your rights, protect your rights. Anything you can say can and will be used against you. Like,
so they read you the Miranda rights. It was like, hey man, anything you say can and will be used against you. It's like, you want to speak? They went through that entire thing with you?
Yeah. So in the beginning, I was trying to get them to go through all.
Regardless, I think it was smart that he just waived the Miranda rights and then immediately started trying to, you know, prove his innocence. Because the problem is, like, there's 35,000 people watching him live. You have all the clippers clipping right there. He kind of has to start controlling the narrative immediately, or else you could have, like, let's say if he just went through the legal process, right, and it didn't immediately waive his Miranda rights and so on, it would have probably taken a while for everyone to find out, oh, he was just falsely accused. Like, imagine all of the life and reputation damage that would have happened if he didn't take that chance and immediately waive the Miranda rights. Like, that is horrifying to think of. Like, this could have really destroyed this guy's life. And also, like, again, what about all the people who saw the clips but didn't see the follow-up of Vitaly saying, oh, delete the clips, guys. My bad. Falsely accused this guy for being a predator. Whoops. It was a mistake. Because those clips, they're so potent, and the way social media works is obviously the most potent clips go as viral as possible. So him going, whoops, guys, I made a mistake, that's not going to go as viral. So there has to be millions of people who've seen these clips but don't know the context that he was falsely accused. Like,
the evidence in the very beginning, the moment that I met up with them, but they said, you need to wait until we read you your Miranda rights. And so I had to wait before, you know, I could talk to them about anything. And then I, like, waived my rights, and I told them, look through my phone, look through everything. I have nothing to hide. I will, like, I want to figure this out with you. At this point in time, everything was like a puzzle in my head where the pieces didn't fit. It was like a mystery that needed to be solved. And so it was actually like me and 4 of the officers worked together, primarily 3 different officers. We worked together in conjunction to comb through all the evidence from both sides, and I wasn't able to comb through some of the evidence from the other side, but they did it, and they found me fully innocent and completely clear of doing all wrongdoing, to the point where these officers inside the interrogation room were profusely apologizing.
So they checked Vitali's phone and all.
Think of how traumatized he is.
Because what's to prevent Vitali from saying, "No, I'm not"?
It's not like he wants to go on a dating app right now.
Yeah. So
like, holy
it was
crap.
the woman who gave all the evidence to the cops from her side, and after combing through all of her evidence, on call, the female cop, who you can see in the video, she called the woman and she told her, "This guy's innocent. You have the wrong guy. We're letting him go. He's completely innocent. You need to take down the videos, otherwise."
Wow. So she complied, but she must have genuinely thought she was like correct by complying. Or do you think that she was confused too?
Well, so in the video itself, you'll hear a girl saying, "Maybe we made a mistake." She was saying that I blocked her when I was on video. I was showing my phone to everyone. When did I have time to do something like that? Why would I want to get rid of any evidence to support my name? I have nothing to hide.
But this just shows how unsure they are. And meanwhile, they're just publicly accusing him of being a predator, and they're so unsure. Like, if there's any doubt, you don't do the confrontation. Like, that is the basic thing. Again, that's his only job now. Like, his main job is to make sure that he is exposing the right person. Like, oh man. It's so sad. And yes, we are live, by the way, unless you're watching this as a VOD later on in the future.
Interrogation room. After I'd given all my evidence to the cops, I told the cops, "Please ask her for her evidence if you don't have it yet." And then they called her and they were on call with her for an hour, and she gave them all the evidence, and they were like, "This guy's completely innocent," to the point where they were telling her, "He's completely innocent. He did nothing wrong. You guys got the wrong guy. You guys got the wrong guy. We're letting him go." Yeah, they were all just profusely apologizing, saying, "We've never seen anything like this."
However, the cops are the ones who are apologizing to him, and not
this is
them.
Like a 1 in a million chance for this to happen.
Oh my goodness.
If there were any other cops who were there, who knows if they would have taken the time to properly go through your case and listen to you. And that I'm very filled with gratitude to all the cops that worked with me and took their time to fully investigate what happened and clear me within the same night.
So how much time passed between you stepping out of the car, immediately getting bombarded with Vitali and his entire crew, and then being exonerated by the cops?
Our guest on this episode was probably seen hundreds of millions of times.
Oh Lord. Yeah, we're doing that. Sorry guys, we're not watching your ads. Of course. No, they're promoting a clipping software. Oh, okay. Also, by the way, I love both Graham and Jack, and they both reached out to me because they watched my video on the situation. They reached out to me in case I had any questions for them. So I sent over a bunch of questions, which I think some of them they asked, which is why I'm reacting to this live as well. And the main reason I wanted to react to this live is we need to spread his side of the story as far and wide as possible, because again, Vitali straight up destroyed his reputation. So I want his side out. I want to give him as much of a platform as possible. And it seems like he only wanted to do an interview with Graham and Jack. And the reason for that is because he's just a fan of Graham and Jack, and they've been consistently uploading for a long time. I mean, Graham's been consistently uploading since like 2018. I think that was the first time I ever met Graham in person. They're both lovely people. I've met them a handful of times. So I think their platform is a good use for this, but I wanted to essentially kind of retweet this and try to spread it as far as possible as well.
With Vitali and his entire crew, and then being exonerated by the cops?
To my memory, around 3.5 hours.
So walk me through this 3.5, 4 hours then. I'm curious, like, where was your mind going? Was your family calling you? What did you experience in those 4 hours?
So the moment I first met the cops, they had my phone. They took my phone, and in the car, I was just, I'd never felt less control over anything in my life. Up until this point, I just felt the least in control, and I ended up turning to spirituality and my faith, and I was just like, God, please help me. I did nothing wrong. Please, make sure all the evidence stays, and please just please help me. Please help me. I did nothing wrong. And I was like, the whole world is gonna,
Yeah, I mean, that is probably one of the worst experiences you can go through.
Just my intimate life. No one would want their intimate conversations that they have in the bedroom with their partner to be put out to the entire world. It was this is something, I'm a very private person, and now all of a sudden the whole world has their eyes on me, tens of thousands of DMs, even though I haven't even shown my face in any of my posts or anything purposely. I was really scared. I was scared for whether or not, in the moment right after it happened, I was like, what could have happened if I wasn't found fully innocent and cleared within the same night? If it was any other different cops or anything.
Yeah.
In the beginning, I didn't know if, the cops were going to fully investigate everything or if they were going to look through all the evidence. I had this was my first time ever,
that's the thing. If there's a chance of this happening, he should never confront. And I see people are asking which podcast this. It's linked in the description down below. This is the Iced Coffee Hour with Graham and Jack. But again, if there's any chance of this person not being a predator, you shouldn't be confronting them. If you're 99% sure, you're not 100% sure. But clearly they weren't even 99% sure. It seems like they were like, oh, we're 50% sure it's him. Oh.
Inside of a police station, much less in the back of a police car. The most that I've ever gotten, I'm a very risk-averse person. In everything in my life, I'm just very risk-averse. I would never, go skydiving, for example. I don't speed when I'm driving because, I don't want to use up my luck on the road. And so the max I've ever gotten was, a speeding ticket, 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I'm fighting for my life. In the moment, even though there was so much racism, crazy racism, it was
yeah. What was that like? Have you had comments ever directed at you like that before?
Oh my God! There's always some experiences as a minority, you'll have some type of experience. It might not be really big or anything like that, but nothing at all compared to what was going on then. I mean, the moment he pulls up, he's just being so racist, which was,
yeah, I mean, he was accused of being the worst thing possible
to me. I was like, what are you doing? And in the moment, honestly, even though all of these injustices were happening, crazy things were happening, my main thought was my main priority and my main focus in my mind was what is going on? What is going on? I was so confused. I was just trying to understand the situation and then get all the evidence and then prove that I just didn't do anything wrong at all. I was like, okay, the first thing that I need to do is just focus on proving my innocence.
So when they proved you innocent, did anybody in your life still believe that hey, maybe he's not innocent? Or did everyone come around?
When I first released a statement, before I released the audio, everyone was still in doubt. Even though Vitaly had video and written statement saying that, I didn't do anything wrong. And even though I put out a statement saying that, even the cops fully cleared me and proved me innocent, people were still thinking that maybe we paid them off, or like there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute me or whatever. But in reality, the truth is, they found evidence that it was a full 100% mistake on Vitaly's team, guys. Like, this was a
I want to know how long it took for Vitaly to actually apologize, and what kind of communication Vitaly has had with him since all this happened. Like, is the only communication just Vitaly apologizing to the public a few times and on his stream at the end, and then like he did that like Twitter video and so on? Like, if that's the only communication, that's just, it's crazy. It's disgusting. This whole situation is one of the grossest situations I've seen on the internet in a while.
Like, there's evidence that this was a mistake on Vitaly's team and Vitaly's side.
What was the mistake?
Great question.
From your perspective.
So so I mean, like, this is the clear-cut mistake that they made. The decoy, who her job is to talk to as many guys as possible on dating apps, and then move them over to Snapchat, tell them her fake age, and like get them to meet up.
Okay, so it was probably a bait and switch for the age,
She
right?
never told me anything. Like,
if you're on dating apps, your age is above age, right? I haven't been on dating apps in over like a decade now, but like, I'm assuming you have to be over 18 to use them. So I'm assuming they're using a fake age, and then so I'm assuming she was 18 on the dating app, and then when they moved the conversation over to Snapchat, I'm assuming she just forgot to mention a fake age, that she was 16 actually, and then they were like, "Oh, he's here to meet up with some 16-year-old." Like, yeah, that's now I'm assuming, but that's what it seems like happened here.
Video, I added her on Snapchat, and I sent 3 messages and never got a response back. And so then we kept texting on the dating app, and she was texting a bunch of guys at the same time, because like that's what she was being incentivized to do. And she mixed up, apparently she like thought that she was talking to me when she was talking to like one of the other, who knows how many guys she was currently talking to at the same time.
Dude, that's also the problem of doing all this live, because they're constantly trying to get that content. They just want the crazy confrontations and the stream content. So for them to have a constant flow of stream content, she needs to be messaging a whole bunch of people at all times, so they always have some dude to expose. So that's how slip-ups like this happen. Oh.
And then like apparently she thought it was me, and it wasn't. She was talking to someone completely different, a real guy. She was talking to them, and that's who she had the conversation with on Snapchat. And it was never me. Her and I never ever talked off the dating app because she never responded, and the police saw that.
What was the hardest part for you mentally? Was it like fear?
She never responded. Issue with on Snapchat, and it was never me. Her and I never ever talked off the dating app because she never responded, and the police saw that.
What was the hardest part for you mentally? Was it like fear, anger? How do you keep your composure?
I keep my circle close and very tight. The biggest emotion that I had was just my family. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if they were going to I didn't know what they were going to think. I didn't know whether
this
they
is
would
heavy.
believe
I
me.
mean, I can't believe they did this to this guy.
Like in the beginning, I was just really, they're my strength, they're my rock, my foundation. I didn't know what they were going to think, and that was probably the most scariest thing of all. And like, surprisingly enough, like the second biggest feeling that I had was like gratitude for my parents. The first time that I called them and got to talk to them, because I wasn't allowed to, talk to anyone, because I didn't have my phone until after I got fully proven innocent, because they were using my phone as a source of like evidence to look at and comb through my entire phone. right after the cop talked to on the audio, you can see I'm going to give the cop says, I'm going to give the phone to your son so you can speak to him now. And so I was calling, like,
so
I
he
was talking
released
to my
that.
parents, and they were just like, we love you, we support you, we know you didn't do anything wrong, like, we're here for you. And like that, like the first time I cried was when I heard the cop say I was innocent for the first time.
Determined that he was not the right suspect we were looking for. So your son was perfectly compliant. He was cool with us, and he just happened to be wrong place, wrong time.
And then the second time, like, I choked up and started crying was when, like, I heard that from my parents, and I was just like choking up saying, like, thank you guys so much. Like, I don't know how many, like, parents would really stick up for their kids in a situation like that when private details are getting exposed. Like, they just, all they cared about was supporting me. They said, like, we love you, we're here for you no matter what, that, like, you're our son. Like, we're so proud of you, good job for calling the cops, we're really, really, really proud of you for calling the cops.
That could have gone so differently had you just said nothing.
Yeah.
And
Or just
said-
left.
Yeah.
Or left, or I'm going to retain an attorney.
Yeah, if he did that,
because
the
I'm gonna
internet
tell
would
you,
have
man,
taken control of the narrative, and the internet would have spun it the way the internet does. So again, I mean, it was so good that he waived his Miranda rights and then tried to get to the bottom of it immediately.
Had you done that, it would have taken months.
Yeah.
And if you
play out.
left, like, they could have just said you deleted evidence.
Yeah,
on both
true.
sides.
Yeah, and I mean, I knew that I didn't do anything wrong, and so in the beginning, I tried to explain that to them. Like, I was trying to explain it to them, and I was trying to, like, work out what happened. Like, where was, like, was this a prank? Is this like miscommunication? What's going on? And they didn't care about that in any way, shape, or form. We had no choice. Like, I had no choice. But I had no choice. Like, at first, I tried to, you know, talk to them sort of calmly and explain what's going on, and then, like, when they started physically threatening me, at least I'd already called the cops at this point.
Yeah. I'm curious, the viewers of this live stream, how do they find out, like, your name and, like, try to find your family? Like, how do they do that?
Yeah, so even in the beginning, before I had met her in person, they were calling
They
out my
didn't mute
business. And then
anything.
during
They
the
just
live
leaked
stream,
all of his
when I was
information.
calling the cops and I was giving them my information, they didn't mute the mic.
Oh, so they were filming you, basically saying, "Here's, like, my info."
Yes.
That's
And then
crazy.
they muted it
With the
when-
That's what was like. So that's what I was like really shocked about seeing the clips. I mean, they had like 35,000 live, and they didn't care because they thought this guy was guilty. So I guess they just thought F him. Like it's so bad. And again, they weren't even 100% sure, and they just acted like F him. Like, let's just blast all of his information out there.
Like the moment when they muted it was when I was giving out the address, but before that.
Yeah, the person who is falsely accused is a victim here. And I saw a lot of people saying that, like, why wasn't Vitaly arrested? My understanding is all of this is civil. So, like, Vitaly did reputational harm to this man. So it's really up to him to sue him or not. It's such a messed up situation.
So they were filming the whole thing.
Yeah.
They
like,
never stopped recording.
Yeah, I mean, they knew I was going to give my information because they heard the cop ask me what's all my information. They didn't mute the mic or anything like that. And then even then, like, I said, I was saying my name, and they said, oh, like, you made a mistake. Now everyone's going to know who you are, or whatever. And then, I mean, but even then after that, they called out my LinkedIn, my business. They told people to go cancel me and my business. And so before, during, and after this entire thing, they told people to go after my business.
And what about your family during that 4-hour window before the public statement was made that you were not guilty of what they were accusing you of, and your own phone? I imagine, like what were the messages, the outreach? What did all of that look like during those 4 hours?
I was getting a lot of phone calls, and, like, my father was, like, calling my phone, but I didn't know because I didn't have access to my phone. And then they were like, my parents believed that I did nothing wrong because I called the cops immediately. And like they were very proud of that. They were like, okay, like when you called the cops, that's when we knew for sure, without a doubt in our mind, he didn't do anything. Like you didn't do anything, Akash.
What about friends, acquaintances, people you used to know? Your parents' phones, were other people calling your parents? Like, I don't know, childhood friends' parents or something like that?
Yeah. So like after, like even up until today, everyone is like talking to my business partners and family friends and like my close friends.
So you had like what, a 6-ish hour window of him being just blasted across the entire internet as a predator. Like that can spread so far and so quickly. Like the people he went to school with, people he works with, his family. And then like the future people he meets, like what if people recognize him from a clip and they don't have the context of, oh no, he didn't actually do this. Oh,
friends and extended friends and just people who know me through other people, etc. Like people who know, oh, like this guy's Akash's friend, reaching out to all of us saying, oh, like what happened. Everyone wants to know more details. Like the video and me being innocent, all it's not enough. Everyone's reaching out and saying, oh, like we want to know more. What happened?
What do you think they want to know?
I mean, I guess they just want to know like more, like how I felt. I don't even know. And like a lot of them are offering their condolences, etc. Like the support has been really amazing in terms of like the outreach from family and friends and everything after I was proven completely fully innocent.
How are you doing?
Taking it day by day, step by step, like trying to focus on gratitude for the cops, my family, the support of the online community, being able to come like on a podcast like this where I've been watching your content for years and been a fan of you guys, an honest, true fan, where I've learned so much.
You have to be a very mentally strong person to get through this.
Happening,
like
right?
this
It's
is
not like
unthinkable to be accused of something like this.
Like ordeal isn't over yet. Clearly, people are still finding out.
Do you think it went more viral when Vitaly apologized? Because what's funny is that's how I found out about it, was when he said, delete the video. And
also I'm seeing like a lot of people saying like he's milking it and so on. He's absolutely not. He was just, this is the first time he's talked about this publicly. Like, what do you mean he's milking it? He was falsely accused of one of the worst things anyone could ever do. There's no shot he's milking it here. He's clearing his name. He's talking about his entire experience. It's not like he's gone on like 80 different podcasts now and on all this press tour. And honestly, I wouldn't even fault him if he decided to do that, because he would want to spread the fact, like he would want his side of the story to go as viral as possible. So like the fact, like, yeah, this guy's absolutely not milking it. If anything, this guy has to have a platform to spread his side of the story, because Vitaly took that away from him. Vitaly used his platform to destroy this guy's reputation. So it's extremely important that this guy's side is out there on the internet. This infuriates me so much. I'm sitting here just in anger. Like, this is very uncomfortable to watch.
The idiot that
because
I
I'm just
am,
like
I'm
so upset.
What's the video?
Yeah.
And then I look it up. But just him saying delete the video is enough for a lot of people to be like, let me find the video.
Yeah.
And then everyone started reposting the video.
There's
and he
another
wants to
point
take
with
it
that
down.
as well.
It's like
Yeah.
the Streisand effect. It makes it worse.
I mean, I haven't really.
Also, you have that side of like, okay, if a whole bunch of these big viral clippers are deleting their videos, right? It's hard to quantify the total views all these clips got, right? So that could affect damages in court. Oh,
taking a look at the numbers, but I mean, I do think that like the apology did like have an effect on the virality of it. But I also think that no matter what, he would have had, like, whether it's now or later, he would have had to apologize. But yeah, it's just like, it's everywhere. I think like 250 million different people have seen this entire thing.
Have you got recognized in
no
public
shot.
yet?
No, but I haven't gone out in public. Really. Like,
yeah, I remember you even saying like you're worried about
Okay, I didn't even realize it was 250 million people. 250 million people saw a clip of you being falsely accused as a predator. Do you know how hard it is to get 250 million views? Like it's going to be almost impossible for him to get his side of the story out in front of 250 million people. Like, this guy's reputation has been permanently damaged because of Vitaly. It's so bad.
Going to the airport.
And that makes it worse than what I thought it was.
Just because we don't know what people are thinking, and we don't know what's going on. Who knows, right? And so this is like, we're all very private. This is, you know, my first time in the spotlight, and it's something that I did not ask for. And nor did I ever want. You and I were talking like offline, and I told you that I always wanted to be like a wealthy man, but be able to walk anywhere in the world and have nobody know like mine and my family's name. Like I thought that was like peace. Like that's what I wanted. That's what I envisioned. I never had any desire for fame at all. I know how that really takes away your right to a private life to some extent, because everyone's always looking at you. Like I never wanted any of that, but here we are.
Yeah. Has Vitaly reached out to you privately?
Aside from right after the apology, asking what we were going to do legally, no, he has not reached out.
See, he only cares about himself.
Proven,
because he's just like, all he's doing is he's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get sued, so I'm gonna play it safe. Like, he doesn't. That's my opinion. It just doesn't seem like he actually cares enough. That's so shocking to me. Or, well, it's not shocking knowing Vitaly's character, but you would think any normal human being would be in constant contact. Like, this isn't one of those, my bad, bro. Like, are you serious? Oh,
I have.
What did they say?
That they don't believe me, even though all parties involved have fully cleared me and said that this is a mistake on Vitaly's side.
Yes, it's so much worse than what I thought. And also, I see a lot of people are like, are you staring at me? No, my monitor's right beside my camera. So I'm not trying to keep eye contact with you guys throughout this, but this is so painful, because like watching this interview is also making me realize how much worse it is than what I thought it was. I know it was really bad. I knew it was really bad, but just the lack of communication from Vitaly, it seems like he's only trying to cover himself. Yeah.
Just a person that this is all staged. Can you believe that? Can you believe that?
That's crazy. People would think that.
What
that
nonsense.
would be one of the worst things ever to stage.
What nonsense? And like in my head, like honestly, like all I could think of is what nonsense. Yeah, it was just it was crazy. Like the hate, the racism. Like there was a lot of racism after the fact too. There was a lot of there's some physical violence. People were threatening, like they're gonna, like, you know, come to my house, or, you know, yada yada yada.
That's gotta be terrifying.
And that's what happens when you're falsely accused of being a pred, because you have people who want to avenge.
Like, if they say they're gonna. Okay.
We hired security, even though it's super expensive. We were just scared, really scared. Like, what's gonna happen? Is anyone gonna, they have my name, they have everything, my business. Are they gonna find out where I live? Are they gonna come? Like, one of the reasons why I wasn't leaving the house was because what if someone's waiting for me outside? I've never been in this position, I've never had the whole world spotlight on me. And like, who knows what people are gonna, think and do, right?
People could be crazy.
Exactly.
And all it takes is like out of millions, there's one
person,
just
one
one
bad
who's
actor.
a little cuckoo,
Yeah.
but everyone else,
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
It's not worth taking the
Perfect.
risk on the one.
Exactly. And so, like, we did have to take precaution in the aspect of like, be really safe, maybe consider like getting an Airbnb or something like that for the time being. Luckily, there's been no incidents, physical incidents or anything like that, but there has been a lot of threats made and just, hate and racism and like the DMs, comments, whatever you name it.
Are you suing Vitaly?
I'm keeping all my options open. Right now, my number one concern is the mental health of myself, my family, and the people around me. He has to be held accountable.
Okay. So, I mean, there you have the nodding. He has to be held accountable. Sorry, this is so heavy. I can't even imagine the pain this guy had to go through.
When a false accusation like this is made live in front of millions of people, especially when you add everything else on top of it, proper verification and like proper procedure to make sure that you have the right person is so incredibly important. This can ruin lives. Imagine if it was someone else that, like, I don't know, like, if this happened to almost any other person, who knows what could have happened? Like, if my father didn't record the phone call, audio call with the police, then even like until now.
That was also a key part because they released that and spread that clip very widely on Twitter. And that also helped his whole perception of him. So that's also a very good point. I mean, dude, this is such a nightmare for anyone.
Like, we're about to get like the police report, etc. But it takes a week to get the police report. We wouldn't be able to prove my innocence until now.
Yeah.
But because we got the audio recording, because all these things happened,
and then he waived his Miranda rights. So good.
Like, God had my back, where not only was I able to be proved completely innocent of any wrongdoing the same night, but the whole world was able to find out. And like after the audio call, that's when everyone was like, oh shit. How often do you see a cop apologizing like that? For like a mistake,
especially for how quick.
Yeah, you got very lucky. I mean, considering the circumstance,
exactly.
You got insanely.
Yeah, you're like the luckiest guy ever, man.
Yeah, it was
when you think of how bad it could have been and what the outcome was.
In the beginning,
just funny to say
I felt like
lucky.
In the beginning, listen, it felt like a cosmic fucking joke, right? In the beginning, I felt like the most unlucky person in the entire world. I felt like this was like.
It's like a horror film, essentially.
Was trying to ruin my life through the most like insane way possible, because like you can't even make this up, man. Like, if you were writing a story, you can't even make this up. And then towards the end of all this, like a couple hours later, I felt like unluckiest man and then the luckiest man within the same night. Like I was feeling both ways at once, if that can make sense, because the cops looked past like everything in terms of like they looked past all their assumptions about me or whatever to properly comb through all the evidence, investigate everything really thoroughly, and prove my innocence. And then like my parents, the support of the online community, and then everyone like believing I'm innocent after like the audio call for the most part, that being released and that being recorded, being born into like such a...
That's like crazy because like I think it was in the same stream that this happened. It was either the same, no, this was not the same stream. It was after he got out from the Philippines and he started doing these catches, the pred catches, because now we're not even sure how many of them were actual Preds or not. I would be extremely skeptical of every single one. But you have that whole situation regarding Disney where they were confronting a guy, but we never got any confirmation if this guy was trying to meet up with a minor or not. Like there's so many things that make Vitaly look so bad. You also have the situation with Asian Andy, the other streamer, because apparently Vitaly confronted another Asian guy who Vitaly was alleging was a pred, and he started calling him Asian Andy, which is another streamer's brand. He's a massive streamer. He became like pretty famous for harassing squatters that were squatting in his family's property. And then the fact that Vitaly is essentially calling a random Asian dude who he thinks is a pred the name of a popular creator is crazy. And all of this is happening just right before this happens. So there were signs of just a complete willful disregard of factual evidence. And obviously the Asian Andy stuff could be used in Akash's lawsuit to prove that there is a willful disregard of facts.
Like all of these factors all played like a huge pivotal role towards my innocence being proven within the same night.
If Vitaly was here right now, what would you tell him?
You tried to ruin my life, and there was no care for due process or verification, proper verification. Not only did you try to ruin my life, you were extremely racist, called out my business before, during, and after, threatened physical harm. Just, like, why? Like, I get...
For views online, that's what it seems like. I mean, he was too busy trying to entertain an audience than actually fact check and make sure that he's actually calling out a predator here.
Support, protecting the innocent and vulnerable from any type of wrongdoers whatsoever. But like, shouldn't you know how important this is? You've been in in this, industry or business or whatever for so long. Like, who knows how many other people this happened to? If it did, I don't know. But if it happened to other people, like, who knows?
I think it was Gideon that was saying the numbers of there was around 100 catches he's done and only 3 people were actually arrested from it. So that says something as well.
Well, why didn't you care about that? Why didn't you check yourself? Why didn't you check all the evidence yourself before falsely accusing me and harassing me and bullying me?
It seems like you didn't care.
Do you think that this is a cause that Vitaly actually does care about?
After looking through all his videos, not really. The day right after all this happened, and he had already found out that I was innocent, he went on live stream, and there was this other person who was rightfully accused. They caught the right guy, and he was telling the world, let's run a poll in the chat. Should we release him or should we turn him into the cops? and he was making.
I didn't see that clip.
One guy go with them throughout the entire stream to catch other predators and turning it into content. And then at the end, like the chat and everything had voted to release him. This was when he knew I was innocent. The very next day, then he was planning on letting this guy go, and he said this multiple times on stream. The very next day that, okay, I'm gonna let him go. We're becoming friends with him. He's a chill guy, whatever. And this guy ended up running away or something. Who knows what happened? Even though they were planning on letting him go, this guy ended up running away. But if they really cared about this, if at all he really cared about this, and this is all, my opinion, but if at all he really cared about this, then he would probably call the cops on this guy immediately.
What's interesting
Absolutely.
is that Jack and I were doing some research on this, and we came across someone who was doing something similar. And they said in the way that people go about catching these people, there's so many errors that actually prosecuting is next to impossible with the way that they do it. And that out of like 100 cases where the cops have been called, I think they said only like 2 or 3.
Yeah, out of like 100 cases, there have been 2 or 3 arrests. So it's like the people are getting publicly shamed, but it's not actually doing justice. It's not only that, but it's not stopping it. Yeah. Because if they're still out free to roam, then they're still free to do whatever. Yeah. And I don't know if the public humiliation is as good as just keeping them away from public, where they could continue to do harm. Like if you humiliate someone who commits a violent crime, will that just like stop them from doing it again? Or is it a person that has, a compulsive nature where they can get angry really quickly, or someone who has a compulsive nature in a different way where they can feel a different way very quickly? So there are other people on YouTube that have done this effectively. I used to watch this guy Anxiety War all the time.
Yeah.
Anxiety War made Zach Swears.
2012 to 2014 YouTube.
He made phenomenal content. And he would have these conversations and he would document. Every video was like a full documentary on the entire encounter.
The 3% hit rate is just diabolical. Ugh. What a nightmare case. I mean, this is just, it's so sad.
The exchange that was had. And he would even meet these people. There was one where he like shaved his beard and like tried to look like a little boy. And he like met this, like it was the amount of research that he would do into this. And every single time he would draft a perfect case and hand it off to the local authorities.
Didn't he blur their faces too?
It would result in actual arrests, and he would do updates on the arrests. Yeah. Someone like Vitaly, in this isolated incident, and this is just my opinion, it's not a statement of fact, if you look at this as an isolated incident, you may be able to say, maybe he does care about it. He does seem passionate. But if you map this out across the timeline of his career, he has clearly not shown any form of like moral, standard with what he's done. Like he's just chased whatever most outrageous thing that he can do for views. And another thing that I actually think is very twisted is a lot of the people that try to catch these predators, what they end up doing is basically like a form of like mini TOR, where they basically get this person in a vulnerable state of like, hey, your life is screwed unless if you do this. And they just make content out of it. It's not actually about getting this person arrested and solving the problem. It's just about whatever outrageous how else can you get someone where you can get them to do whatever you want?
Yeah. That's also the thing is like, also they better be like 100% sure again. And clearly they're not 100% sure. So imagine doing all of this, torturing these people and it's just so bad. It's just so horrific.
Yeah. Aside from holding this over their head saying, hey, if you don't follow our rules, then we're going to, and then.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, isn't that like extortion and blackmail?
Yes. Which I think is probably what leads to, well, let's say my opinion on the matter is yes. What leads to a lot of these people getting let off.
Really?
They could maybe also call it a honeypot where they were lured in and like they wouldn't have acted in this way. Yeah,
but there's also proper documentation. Fraud, there's proper documentation that needs to be had. Like there's probably a way that you need to have the conversations instead of just like having some random person with no credibility or credentials.
All the proof that you need to have, honestly, is if you have like, you know, like text messages showing proof that the person was informed of the fake age, that's pretty actionable, at least from my understanding. And like, because there was, you know, there was no evidence that I did anything wrong in terms of like.
And yeah, that, I mean, that's fine. If you have 100% confirmation, this person was like, oh, it's okay. You're a minor. I'm going to go meet up regardless. I mean, then it's like, okay, call him out for it. But still, you have to be 100% sure. And here they just completely goofed it. It's so sad.
Nothing was ever deleted or anything.
Yeah, he essentially, I won't say he confirmed it, but it seems like he confirmed that he wanted to hold him accountable. So it seems like he's definitely going to sue him. I can't say definitely, but it seems like he's going to sue him. He did say he retained some serious heavyweight lawyers. So I'm assuming that they're doing their work right now and due diligence on the case.
So like, and they checked to see whether anything was deleted, by the way.
Yeah.
They did a full, this is a very serious deal. And so the investigation was very, very thorough. And yeah, I mean.
Well, I recommend that justice is found one way or another, whether that's through the courts or some other way. I hope that you're made whole because you're just living a normal life.
Yeah.
And of course, this meteor comes and completely throws you off of whatever course that you were on.
Yeah.
One thing that I was curious about is, I try to think about this from my perspective. Let's say that I have a date planned out with a girl. And I've never met this girl before. Let's say like I meet her online and then I just Google her name, because I know a lot of girls Google whatever guy's name. When you should do this, if you're going on a date with someone, Google their name. And I Googled your name. And the first 5 pages of Google all have to do with this case. And
oh my gosh.
Even if it says that you were wrongfully accused of it, I don't think that matters, unfortunately. Like I'm not saying
yeah,
this,
I mean,
like,
it's
I'm just
sketchy.
trying to be honest with you. If I were to Google a girl's name and it said wrongfully accused of, you know, like her ex-boyfriend.
That is actually what's so bad as well. Because even though he's completely, his reputation should be cleared, but you know, Googling his name is cooked. Yeah, no, I feel so bad for him. And I mean, he deserves to sue the crap out of Vitaly for this. This is just so bad.
I'm not getting anywhere near this girl.
Like just in case.
Yeah.
Like even though it's like I'm 99% sure, but that 1%.
Unless if she's really attractive. No, I'm kidding. I'm not getting anywhere near this girl.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's just no reason.
Yeah.
Like there are so many fish in the sea. Why would I take a chance?
Yeah.
Even if it's like there are 5 pages of wrongfully accused. I don't care.
Jack is shattering his dreams
so
right now.
I'm curious to see kind of how this plays out in the long run. Fortunately, a lot of people have rushed to your defense.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a concern of yours? Like, or I'm also curious, this is kind of twisted, but
this is why his side of the story just needs to be echoed as far and wide as possible. Like, if anything, the Clippers should be clipping the crap out of this.
You had people reaching out to you, girls specifically, because of your composure in the video. You seemed very like cool and collected. Did anything like that happen?
Yeah. I mean, I've had a lot of support from everyone. Male, female, even parents. A lot of parents are reaching out saying, if this was my son or like daughter, I couldn't imagine. Like I have kids that are your age. We have your back. Thank your parents. Thank your family. We're like very proud of you for the way you handled yourself. And it has I am concerned that it will affect my life in other areas in terms of professional personal relationships.
It's a valid concern.
Even if 99.99% of people will forget about this in 2-3 days, maybe after even 10 minutes. For any type of personal professional relationship, if they look me up and this is what they see, who knows what they might think in 5-10 years? Who knows? And it's just something that we are forced to deal with now.
What have you learned from this experience?
My friend reached out to me right after all this happened and told me God gives the most difficult battles to his strongest warriors. I pray that I am a vessel to do something good. I really hope that. And if this is a test or something like that, then I really hope that I have good faith and goodwill. Because it would make a lot more sense if maybe all of this happened for a reason, for, you know, maybe some good to come out of it. That would really help a lot. I have reached out already to everyone, and I told them that I'm not accepting any money or donations. Please, everyone, if you see any type of GoFundMe or cryptocurrency or anything in my name, please do not donate to it. And
This is
so
also
if
extremely
you
important to get
want
out there.
To help in any type of way possible the falsely accused, please consider donating to the Innocence Project. I know, like, this has been a nightmare, a complete and total nightmare. But I used to always tell this to all my friends before any of this ever happened. There's two types of people in life. The first person, something really bad happens to them and they want the whole world to feel the way they did. The second person, something bad, really bad happens to them and they never want anyone to go through what they did ever again. And I'm the second guy. I want to be the second guy. I'd like to be the second guy. And that's why, after like a lot of thinking, if the most horrible thing that happened to me in my life, the most difficult adversity I've ever gone through in my life, which I don't think I deserve to have happened to me, if that can help someone in any type of way, if we can use it to affect some type of good, if even one person donates to the Innocence Project because of this, at least something good will have happened.
What's the Innocence Project?
So the Innocence Project is the topmost charity that supports any falsely accused innocent person that doesn't have the means to support themselves. The Innocence Project takes up their case and helps them. And they're doing a phenomenal job. Obviously, you guys can see why this matters to me very deeply.
We'll link to the Innocence Project down below.
Really appreciate you coming on, and I'm curious, what's something that you want everyone to know?
Thank you so much for having me. Everyone got to know a side of me that is completely private, and what I would want everyone to know is that I'm a normal guy. I'm a businessman with a passion for vending machines. The reason why I started it is I think it's the most resilient business against AI, and that's what I want to be known for. A businessman, someone who loves what he does and cares for all the people around him. I'm a very private person. I never wanted to be in the spotlight, and now it seems like the whole world has their eyes on me. And if everyone wants to know me as, like, if they want to get to know me, I would just say, look at my passions. Look at what I love to do. Business, family, faith. These are the core tenets that I live by. And that's what I would like to be known for.
I think we need a vending machine in here.
That would not be a bad idea.
But we could split the profit.
Yeah, high ticket sales, so you don't have to sell a bunch.
I got you guys.
We completely forgot to film an outro. Thank you so much for watching. If you made it to the end.
Yeah. Wow. I'm shocked that this all happened. It's so bad. This shouldn't have happened to begin with, but now the guy just has to live with this new reality because of Vitaly's complete negligence. So, like, what happened after all this? Obviously, Vitaly apologized, I guess, twice. One on Twitter. No, one on his stream, and then one, I guess, on Twitter, because he made this like video that he posted on Twitter. According to the victim here now, he didn't reach out privately. He did a "my bad, bro" on the stream. As if that fixes any of this. 35,000 live viewers and apparently 250 million views on clips is what the victim here is saying happened. And so that's how many people saw him being accused of the worst of the worst. So how do you even bounce back from that? The only thing you can really do is share this guy's story as far and wide as possible. It's so sad. I hope he gets justice, because no one should ever have to deal with that ever. Like, this is a nightmare for anyone. Oh my goodness. It's just so sad. And again, this guy is not taking donations from anyone, so don't fall for any crypto scams, or don't buy a meme coin in his name or something like that, because that's not going to him. That's just scammers. That's grifters grifting off of his misery. It's so sad. Regardless, I linked the full podcast down below. Shout out Graham and Jack for doing this interview. It's I wish he went on to more channels to spread his word more, but I'm really happy he went on to their channel, because at least people can get his side of the story. So they did him a massive service here. And I just hope his side of the story just goes further and further. And I hope he gets justice. So that's really it for today's stream. Thank you guys for dropping by. Thank you guys all for the donations that were sent in, and for all the support. And I'll see you guys.
my God, what is this? Let me look at this.
Currency scheme that people are engaging in.
Mhm. Would you steal from Whole Foods?
You want to go first? Well,
Right, guys?
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
If everybody stole from the corporations, then they wouldn't work. Like, how could you be pro stealing? Like, if people stole from the then they wouldn't be. How could you run a business if people keep stealing the stuff out of the business? I don't understand. Like, how is that? It's not sustainable. Like, what is it? It's an insane statement. Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, I don't. Like, what?
However, one thing that might even help your ethical dilemma is the fact that the automated process that they design, these companies know will increase shrink, right? So it's actually factored in. The lemons that you stole are factored into the bottom line of these mega corporations, regardless.
And what happens when it gets factored into the bottom line is then that the costs get offset back onto the consumer. This is so only a retard could have this opinion. No normal person could have this. And you have to be like an advanced retard to think like this. And you have to keep in mind, this is very important because Hassan, as we all know, grew up as a rich boy. He did. He grew up like a rich boy, and he was, riding around on horses, playing polo. Oh, look at me. I'm a good boy with my special hat. You don't understand the way that poor people get money. And they eat food. Let me explain it to you. There are food banks for people who don't have the income and the resources available that they can simply get that food for free, where it's accounted for, it's subsidized, and it's paid for either by charities, churches, the state, or a combination. So when you choose to go inside of a Whole Foods and you steal something from a Whole Foods, you are foregoing the existing structural socialist design of food banks, of other forms of supplemental assistance that allow people to get food whenever they're poor. So the problem is that What you're doing when you steal something from a corporation is you effectively increase their costs, which hurts everybody else inside of the actual paying people inside of that corporation. And you are not using, and by the way, a lot of these food banks, this is another thing people might not know, they throw away an excess of food every day. So the entire idea that like, oh, well, they're going to run out of food. Yeah, they'll probably run out of cookies, or they might run out of, steaks or something like that. But they're not running out of carrots. Like, I remember my mom went to the food bank and she got carrots, and she got like, I don't know if I can, I'm really not kidding when I do this, guys. I'm not kidding. She got enough carrots to fill this entire box. I swear to God. This was in 2012. And so they give away a gigantic amount of food. Did you eat them? Yeah, we ate a lot of them, right? And like we had stew and everything. And so like there is a massive excess of this food that's being given out. So when you forego the existing structures of, nutrition assistance and everything, and you choose to steal from a corporation, you are doing something that is not only detrimental to the corporation, the workers, and also subsequently the other people that are paying, but you're also foregoing an existing structure that is meant for people that have those problems. It is the most selfish, self-centered, stupid, short-sighted, and unnecessary thing to ever do. You should never do this. Now, if you steal, I'm not going to act like it's the end of the world. I've stolen things many times. But the reality is that the reason why people steal is because they get away with it. Now, I think we need to spend more time preventing people from getting away with it. This is an extremely toxic mindset. And whenever this mindset is done at scale, any sort of distribution becomes impossible. This is why food stores close down. This is why a Dunkin' Donuts shuts down in the middle of Chicago because they keep getting robbed, or a CVS stops, selling things in a New York or something, or some other fucking high crime area, in an LA area. Like, it's tremendously detrimental.
And they still end up having increased profit margins because they no longer have to pay the cashiers that they used to hire, as opposed to this automated system, knowing full well that people are still going to be able to still steal a lot more efficiently, as a matter of fact, through the automated process.
Totally. Well, I was looking things up, and shrinkage is roughly equal internally as externally. Like, they expect it from their employees that they are sort of disenfranchising constantly.
Yeah.
But what about the argument that
they are, employees steal stuff. Yeah, that's true. I mean, of course. Even if they weren't disenfranchising those employees, they would still be stealing. And here's how you know that stealing is not for necessity. There are a lot of people that do steal for necessity. But when you're stealing makeup, you're not doing it for necessity. When you're stealing potato chips, you're not doing it for necessity. When you're stealing shoes or hairspray, this isn't necessity.
everyone just starts stealing wantonly from the self-checkout machines, Whole Foods will eventually raise the prices.
Yeah, chaos, full chaos. Let's go. I mean, look, I'm in favor.
Well, no, that's not what would happen. They're just going to have a police guard that stands there next to the self-checkout, and then they watch you scan the items. That's what's going to happen. It's not going to be full chaos. It's not going to be a run on Whole Foods. And then you pay that police guard, and now the food costs more because they have to pay the guard. Like, that's not even how it works. Like, this is not, what's so funny about this is that it's like, it's very one-dimensional in its thinking, because you assume that the company is just going to say, I guess we lose. No, they're going to put different little stickers on it. They're going to put beepers on it. They're going to lock it up. They're going to have different things. Like, for example, at the Walmart that I'm near, I had to have the employee, I went to buy underwear at Walmart, and she made me tell her which underwear I wanted. She wouldn't let me touch it. And then I said I wanted to check out, and she hand carried the underwear from the the underwear section to the fucking cashier, and they gave it to the cashier. It was like, I mean, I'm in my 30s now, so like it wasn't embarrassing, but like if I was like 16, I would have been mortified by this, right? And so it's wild, exactly. And so why? Because they don't want people to steal it, because people keep stealing it. So what you're really advocating for is you're advocating for basically Walmarts to be turned into minimum security prisons, because that's what's going to happen. In a low trust society, everybody doesn't just get Walmarts, and they just give out food for free. No, they have everything behind glass cases. They have police guards there. They have armed guards. They have people watching you. They have everything. So the entire premise of this is just completely misguided. And if Hassan went to Walmarts, if he went to places that were poor, and if he grew up poor and he received food stamps and he went to food banks, he would know all of these things. And you would know this. This is what this panel is it's three upper middle class or upper class liberals that are basically circle jerking each other for stealing lemons from Wendy's or Walmart or Whole Foods. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic.
I'm in favor of fast and free buses and also government owned storefronts. And, two of those policies, the mayor of this beautiful city is currently working on.
Would you encourage stealing in the same way from a Mamdani run city owned grocery store with lower prices? And why?
I would not, because I feel like that's taxpayer funded and the prices are.
Didn't you already pay for it? I mean, how is it stealing if you already paid for it? I mean, see, this is the problem with this ideology, is that you can't allow somebody to use their own internal reasoning to justify when it's okay for them to do something bad. It's impossible.
This union labor, and the prices are also adjusted regardless.
So if the price, basically, I've decided based off of three intangible, subjective things that it's okay to break the law. No, the world can't work that way. How can, what's astonishing to me is that any person can listen to this and think that it's not completely retarded. Any thoughts on video game piracy? Piracy is fundamentally different than stealing from a store. Let me explain the reason why. Piracy is not stealing. It's on the spectrum of stealing. It's similar to stealing, but it is not stealing. The reason why it's not the same is because theoretically, everybody could have any sort of movie, video game, or anything else. The only reason why you can't have it is because there is artificial scarcity that's created for it. So the problem is that, and again, if you take this to its logical conclusion, if somebody was restreaming Hassan's stream, the entire thing with no cuts, and then running additional ads on it, and then making money off of it, and then that stream was gaining popularity and hurting his popularity, I think that he would be upset about that. It would be damaging for him. So the reality is that when you're streaming, the expectation for piracy or anything like that is that the act of doing it or stealing will never actually have an effect. When you apply this effect to its logical conclusion that it will become more and more severe the more and the less that it's punished, eventually you reach a crisis point where it's so problematic that you have to deal with it. So stealing entertainment is low on the rung of stealing. It is lower on the rung of stealing. And the reason why is because there's no opportunity cost. There's no scarcity of the amount of times that you can copy over Paint It Black by Rolling Stones. You can effectively give that to everybody, and you can multiply that with really no sort of resources in a way that you can't multiply a lemon. You can't multiply a TV. So yes, stealing a physical object is fundamentally different because there's an element of scarcity to physical products that does not exist with digital products. I'm not saying piracy is good, but I'm saying that it is a fundamentally different thing and it should be treated different. And that's why they're different terms. Is something else? Yeah, exactly. And I mean, all of this, and by the way, all of this is common sense. I think we need to treat these thieves more harshly. I do. I think I want to see people that are stealing lemons. I want to see them get tackled, thrown to the ground, handcuffed, hog-tied, and dragged into the police vehicle. I am so sick of these animals ruining my society. We used to have a country. We did. We used to have a country, and now we have a bunch of fat liberal. And by the way, any of those women on the panel would not even dream of stealing. They would be mortified at the idea of it. They would be terrified of this. They're all LARPing so they can virtue signal to their retard audience. None of the people doing this, Hassan's not stealing things. He's not even going to the store. He's probably having it delivered. So it's not even a possibility that it's happening in the first place. So these people are basically, they're writing checks that you have to cash. Now it's you that's the one that's affected. Have you ever stolen something? I've stolen many things. I've stolen tons of things. And if I ever wanted to, I'd do it again. And why would I do it again? Because I want to. That's the reason. Fuck like the HEB, Walmart, like any, like the Best Buy. I'd steal it from anybody. If I can get it in my pocket and get it out the door, it's fucking mine. That's it. Why is it not mine? Because I can't take it away from you. That's why. And that's it. And I recognize this. I recognize the pure utilitarian nature of the human condition. Other people want to lie to themselves. I don't. If they cut off my arm, if I stole, I would never steal another thing again. Everything is about incentives. That's it. I would never steal in China. I would never even imagine it. So yeah, that's it. In short, game knows game. Yes, you have to recognize what these people actually are. And bro, you're confusing me. I'll respond back to this, and I want to move on past this. What about what I'm saying is confusing to you? What about that? Because I think that a lot of people get confused by this because they've been led into a hyper reality that's been created by artificial influencers on the internet. I don't think people are used to a person like me talking about things the way that I do. I don't think they're used to it at all. What about this is confusing? I'm wondering why you're saying that you're against stealing, but then saying you want to steal. Because, so let me give you an example. When I'm driving down the road and a pedestrian gets in my way or a cyclist gets in my way, I want to run them over. I want to hit them with my car and run them over. I think a lot of people feel that way. I do. I recognize that people will always act and behave in a way that is selfish. And I think that society needs to be created with that expectation considered. You cannot expect that people will not do something. Get out of the way. Yeah, exactly. It's a sidewalk retard. Exactly. So everybody has intrusive thoughts. No, you're just psycho. I think that while I'm okay doing that, other people are okay doing other things that I wouldn't be okay with. So if you hear what I'm saying and you're saying that sounds insane, I'm sure there are things that you imagine that I would think are also insane. And so that's why we have to have a set of rules in society that manage those intrusive thoughts and those behaviors. Because while everybody might not have the same ones, I think everybody has some of them. And that's the problem. It's the eye of the beholder. Yes, exactly. So does that make sense? So what you're saying you want to, not necessarily that you will? Yeah. Like, well, I mean, like, why would I think about it like this? If I could walk into a 7-Eleven and I could just pick up a donut and walk out of the 7-Eleven, not only do I save money, but I also save time. I don't have to sit and talk to the cashier. I don't have to pull my card out. I don't have to put in my PIN number. I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is just walk in and get the donut and leave. So in all functions, in all ways, stealing the donut would be more efficient and better than paying for the donut, even if you don't even consider the money. And I think that a lot of rational people come to that conclusion. So self-control, exactly. Why do we choose not to steal the donut? Why do we do it? Because there is an incentive that says that if you took away the punishment for stealing donuts from 7-Eleven, there would be no donuts in 7-Eleven. There would be no donuts. They'd be gone because somebody would have stolen them. Does that make sense? Like I just saw Asmon's rich now, so he just steals all of the game. I haven't stolen anything in like 10 years, because I don't like you were condoning stealing, but against it at the same time. I am accepting stealing. I accept stealing as a part of the human condition whenever the base values and the base impulses of the human mind are allowed to flourish. I recognize that people steal. I know that they do that. I know why they do it. I know that there actually is not a moral foundation around doing it. They would steal from a small place. They'd steal from a big place. They'd steal from anywhere. And this whole idea of ethical stealing is just a rationalization. They don't actually believe in this. And you can find a million holes in this logic. But at the same time, I think that you have to create a society that does not allow you to do that. Because if you do allow people to do it, the systems that are selling things immediately break down and fall apart. It's impossible to run a society when people think they can steal from it. Army Chemical Safety Chief. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? What is this? If Mojama doesn't change his ways, yeah, they're going to kill him. The easiest way to get intelligence, send a pretty girl, talk to the guy. I have to resist your eyes. Your eyes have mesmerized me so much, it's almost like you're in intelligence. What a stupid ass, man. He acknowledges the U.S. airstrikes have killed children in Iran, calling it collateral damage, and revealed to the journalist how nuclear launch decisions are being made in real time. Hugh describes if the United States could assassinate Iran's next leader if he doesn't change, while admitting the U.S. has no plans to use nuclear weapons. We're not going to nuke anybody. Why would you... Oh, my God.
So nerve agent is a chemical weapon. It's like Pandora's box.
A nuclear and chemical safety branch chief in the United States Department of the Army spills detailed information about their possession of nerve agents.
And lungs won't work, your heart won't work, nothing will work.
Revealing that a U.S. Army chemist was exposed to the nerve agent due to careless handling.
She's supposed to wear all this gear, and she's like, I don't like it. She just wore like Crocs and her own clothes. Yeah. And so it's soaked in her clothes. And it's soaked very well on her skin. So she could literally start touching stuff. Other people would touch like a door, and then people would die.
Then goes on to...
What the fuck? What the fuck? God damn.
Reveal intimate details about the U.S. nuclear arsenal.
So you said there's missiles underground.
Oh my God. This guy's
also
just
discloses that the United States military has no official plans to nuke Iran.
Oh, man, come on.
We're not thinking about nuking anybody. We're not moving nukes to.
Oh.
We're not going to nuke anybody.
And the exact methods that the U.S. uses to defend against nuclear attacks.
We have all these sensors in space. We have radars, all these sensors to detect a launch. Space satellites with radars, you'll see it. On the radar, you actually see the thing flying.
And confirms what many have suspected, that Ukrainian officials were using the money sent from the United States to buy themselves mansions and luxury sports cars.
I worked on Obama's tax money that he sent. They just stole it, and they bought houses, cars, like $100,000 cars. If they can get themselves rich and leave and go live in Dubai, that's better than, they don't care about the people.
Oh, man. Oh, God. That's... Oh, this doesn't look good, huh?
That government is so corrupt. You want to spy, right?
No.
Your eyes have mesmerized me so much that I'm almost going to tell you. That's why that's the easiest way to get intelligence. Like, just send a pretty girl, talk to the guy.
This is crazy. That's so fucking embarrassing. Oh my God. Wow. He even knows.
I'm independent journalist Brianna Morello here filling in for James O'Keefe for the latest exclusive report inside the U.S. Department of the Army.
I do work with like chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, but I do the safety, security stuff.
Yeah.
I'm the chief of chemical nuclear surety.
Wow. He's only had the job. Damn, bro, you're going to get fired after only a year. That's not going to look good on your resume.
It's like not many people like outside.
Yeah, it's gonna look really bad.
In this world, surety means safety, reliability, security. It's like all the
right.
To make surety just means like
really
all
bad
the things to keep it safe. I make sure the people are reliable. There's no psycho people working on the weapons. You don't want a psycho person with access to that stuff.
Andrew Hogg is a nuclear and chemical surety branch chief with the U.S. Department of the Army. He reveals a surprising amount of detailed information to our undercover journalists about the locations of the U.S. nuclear arsenal and the method.
Do we have to, like, in order, like, is there an argument that we can only have eunuchs that are at the top level of government? I mean, the curse of flesh is just too strong. Like, this is, how many cases has this happened? Like, it's too much.
that are being used by the United States to defend against foreign nuclear attacks. To protect U.S. national security interests, we have omitted certain pieces of information from this report.
So you said there's missiles underground.
In the Cold War days, we had them like all over the place. But now we've kind of shrunk them down with Russia working with treaties. But then now you got China that's like, well, I don't have a treaty. So China's building more. They're planning to build more than we got.
Who cares?
So that's the problem. Like we have all these sensors in space. We have radars. All these sensors to detect a launch.
You detect the launch coming from someone else?
Yeah, with space satellites, with radars, you'll see it on the radar. You actually see the thing flying. You'll know how big it is, the speed. You'll know that's a missile. I mean, you can tell all this stuff.
According to Andrew Hogg, nuclear officials that oversee the missile launch procedures are trained to initiate a launch, even if it is a Girl Scout that presents the launch order with the correct codes. Fire.
We're literally trained that, if a Girl Scout, this is serious, we were always trained if a Girl Scout gives you a message, a launch message, she knocks on your door, goes, here you go, she gives you a launch message on a box of cookies, she wrote it down. If it passes all the checks, go. If she just passes it on to you, that's why we're trying to say, no matter how you get it, take action. Because that's how you have to do in a war, because you don't know. They can take down most of the communication.
Right.
So it's an extreme example, but we actually would train that. Like no matter what, you go.
While the example may sound humorous,
Jesus.
Imagine if this branch chief was actually talking to a Chinese spy. He has now just revealed where our nukes are.
Oh, I mean, they know. They know. Like, I bet, honestly, here's the truth. I bet we have our own hose over in China doing the same thing to
branch chief would be
we can only have
U.S. Department of the Army.
Make sure he just means like
really
all
bad
the
on
things
his
to keep
resume.
it.
Wow. He even knows. This is crazy. That's so fucking embarrassing. Oh my god. Wow. He even knows.
I'm independent journalist Brianna Morello here filling in for James O'Keefe for the latest exclusive report inside the U.S. Department of the Army.
I do work with like chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, but I do the safety security stuff.
Yeah.
I'm the chief of chemical nuclear surety.
Wow. He's only had the job. Damn, bro, you're gonna get fired after only a year. That's not gonna look good on your resume.
It's like not many people like outside.
Yeah, it's gonna look really bad.
In this world, surety means safety, reliability, security. It's like all the to make surety just means like
really
all
bad
the things to
on
keep it safe. I make sure the people are reliable. There's no psycho people working on the weapons. You don't want a psycho person with access to that stuff.
Andrew Hogg is a nuclear and chemical surety branch chief with the U.S. Department of the Army. He reveals a surprising amount of detailed information to our undercover journalists about the locations of the U.S. nuclear arsenal and the method.
Do we have to, like, in order, like, is there an argument that we can only have eunuchs that are at the top level of government? I mean, the curse of flesh is just too strong. Like, this is, how many cases has this happened? Like, it's too much.
That are being used by the United States to defend against foreign nuclear attacks. To protect U.S. national security interests, we have omitted certain pieces of information from this report.
Yeah. So you said there's missiles underground.
In the Cold War days, we had them like all over the place. But now we've kind of shrunk them down with Russia working with treaties. But then now you got China that's like, well, I don't have a treaty. So China's building more. They're planning to build more than we got.
Who cares?
So that's the problem. Is like we have all these sensors in space. We have radars, all these sensors to detect a launch.
You detect the launch coming from someone else?
Yeah, with space satellites, with radars, you'll see it on the radar. You actually see the thing flying. You'll know how big it is, the speed. You'll know that's a missile. I mean, you can tell all this stuff.
According to Andrew Hogg, nuclear officials that oversee the missile launch procedures are trained to initiate a launch, even if it is a Girl Scout who presents the launch order with the correct codes. Fire.
We're literally trained that, you know, if a Girl Scout, this is serious, we were always trained if a Girl Scout gives you a message, a launch message, she knocks on your door, goes, here you go, she gives you a launch message on a box of cookies, she wrote it down. If it passes all the checks, go. If she just passes it on to you, that's all we're trying to say. No matter how you get it, take action. Because that's how you have to do it in a war, because you don't know. They can take down most of the communication.
Right.
So it's an extreme example, but we actually would train that. Like, no matter what, you go.
While the example may sound humorous,
Jesus.
Imagine if this branch chief was actually talking to a Chinese spy. He has now just revealed where our nukes are.
Oh, I mean, they know. They know. Like, I bet, honestly, here's the truth. I bet we have our own hose over in China doing the same thing to the Chinese guys. I do. I bet. I think there's probably at least a 10 to 20% chance that we know each other's launch codes. Like, with how much I think this is probably happening. Yeah. Same with Russia.
Forward and the exact method we would use to defend ourselves against Chinese nukes.
It's
and
bad.
Even reveal that if China wanted to trigger a false launch from the US, all they need is the launch code and a Girl Scout. On a second interaction, Andrew Hogg went into details about the war with Iran, confirming that there are no plans to nuke Iran. But in the wake of the February assassination of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Hogg tells our journalist that President Trump is going to kill his son, Mojtaba Khamenei, if he, quote, doesn't change his ways.
What an idiot. Trump should have already done that.
We're not moving nukes. We're not going to nuke it. We're not doing that now. Yeah. We're not thinking about nuking anybody.
Oh my God.
It's all good. Yeah, I don't know who, but he might kill the next guy, his son. His son? Yeah, because his son took over. He won't be any different.
think they would for this.
Yeah.
If he does this famous in ways, they have any films.
The journalist goes on to ask Andrew Hug about the March 2026 strike in Minab, Iran, which killed over 150 school children. It has been deemed a violation of international humanitarian law.
This is the moment a missile slammed into an Iranian base in Minab. Weapons experts tell CNN the wings and tail are consistent with a Tomahawk missile. This new video is the clearest evidence yet that suggests it was the United States that struck an elementary school next to that Revolutionary Guards base, killing scores of students.
To which Andrew coldly replies, quote, "There's been collateral damage. They, meaning kids, always die in war."
I was hearing something that we killed kids in a war. Did we actually?
I'm sure there's been some collateral damage. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we killed. They always die in war. Yeah. If you fight, I mean, so but.
Oh, we actually did kill kids out there.
That's not intentionally, but yeah. They. Well,
of course they kill kids. Duh. Yeah. What do you think happens? You drop a bomb.
I'm sure we killed civilians in Iraq, and Iran.
Well, we killed civilians in Iraq too, but yeah.
Like, look at every single possibility with science, weapons. We're trying to do here, so let's use this weapon versus that weapon. It might be safer. School over here. We identify what's here, what's here. It's an apartment building.
But perhaps the most disturbing of all, Andrew Hug details how the U.S. is researching and developing nerve agents or chemical weapons in a laboratory in Aberdeen, Maryland.
So, nerve agent is...
He's just... Oh my God. We have to do something about horny guys. We do. We have to do... Like, maybe what we have to do is we have to have, like, a governmental prostitution program where every guy that's in charge and has an important job, you can, like, sign up discreetly and you can just get one of these, like, pre-checked hookers that will just pretend to like you so you don't end up in the next James O'Keefe video. Because, like, I don't think that there's an option, like vetted hoes, exactly. Like, there's no option here where we can say, oh, well, why don't they just stop doing it? Let's be realistic here. Something needs to happen. This is a big issue. It's a very big issue.
Chemical weapon that is sprayed on people.
It's a chemical agent sprayed on
a certain enzyme, which is called cholinesterase. It regulates your neural transmissions. Okay, so with this chemical, with a nerve agent, it kills that enzyme, and lungs won't work, your heart won't work, nothing will work. We have this here in the state of Maryland.
The nerve agent that Andrew is describing here is sarin. It's a highly toxic human-made organophosphorus. Sarin acts as a potent inhibitor of enzymes, and over time, the binding becomes irreversible. In 1987, the U.S. joined the Chemical Weapons Convention, which bans the development, stockpile...
Yeah, right. Oh, no. Oh, we would never do that.
And use of chemical weapons. The U.S. had about 30,000 tons of chemical weapons, including nerve agents. In July 2023, the U.S. completed destruction of the last declared chemical weapons at the Bluegrass Army.
That makes sense. Now they only have the undeclared ones left. It's a good idea.
Depot in Kentucky. As long as the nerve agents are not weaponized, the U.S. is allowed to conduct research and development for scientific purposes such as preventative treatment. However, this becomes more concerning when Andrew Hug reveals that one of the chemists in that lab was so careless, refusing to wear appropriate safety gear, that she accidentally exposed herself to the nerve agent.
She was just being lazy, and she like wore Crocs, and she, got lazy.
Natural selection.
What? Who's she? Or what?
She's a lab cuss. She's a lab tech. She's supposed to wear all this gear, and she's like, I don't like it. She just wore like Crocs and her own clothes.
Yeah.
And so it's soaked in her clothes. And it's soaked very well on her skin. So she could literally just start touching stuff. Other people would touch like a door, and then people would die.
The journalist also.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Question Andrew Hug on Ukraine and whether the diplomats were really using U.S. aid to buy themselves mansions and sports cars. And the nuclear branch chief confirms, quote, they stole our money. They bought houses, $100,000 cars. They can get themselves rich and go live in Dubai.
Like I said, I lived in Ukraine and worked there with the government. Really? That government is so corrupt. Like, they stole our money. Like, I worked on Obama's tax money that he sent. They just stole it, and they bought houses, cars, like $100,000 cars. They're officials in the government. So they get their hands on the tax money from you and me, and they're like, oh yeah, they just. And then now that it's like 100 billion, 200 billion, they're like stealing it all. So yeah, it's terrible.
They're like just stealing all the money.
Why would they use that money for that? Wouldn't they need it for like nuclear weapons?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. But but if they can get themselves rich and leave and go live in Dubai, that's better than they don't care about the people. Oh, they couldn't care less about the people.
Andrew Hug even details that he personally witnessed 10 Ukrainian officials steal $1 million each and immediately spend it on luxury cars.
Like, you can tell about Ukraine and how corrupt. And like when I was there, they stole $1 million one day. That was the first.
Well, okay, that's different. Like the way he's saying it now. He's saying they stole $1 million in one day. Because I'm thinking each guy gets $1 million. It's like, okay, well, that's probably not that many guys. Like, where'd the rest of the money go? But like, I mean, so it's $1 million a day. Okay, that's a lot more.
The thing I saw stolen was $1 million, and they bought these guys that make $350 a month in their political job.
Yeah.
Each guy, 10 guys stole $1 million. They each bought a $100,000 car, like BMW 7, Range Rover, all $100,000 cars from the money Obama gave. Yeah.
The branch chief claims he reported it to the Obama White House, to which they replied, quote, "We don't care."
Did anything ever happen with that?
I don't give a fuck.
I reported it, and guess what the White House said? We don't care. Don't talk about it. We don't want that in the paper because it makes Obama look bad. It looks like he's not in control.
That's crazy. That is, wow.
Yeah, they don't care. It's like, it's $1 million. We don't care.
For the end of the interaction, Andrew Hug waited.
I mean, realistically, like, this really is true. Is that, like, I mean, if you're giving them billions of dollars and they skim off $1 million, it's like, okay, right? Like, I think this happens every single time. I do. I think this happens every single fucking time. Loose lips sink ships. You know, I'm starting to see that.
For the journalist outside of the bathroom and confronted her, asking whether she is a spy, indicating that Andrew is well aware that the information he was spilling could be severely incriminating if she, in fact, were a spy.
Hey! You met me. That's so sweet.
You're not spying. You're not spying, though, right?
You're just powerful.
But you're not spying, right?
You're just powerful. And I like that. Let's go back to the table. Okay, sounds good.
As political tensions appear to be reaching a boiling point all over the world, and the U.S. officially entered a state of open warfare with Iran, national security and discretion is more important than ever. Andrew Hug is lucky that he was talking to an OMG undercover journalist and not an Iranian spy, as he casually.
Dude, how many other, like, do you really think this is the first time this has happened to this guy? Like, I don't. I think it's happened before.
Discuss Trump's strategy and intentions when a top nuclear official is this loose-lipped about our defensive measures, Iranian war plans, locations of nukes, while our country is actively at war. It puts every single one of us in mortal danger. And as always, if you are on the inside of any government agency, federal, state, or local office, and you see corruption, if you know that the American people are being lied to, reach out to us. Email us at tips@o'keefemediagroup.com or text us at 914-491-9395.
I mean, huge W for that.
An OMG journalist will get right back to you. Stay tuned.
Wow. He was basically admitting the fact that the agencies committed treason on camera.
This is something else. Yeah, bro, like, that's insane. I'll link you guys the clip of this or the video. Real journalism. Yeah, dude. Like, oh yeah, the nukes, they're over there. And so the code is 3. Here, write this down. Okay, F, and then there's a dash. No, not underscore, like the dash in the middle. And then, okay, there's a backslash, and don't put the because there's the back and the forward. It's the backslash, and then 2 equal signs. And then, you know, like, I know this one. Yeah, oh my God. The code is 800815. Yeah. Oh my God. And we're so cooked. It's so fucking embarrassing to see something like this happen. It really is. I don't know what else to say beyond that, but you know, that's where we're at. And I think that there are a lot of guys that put themselves in this situation. And yeah, Fang Fang could never. I mean, apparently she did. The thing is that I think this happens. Like, there are guys giving away the game to Russian hookers. We have American hookers that have Chinese guys giving away the game to them. Like, I bet this is so much bigger than you would ever imagine. It is. Like, it's crazy how popular I bet this is. And the thing is that this was popular 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Some of the earliest stories in written antiquity it was in this story. Like, it just works, bro. Like, it really, I mean, it's like the wheel, right? It just always works. I don't know what to say.
In one of the recent videos, we've discussed the idea behind fungi being the first terrestrial life that settled on the surface and essentially colonized the rest of the planet for other life like plants and of course animals to eventually settle on. And this is something that scientists have only recently discovered and something that was a little bit shocking. But it essentially suggests that fungi very likely started their life on the planet as far back as 1 billion years ago, or possibly even earlier. And the thing is, this is not the only mind-blowing and unusual discovery about fungi, or I guess mushrooms, that scientists have learned about in the last few years. As a matter of fact, today we're going to discuss something that's technically even more mind-blowing. Something that bridges the gap between the ground beneath us, the clouds above us, and something that we always thought was kind of difficult to control: weather. Because turns out that this purely physical process involving wind, pressure, and rain may actually be controlled by something we never expected. At least a portion of our planet's rainfall is potentially directly controlled by biological beings such as fungi and bacteria. And though some of this has been discovered before, it's really the idea that fungi seems to run the show that once again surprised everyone. But before we start, in order to understand how all of this works and why this is such an important discovery, let's briefly discuss how rain forms. So let's discuss the mystery of supercooled water. And that's because most rain doesn't actually start as liquid water. It starts as tiny ice particles. And while normally high in the atmosphere, water droplets can actually remain liquid at temperatures far below freezing, even sometimes at the bone-chilling minus 40 degrees Celsius. This is what researchers often refer to as supercooled water. But for this water to turn into rain or snow, it usually requires some kind of a seed, or basically something to hold on to in order to start forming some kind of a droplet. This concept is actually known as CCN, or cloud condensation nuclei, or sometimes as ice nucleating particles. So for example, things like dust and soot. As a matter of fact, this is one of the main reasons why volcanic eruptions are very often followed by rainfall. But while dust, soot, and even sea salt can act as a seed, turns out that they're not particularly good at it, and normally do require extremely cold temperatures in order to work. And this is where this unusual discovery in regards to the biological superpowers comes in. So let's discuss these biological rainmakers. And here let's actually start with this, Pseudomonas syringae. This is actually a bacterium that very often lives on plant leaves or sometimes even fruit. And these bacteria, as you can see, tend to damage the leaves, but they do this in a very unusual and somewhat spectacular way. They actually evolved to produce what's known as INPROs, or ice-nucleating proteins. Very specific proteins that allow water to freeze at much warmer temperatures, usually around -2 degrees Celsius. And in nature, these bacteria only use this ability to cause frost damage to plants, which then ends up breaking open the plant tissue, and the bacteria can then consume the nutritious insides. In other words, they're sort of like parasites that evolved this very strange ability to freeze the leaves in order to break them. But completely accidentally, this particular property also seems to produce a very unexpected effect. For example, during very windy conditions, many of these bacteria are swept into the skies and basically travel in the atmosphere. And well, because of these proteins on their surface, they become extremely efficient rain seeds. In other words, they then create rain. And this is what scientists now refer to as bioprecipitation, or specifically bioprecipitation cycle. So here we have these plants hosting these microbes. The microbes are then swept into the clouds. By being inside the clouds, they then trigger the production of droplets, and the rain falls back to the ground, obviously watering the plants, but also helping some of these bacteria to grow and propagate to other locations. And so technically this is part of their evolutionary cycle. But it obviously has a very beneficial effect of producing rain for these plants that might or might not be attacked by a lot of these parasitic bacteria. But the thing is, this is something that scientists have known for a very long time, mostly because, obviously, scientists try to understand exactly what causes this leaf damage for quite a while. But extremely recently, in just the last few months, biologists discovered another species that seems to produce very similar effects, but also seems to do this for entirely different reasons that are beneficial to everyone. As always, you can find a study about this in the description below, but this major study that was published in the Science Advances magazine has now revealed that fungi seem to play a much bigger role in all of this, and seem to be so much more important when it comes to being rainmakers. And so here scientists focused on fungi like Fusarium, which you see imaged right here, and Mortierella, that looks just a little bit different. And while unlike bacteria, which usually keep their ice-making proteins tucked away on their skin, these fungi do something slightly different. They actually secrete these proteins that potentially resemble something like this, into the soil around them. And these fungal proteins seem to be smaller and even water-soluble, which actually makes them a lot more effective at traveling into the atmosphere. But in this case, it's really how they're made that seems to be also very impressive. Here, the research shows us that these fungal ice nucleators seem to be made out of tiny proteins that assemble into massive complexes containing more than 100 units. And these large assemblies create a very large surface area to then align water molecules and force them to crystallize into ice at temperatures just below freezing. And moreover, these proteins seem to be very tough and even survive extreme pH levels and high heat, meaning that they seem to stay active in the environment for a pretty long time, even after being secreted by these fungi. But on top of this, one of the other striking discoveries here was actually where these proteins possibly came from. Because here it might have involved some kind of an evolutionary heist. And so they seem to have gotten this ability by borrowing it from someone else. And that's because here, by looking at the genetic code, they found that the fungi did not evolve this trait on their own. This very likely involved the process referred to as horizontal gene transfer, and most likely gene transfer from bacteria. Or essentially, the fungal ancestor in this case copied and pasted some of these genes, and specifically a gene referred to as INAZ, and then adapted it for its own use. And all of this must have happened a very long time ago. But this kind of a trait and this kind of a transfer does not happen very often between bacteria and fungi, and normally only happens between various bacteria. But once these fungi acquired them, they apparently became extremely efficient at producing this, and obviously at releasing them into the soil and into the atmosphere. And so because these proteins are water soluble and do not require bacterial cells, they seem to enter the atmosphere much easier and potentially play a much bigger role in forming rain. Although technically this mechanism of fungal ice nucleation is still a little bit mysterious and not truly understood. Either way though, this confirms that both bacteria and fungi, despite evolving independently, seem to use very similar strategies in making ice and in causing rainfall. And because fungi like Fusarium, for example, are actually very often found in the atmosphere, here this also suggests that they play a huge role in rain formation and most likely influence precipitation around the planet without us realizing. But interestingly, unlike that parasitic bacteria we discussed previously, here fungi seem to use this protein for a slightly different and less destructive reasons. And that's because they potentially use this for protection. By triggering freezing at slightly higher temperatures, fungi can control formation of ice around them, preventing lethal flash freezing of their own delicate cells, which surprisingly also affects a lot of plants around them, and so in some sense these fungi can then also protect the plants and the roots that they usually collaborate with. And so here this protection actually benefits everyone living around them. At the same time, the ability to stimulate rainfall ensures that soil remains moist and provides hydration necessary for the fungi to grow, and once again necessary for all of the plants around them as well. And the thing is, some of the recent studies even argue this idea of bioprecipitation feedback cycle that must have existed on the planet for an extremely long time. Or basically it says that a lot of landscapes don't just passively receive weather, but can actually help shape precipitation when a lot of vegetated land emits a lot of these water vapors and a lot of these proteins into the atmosphere that then promote ice formation in the clouds and increase precipitation that encourages more plants and fungi to grow. In other words, many studies argue that this is a self-perpetuating cycle that seems to be mostly driven by these fungi, with the additional contribution from various bacteria. And though this ice nucleation very likely started in aquatic environments, possibly during the ice ages, later on bacteria and fungi adapted this to survive on land. And if correct, these studies provide us with an incredibly powerful tool for basically weather control. And so here, by understanding how much of this biological material actually influences rainfall, first of all, we might be able to create more accurate models for predicting rainfall, but second of all, we might be able to use this as cloud seeding instead of using something a little bit more controversial like silver iodide that's been used in the past, which by the way is actually toxic and that can have damaging effects. In contrast, a lot of these fungal proteins are non-toxic and are actually very easy to produce, which means that this research is not just some kind of a theoretical study, it provides us a lot of practical tools for possibly making the planet just a little bit better, but also reminding us that in this case, conservation also plays a huge role. Or basically, by cutting down forests, we are not just losing trees, we're literally losing a biological engine that creates regional rainfall. And so without these fungi, these bacteria and these plants, a lot of cloud seeding stops and the local water cycle weakens dramatically. And so this type of research is definitely quite important. But once again is also kind of mind-blowing because it literally shows us that the forest floor, and technically all of the life living in the forest, seems to have a prominent connection to the sky above them, and seems to even control it, producing rain when it needs to be produced. And since fungi and trees very often live in symbiosis, this is actually a really interesting discovery because it kind of suggests there's a very bizarre cycle going on here, with the forest controlling the weather, but obviously in ways that we currently do not understand. On that note, once there are some additional discoveries and something else we'll learn about all of this, we'll discuss this in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
You launch OSIRIS-REx from a moving platform, Earth, to intersect a moving target, Bennu. You do a touch and go, grab material, come back to Earth. All this has got to work out.
We got there, we screamed because there were boulders 11 stories high. Several stones got caught that we were losing sample every time we articulated the arm.
Wow.
There's another PhD thesis. There's another PhD thesis. Come on. It wasn't quite what we expected.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Chuck Nice is with me in the house.
Yes.
Chuck, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm in my house.
You're in the house remotely. How you doing, man?
I am doing great.
You know what we're going to do today? Something I think we should have done long ago. We're going to take a look at the ingredients for life as they exist in the rest of the universe.
Extremely racist woman turns a car accident into 3 felonies. Extremely racist woman turns a car accident into 3 felonies. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Here we go.
Take you back to Mexico. Ugly, your kids ugly, your law ugly. Go to Mexico. Go to Mexico. Pushing me around.
Oh no, even in the jail?
Today on Uncovered, watch this complete disgrace to society have the most obnoxious and prejudiced meltdown when she gets into a car accident with a Hispanic family.
Oh my god. There's just... I'll spit on... What the fuck? What is she doing?
You sure? Because she about to go.
She just walked away?
She has the right of way. They sped up, would not stop.
What the fuck?
Like, I have 2 kids from...
Yeah? Oh my god. This is in America? Holy fuck.
I find you on the street. I didn't want to talk to knock.
Wait.
You done knocked in the nose.
Ma'am. She's trying to get in a... Oh my god.
Thank you.
She crashing out? Yeah, she's crashing out big time. Holy shit.
Follow somebody black. You should have taken back to Mexico.
One more time.
Take you back to Mexico.
Take him.
Go back to Mexico.
That's your car? The white car?
Yes!
Go stand by it.
The suspect is completely belligerent and shows no initial signs of cooperation. She's unable to control her emotions for the entirety of this incident and only continues to get more aggressive with the family.
Oh my god. Go to, yeah.
Hey, we need your license, registration, proof of insurance.
Leave me alone.
You need your document.
It's always so astonishing to me that these people literally have no concept of the future at all. They can't even conceptualize the idea that by doing this, you're going to lead yourself into a situation that's detrimental.
The suspect refuses to share any information with the officers while she is distressed, so they try speaking to her friend instead.
I don't she stopped at us as far as they just kept going. Isn't it going like y'all feel like a oh, you can take a report or something like that?
So there's a report going to be made. It's you were in the car with her?
Yeah, I was
yeah.
So, I mean, if she calmed down, we can actually get this stuff rectified.
And she's just kicking garbage around.
This ain't nothing going to get fixed. I feel you. I understand that, but somebody has to do something. If you want to go in her car and get her documents for me, because the report's going to be made regardless. I need her license, registration, and proof of insurance.
All
that needs to be inside the crash report. Right? And then we'll take a story from whoever and whoever was driving.
And they're trying to clean it up.
But her yelling and trying to fight the people, we can't. We're only getting one side of the story. She's not even giving a side.
See, I don't know why they don't just immediately just detain her. Just cuff her. Like she's running around kicking garbage everywhere, being violent. Like what? Just detain her immediately.
They sped up.
Okay.
Too far.
Trying to figure out. You got your license.
Come on.
Yeah. Phase 2? Yeah.
Your car is pretty much...
It's fucked.
What? It's pretty much what?
I don't know if it's drivable.
I don't think so. Will you help me out and ski?
Well...
You dumb I will spit on you.